Today, I'm going to show you how to rank #1 with Claude AI SEO based on thousands of experiments that I've tested. And if you're not familiar already, Claude have grown from zero to over 750,000 traffic, as you can see right here. I'm going to be breaking down some of my best frameworks for ranking with Claude, including my stealth ranking formula, which helps you rank your content quickly. I'm also going to be showing you the rapid fire keyword method that helps you automate finding low competition, high volume keywords for free using Claude. And additionally, you'll learn the Profit Multiplier Framework that helps you squeeze more money and more revenue out of the content you actually rank. Let's get into it. Today, you're going to discover that AI sites getting millions of free traffic with SEO. You'll learn how to create one-click free AI SEO tools live in this video with Kaz Dashwood.
Hello.
And we'll also compare Claude 3.5 Sonnet versus Poe versus Perplexity for creating free one-click AI SEO tools to see which one is the best for creating them.
Yeah, so I think we've done a video on this when we were using Claude to create like an AI writing tool. It done an okay job. I think maybe our expertise were very high, mine and Julian's. So maybe we messed up a little bit, but we're gonna be improving in that, and we're also gonna be comparing all three of them, seeing which one's the best.
And also, we've got the previous prompts that we've used, so we can quickly jump straight into them and also share what's working and how to quickly get into it. So, should save people watching a lot of time. And also, all the prompts and all the tools that we create today, we can just share with people at the end of the video and they can get free access to it too.
Yeah, let's.
All right, so let's start with Claude. We've got Poe ready to go over here and Perplexity. By the way, if you're not sure about Poe, an underrated AI tool where you can basically create your own bots like this. You can create your own one-click AI SEO tools. I don't pay for this, but you can see you can choose between multiple different models right here. And the cool thing about this is a lot of these are free models. So for example, subscriber access, obviously you're not going to use that in your tool because you have to pay for it, subscribe. But for example, Claude 3 Haiku, Claude 3 Opus, etc., Claude 3 Sonnet, you can use all of these for free using Poe to create your own bots. So what we'll do is we'll jump straight back into that SOP we created previously with a bunch of AI SEO tools. And we can start off by using Claude to go with something like this. Now, if we were going to create a keyword research tool like this to embed on our site, let's say, is there anything that you would change in the prompt before we plug it into Claude?
I think where we messed up on last time is we should probably make it niche relevant as opposed to just making it overall. I think we should pick a niche. And if I'm being honest with you, I think that even if somebody was to actually create this as an actual tool where you select the niche, you're probably going to get much better output as opposed to just letting it run wild. So let's do the niche of like coffee, for example, because I think that the output's going to be a lot better and it's going to train itself on which keywords to basically output.
Yeah, and I think we actually did create something similar to that, which is this. Let's have a look. It might be this one right here, keywords plus content. Let's have a look. I'll just edit the details and we'll check the previous knowledge that we've given it. So it's this one right here, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So what we can do is we can take this prompt right here and then we can copy and paste that. And I'll show you exactly how to create your own tool using Claude. So there's two ways you can do it. Basically, you can do it for free directly inside Claude. And this is free. So you can use Claude 3.5 Sonnet directly there. Otherwise, if people are watching this and they have the premium version of Claude, then you can actually create a new project right here using Claude. So we'll start off with a new chat and I'll show you how to do this. And these are the prompts that we actually came up with together, Kazra.
Yeah, this was from our previous video that we done, but it'll be interesting to see if it's improved since the last time that we've used it as well.
Okay, so I said, gotcha, mate. Let's dive into this coffee website. What's the main keyword or topic you want me to tackle first? So I guess we could say something like best coffee.
Yeah, we could either go down that route or we could go down the route of coffee machines, but whichever one that you want.
Let's go with that then. Let's go with coffee machines.
How come it's not doing the preview? Do we need
Let's
to
go back to
specify
start a
what
new
it's
chat
doing?
and we'll say create a keyword research tool. There we go. And by the way, if people watching this and you're not sure like how to get the preview, you just need to enable it in your settings. So just go to settings, enable artifacts, and it should be there, which is, for example, if we go back to Claude, settings,
I think it's if you go back to
feature preview, right?
you go.
Yeah. If you go down to your name in the bottom left, click on feature preview and then just make sure you've got that enabled. so that you can preview this stuff. So go back to the keyword research tool, got it generated on the right over here. It has not given us a preview. So we'll say, give me the preview. It's one of those days where everything's just breaking. It's one of those days. I remember this last year when ChatGPT was new and it just stopped working all the time.
Do you know what? Claude done that to me the other day when I was recording a video, and I was like, do you know what? I'm not even going to fucking record this video now. Just got really pissed off. Maybe if you say to it, I want to embed this on my website, maybe that might give you a better out.
Should we keep that bit in?
Do.
It's not doing it, right? Or is it?
I think it's, I remember how it used to
There we
like,
go.
yeah, there you go.
And then I think if you get that error, you can just copy and paste this prompt right here.
Go
on.
Think that if you try to expect it to do everything right for the first time, it probably won't. So I think that you always need to go back and forth when you're trying to generate these tools. It's very often where they just don't get it right. So I think that going back and forth with it, almost like how I see it is, it's almost like a text message. So it'll be interesting to see what it's actually come back with. Best espresso coffee beans for home brewing.
You've actually got a coffee website, right?
No, I don't even drink coffee.
Did you not create one?
No. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah. I don't even remember the domain.
It was ranking too.
Coffee something. I completely forgot about that website.
All right. So we've used this prompt right here. Create a keyword tool and preview it. Ask for my topic cluster, then generate the keywords. For keyword research, do this. And don't give me this error is super common on Claude. Preempt the AI by inserting this, and it will save you a lot of time. It's generated the preview, and it's only generated the preview because we put and preview it. And then you can insert your topical cluster right there, and it will generate some keywords. Now, personally, I'm going to say this is BS.
And the competition is also probably.
And the competition is BS.
Yeah.
But let's take a keyword like, for example, this one. We'll plug it into Google and we can see this is relevant. Do you think would you go for a keyword like that, like super long tail?
I think what we could potentially do is give it a prompt. Go do keyword research based off of the Google dropdown or potentially off of search volume. And it might actually end up giving a better response.
Google autocomplete.
Yeah. Or potentially you could even do the alphabet soup method as well.
Is there anything else? Would you remove the search volume?
Yeah, I probably would. Same with the competition as well. I don't think that you should even be worried about something like that.
That's an interesting one. Do you want to, some people will be watching this and going, why wouldn't you worry about that?
Even if you're using like a keyword difficulty, it's based off of the keyword that you've made and how many links each of those web have. So if there's 10 results and the average of those 10 pages have 5,000 links, then it's going to be quite a difficult keyword to rank for. It might be like a keyword difficulty of 80 plus, 90 plus. If the average of those 10 results have a average of, let's say, 10 backlinks or 0 or 4 backlinks, it's going to be a lot easier to rank for. But keyword difficulty is massively flawed because it's not actually taking into consideration how topical authority that website is. For example, there might be a website that's ranking only because of the links, or there might be a website ranking only because of the actual content on that website. Let's say every single article talks about lawnmowers, and you might think that's a really easy keyword difficulty because Ahrefs is saying 0 keyword difficulty, but it doesn't take into consideration that website has 6,000 articles on lawnmowers. So it's based off of a page by page level ranking factor, and it's completely flawed.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. All right, so we've got the coffee alphabet soup research tool. Very niche right there.
Yeah.
Then we're going to put espresso and generate the keywords. Could be a long day.
This could be a 1 hour video, this.
All right. So personally, what I would do is go back to the previous prompt, but I would tweak it a little bit. I don't know what your thoughts are, but I would tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, I would tweak it.
But what's your out of 10?
0.2. It's not looking great, let's put it that way.
We'll move on in a second, but I would say, yeah, I'd agree with you. It was probably spent 20 or 30 minutes on this using the previous prompt. Like, it should be way faster. So we'll put no need to include competition to search volume. And also, I think don't go too long tail because some of those keywords are just crazy long tail. The one thing that I would say when you're creating tools like this with Claude is that it actually doesn't use AI. It's just using code to generate it. So it's like a spinner for keywords.
This is why I thought that if you go too niche, you're going to get a much better result because you're getting the research value that Claude actually has, but then you're also getting the coding purposes that Claude actually has access to as well. This looks a lot better.
All right. What are you going to rate that out of 10?
Let me see the entire, maybe a 5 out of 10. It's not, but it's not the best, but it's also not the worst either.
So we'll put Gazra's rating 5 out of 10 on that. If you want the prompt, it's right there, and you just plug it into Claude using the methods so far. All right, let's hope we're more successful on the next ones.
Yeah.
From here, what we can do is we can go into Po and create our own bot as well. As by the way, if you are using this, then what you can do is you can just star that chat, and then you can come back to the tool anytime you need it.
Yeah.
And so it's ready to go. Let's shut it down. I've had enough of that. Let's move on quickly. So we're going to go on to Po, and I'm going to show you how I typically use this for creating tools, and you can see what you think, Kazra, okay? So call this keyword research, and what you can actually do here is you can just select the model. So we can go with something basic like GPT 3.5 Turbo, or another one that a lot of people like is Claude 3 Opus. Now that seems to be limited. Let's have a look. So that's subscriber only, but we can go with Sonnet. In fact, we can go with 3.5 Sonnet. So the model that we just used inside Claude, we can use inside this bot as well. And then we can take a similar prompt to this, but I'm going to tweak it because this is not using code, it's actually using AI. And so we'll say, create a keyword tool. We'll change that to you're a keyword tool for SEO. Ask for my topic cluster, then generate the keywords. No need to include competition search volume. Don't go too long tail. Probably give me like 20 suggestions.
Yeah.
Then we'll use the same prompt right here, and we can delete that error that typically comes back right there. We're going to take that prompt right here. We'll plug it into the prompt section inside Po. The knowledge base, what you could actually do, I think would be quite interesting here, is that you could take the keyword data from Google and upload that into the knowledge base right here. If you actually did want to generate search volumes, and it'd be a little bit more accurate.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Plug the bio keyword research. You can also, quite interesting, inside Po, you can actually make money. So see this monetization section right here? You can switch on a daily message limit, and then if people go beyond that, it automatically charges them to generate more responses.
Oh, that's quite cool.
Yeah, it's quite nice. And then you can set a price per 1,000 messages. So we'll hit create bot, change the handle to keywords legend, and then I'm going to say, give me keywords, and then it said, okay, to get started, could you please provide me with the main topic cluster? So we'll put espresso right here. Now we've got the keywords in one click. So here are the keywords.
Best espresso machines for home use, how to make perfect espresso shots. I think that this is a lot better than Claude came back with. And I think it's actually a lot more, it's not just spinning the actual content. It looks like it's actually done the research. Health benefits of drinking espresso, espresso tasting guide for beginners. What's your thoughts on it? I think that's pretty decent.
Yeah, I would say that's just, personally, I'm going to go as generous as a 7.5 here.
All right.
What are you saying?
I was going to go with 7. But
okay.
We can up it to 7.5. We can up it to 7. I feel like I'm Simon Cowell. I'm just really like giving everything just like a 2.5 out of 10.
So I've actually got another idea that I think will get a much higher rating on Claude, but we'll come back to it in a second. Well, this was completely free to generate. Anyone can generate it watching this, and you can even make money using this as well. Plus, you could probably rank it on Google because Po is a high domain rating website. So if you're trying to rank for something like SEO Cost Calculator or something like that, something long tail that's low competition, then this will be quite easy. The next and final method that we're going to talk about until we go back to Claude is using Perplexity. Now, I think if we go to library and then we'll go to collections, we can use exactly the same prompt, the one that got a 7.5 out of 10 from Kazra. And we'll put in the A prompt, we'll plug in the title. So we'll put this keyword research legend. We can add a cheeky little emoji. Need to add a description, but I will make this shareable. If anyone wants access to this just to see what it's like or to copy the style that we've done it with, then I will make this shareable. And then we'll hit create. Pretty simple and easy to do. And now we can say, all right, keywords. This actually, it went full savage mode. It didn't even want to hear my cluster or my topic, but it just created the keywords straight off the bat. But they look relevant and they look useful for a coffee website. What would you say?
How to make iced coffee at home, how to best coffee beans for French press. Yeah, I don't think that's terrible. Top rated coffee grinders under $100. Yeah, I think it's again, the issue that we had with Claude is that it done the research once and it just was spinning the actual keywords. So I think that at least with Perplexity, and with poll. Actually, it looks like it went to do the research and it came back.
What would you rate that out of 10?
I would probably go with 7.5 as well.
Wow.
Why? Would you rate that as
Yeah.
higher?
No, that's impressive. All right, we're gonna go with one final way to generate keywords with Claude. I think you might need the paid version to do this, but if you let's go to Claude and then we'll go to projects. You can create a new project like this, and instead of using code, this will actually generate using AI. So we can say, for example, we can call it that, describe it however you want. Then inside the custom instructions right here, we're going to take the same prompt, but what we're also going to do is we'll go to keyword Google AdWords.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking. There's going to be an 8 out of 10.
Thought we'd try and end it on this. It could be a 2 out of 10. I don't know how much it might ignore the instructions from the keyword planner, but we'll try it anyway. So we're going to click on discover new keywords. We'll put in just a coffee niche in general. Get results. It's generated like 1,000 pages worth of keywords. We can download them as a CSV. Might take a couple of minutes or so. There we go. It's downloaded. We'll save those instructions, upload the data, as you can see right here from Google AdWords, which is free to get as well. And then inside the instructions, we just need to make sure that it prioritizes that data over anything else that it's been trained on. So I'm going to say use the data you've been trained on. Only use the project knowledge I've uploaded. Is there anything else you would like try and use to make sure it's locked into that knowledge we've uploaded?
I think that potentially mentioning that at the beginning might actually be a little bit more beneficial, because I would probably say that's probably the most important prompt out of any one of the prompts that we've given it. So yeah, sometimes you just need to make certain you're stacking your prompts in the correct manner as well. But yeah, I think that's pretty spot on now.
And then on the list, we'll also put include competition and search volume.
Yep.
So now we're going to try using Claude, which was previously rated at an absolutely shocking score of 5 out of 10.
Yeah, the Claude does not like me today.
It's actually gathering the data from the upload, but let's see.
Pondering, mate.
So put an espresso in here maybe, or coffee machines maybe. What do you reckon?
Yeah, but let's try it.
I think it'd be better in a table format, but that is actually a keyword that's been searched. What do you think to that so far?
So we've got budget-friendly programmable coffee makers with timer. Can you search that? Let's take a look at the difficulty on that, because it's actually said it's low competition. And to be honest, I've never even heard of that before. Can you actually search it and see what kind of results that we get? There's some big sites on there, so I don't know where it's getting its competition from.
Do you think that's from PPC?
I'm not certain.
Let's see what it comes up with. So it's got the keyword right there, but the competition is not filled in. The average monthly search is actually 0 to 10.
I wonder if it's not filled in, it just automatically assumes it's low competition, because if that's the case, then it's not accurate. But one thing I will say is, if we're just going to review the keywords that's come back with, I think that the keywords that's come back with are probably a lot more, it's probably a lot cleaner than the other examples, because you've actually given it the PPC data. Yeah, I think we'll go with a 8 out of 10.
Wow, it's never been seen before.
The ultimate thing about all of this is you can obviously get much better response with it. I still don't think any of them come close to Ahrefs or SEMrush and stuff. But we've just done this for free. Am I right in saying that's all free, or is Claude paid?
No, see, you can use a prompt like that for free, and then you would upload the data from Google Keywords Planner for free as well.
For something that's free, if you guys don't have much budget, I think that download some of these prompts that Julian's basically done, and you will see some good results. One thing I will say to all of them is that if you try to go too broad, if you just say to code me a keyword planning tool or a keyword research tool, I think that you're not going to get really accurate results. So if you give it some more data, let's say you've got a law website, or let's say you have got an accountancy website. If you can give it a little bit more of a helping hand, you could definitely use some of these tools, and you might never actually need Ahrefs and stuff.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is it's much easier to do this alongside someone else. If you can get someone with your team, like for example us, gave a lot of great ideas into improving it, and then working together with someone else like that, like you could just problem solve a lot faster.
Yeah, definitely.
So thanks so much for watching. What I'm going to do is I will plug this document inside my free SEO course, which you can get link in the comments and description. Just go to SEO systems and then Claude tools. And you've got all the prompts from today. So for example, starting from the 5 out of 10 tool down here to the Po one, to Perplexity, and to Claude. So even though the first attempt with Claude was probably the worst, Claude still wins overall because of this method right here.
Yeah, definitely.
Perfect. So thanks so much for watching. Thanks for being on, Kazra.
Thanks.
And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to book that in. Links in the comments and description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month. And basically, one-to-one on a call. We'll answer any questions you have. You'll discover the secrets of link building, and we'll give you a free SEO domination plan. Plus, Kazra, I know you're going to be creating a video as well on free tools, right? So if people want to see that, just flick over to your channel probably in a few days or so.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to upload mine today. So by the time this video goes out, it will be live.
Awesome. All right. Cheers for being on.
Thanks for having me.
Today, I'm going to show you an insane one-click AI SEO tool using Claude 3.5 Sonnet and Perplexity to basically scrape the web, create content, automate social media posts. I'm going to give you the whole template for free today, along with my best SOPs, templates, the workflow, and even the transcripts from today. I've never shown this before. This is a brand new automation. You can basically use this to create a one-click content empire. Build up is extremely powerful for SEO. It's basically a 24/7 content factory. Let me show you exactly how to use it. Let's get it crack-a-lacking then. So basically, first place you want to start is with make.com. Then we're going to log in and you can just create a free account on there. And there's so much crazy stuff you can do. So what you're going to do from here is you're going to go to scenarios and start setting up a new automation. Now, if you just want to steal the template from me, I'm actually going to give that to you at the end of the video. And then we're going to go into our new scenario. We can just call that Claude and Perplexity automation. And what you can do from here is you can create a new Google Sheet and link your Google Sheet to make.com. So we can say watch new rows. Basically, every time a new row is added, it triggers this automation. We can set that to just run once, but you could run it for all of your blogs if you really wanted to. Then we're going to open up a new spreadsheet. You can just type in sheets.new if you're logged into Google Drive. And you want to link this spreadsheet to your scenario, which will show you exactly how to do. So what's pretty cool about this, if you're using Perplexity with the API, is you can take a URL like so, drop it into your spreadsheet, as you can see, and Perplexity can actually read the URL and the content from the URL using the API, which ChatGPT and Claude cannot do. So this is very unique to, that's why I recommend using Perplexity in the first stage of the process. So for example, if I plug this into Perplexity and I say summarize the page, you can see that it actually reads the page and explains what it is. So now we can take this spreadsheet, which I've labeled Claude and Perplexity automation. We can go into a new scenario, and inside the spreadsheet ID section, we can search for that spreadsheet to link it directly to Make. There we go. We'll click that. There's only one sheet inside the spreadsheet, as you can see right there. So we will click sheet 1. Now at this point, you might be wondering, okay, why would you use this automation right here? The thing is, there's many different use cases for this. You could use it to repurpose your content into different platforms, or even take a website that you own, or let's say you have one website in the same niche, but you want to create like 3 of them. You could actually get Claude, using the automation I'm about to show you, to take that content that's already ranking, rewrite it, and then plug it into multiple different websites. I'll show you how to do that in a second. The other thing that some people might do is they might take their competitor's URL and then rewrite the content based on their competitor's URL. I'm not advising that, but that's probably something some people would do with something like make.com. This is also really good for news-related articles, so you could drop in a news-related article and then you could create all your social media content and SEO content using that process. So let me show you exactly how this works. So we're going to click on add another module over here. We will type Perplexity and we are going to create a chat completion using Perplexity. Now I have to link this directly to my Perplexity account. So we'll click on create a connection. Then we're going to plug in the API key from Perplexity. Now, if you're not sure how to do this, let me show you exactly how you can do it. If you go to your settings in the bottom left on the pro mode, go to API, make sure you've got some credits in your account. And then once you've got those in, you can click on generate an API key right here, and then just plug it in right here. So you can copy it from Perplexity and paste in your API key directly into Make. Now, when you select the role, select user, as you can see right here. And then we're going to take the content from step number 1, which you can see right here. So the URL that we want to scrape with our tool, and you can do multiple things here, right? For example, you could say summarize the content from this page, plug in the max number of tokens. Obviously, the more tokens you use, the more API credits it's going to cost. Hit OK, and you should be good to go. And now what you want to do is just run it once just to have a quick check that it's actually working. Now, when we look at this automation, you can choose to run it. And for example, we can choose where to start, choose manually, and just run the automation and actually check it works. I think it's always good to do this early, because if you do it once a whole automation has been set up, then you're going to waste a lot of credits testing it. And additionally, it's going to take more time to figure out, okay, where is the actual problem, right? And it's never right first time around. So you can see right here, it's run with Google Sheets and it's run with Perplexity. And you can see the outputs here. So you can see all the activity. So for example, it's taken the URL from our spreadsheet. And then if we look at the Perplexity automation, you can see the input here. So the input is summarize the content from this page, and then it's got the actual page that we want to scrape right there. Now inside the choices section, if we click on the plus sign, click +1, hit message, you can see the output. So the actual response and result of using Perplexity. And so it said the content on this page provides a free tool, and then it summarizes the details from that page. So it's actually scraped the URL. Then what we can do from here is add a new module, which we will call router. And this is going to route the information and the results from Perplexity to multiple new automations. If you look at this make.com automation, basically it's going in chronological order. So it's starting with the Google Sheet, then it's going to run the Perplexity automation. Once it's got the response from Perplexity, it's then going to plug that into multiple different platforms. Now, this is pretty cool because now you could run that content because you can tailor all the responses automatically from Perplexity that use the scrape URL in the first place, right? So for example, if we type in Claude right here, we'll click on create a prompt. If you haven't already linked it using your API, then we're going to put in max tokens 4,000 over here, and we're going to add a message. So again, we'll select user, then we'll select content, we'll type in text, and then we can plug in our prompt right here. And we can say, use this, take the choices from Perplexity, as you can see. So we'll click on that. Then we're going to take a prompt that's worked for me previously when ranking SEO content. Then we'll write an article on the same topic, but it's basically going to rewrite the content better than the original. And we say, write an SEO optimized article on the same topic. Word count equals 1,000 words. Number one, I would actually recommend usually reverse engineering your competitors to find out the actual word count you should use. Number two, it doesn't really matter about the word count, it's more about the quality, and AI doesn't always stick to that, but we're going to use that as a rough guide. So I've said use this, and it's taken the choices from Perplexity. Then it's going to say write an SEO optimized article on the same topic, word count equals, and then we'll hit OK. And then you can send that wherever you want, right? So for example, you could send that to social media. If we actually search for apps or modules, you can see right here, we could link Facebook, we could link Twitter, we can even link LinkedIn. So you can basically create social media posts using this process. The other thing that you can do is you could link this directly to your WordPress, right? So you could actually create a blog post using the information scraped from Perplexity and then plug that into your website. For example, click on create a post over here. We can set up the connection and the automation and then just post the content as a draft inside WordPress before we actually post it, because obviously we need to like quality control it and edit it before it goes live. Now, once you've got this set up, you can actually just click on clone, and that will set up a whole new stream based on what's already worked. And we could again send that to a different WordPress website. We could send to social media, etc. So for example, if we click on Facebook pages, create a post, and then you can link that directly in there. And you can do this for all your social media. Now, if we click choose where to start, and we'll run this manually again just to see what happens, we'll select choose manually. Obviously, I haven't set up the WordPress and Facebook pages 100%. You just need to fill in all the details right there. Now, I'll just delete that for now because I've not set it up properly. But just as an example of what this looks like, if we hit choose where to start, choose manually, we'll select that URL, and then we're going to run this and just see what happens, right? And you can see basically it's progressing from each stage. Now it's writing the article that we want to generate, and I'll show you once that's done exactly what it looks like. So if we click on the one over here, and then we'll go to the output, click on content, text. And if you look at this content, it's actually half decent. There's a few things I would change in the prompt, but if you actually look at the content, it's quite interesting. It's not like spammy AI trash. As an example of that, right, if we just go on to say po.com and we say write an article about a TikTok tool, just to show you how powerful this prompt is and what the difference is, you can see how boring and fluffy this response is versus the actual article generated by Claude right here. So for example, but here's the thing, there's a secret weapon that can change the game for you. It's called the TikTok SEO tool, and it's completely free. Like the actual copywriting inside that content is nice. It's inserted some relevant titles. It's nicely formatted. It even gives a step-by-step tutorial. And if we check the output of the content is about 720 words, right? Now you could actually clone that response right there and then get Claude inside this section and say, for example, write an SEO optimized article on the same topic, but only answer the relevant FAQs and questions. And that would basically fill out the gaps that stage 1 actually missed. And then finally, you could actually link that to WordPress. So if we type in WordPress over here, we'll click on show more, create a post, select your website. We'll just call the title example 1. And we can rename these parts of the content. So we could put right here, main article, hit OK, and then rename this section FAQs plus relevant subheadings, hit OK. And then if we go to WordPress over here, we'll select content, we'll take the text response from part 1, as you can see, and then we'll take the text response from part 2 as well. In the type section, we can select posts, excerpt we can ignore, hit OK, and that is ready to go now. So if we just run a manual completion on this, like hit OK, hit run once, you can see it's running the whole automation, routing the information, creating the content over here, as you can see. And then now that it's run it, we can actually just change that and say, insert the content from this output too. And now if we go to our WordPress article, as you can see right here, 1,500 words. The content still needs a bit of editing, but it's a lot better than it would be previously. For example, like, trust me, your future TikTok famous thank you. As you can see, as you scroll through the content, it's nicely formatted. It's got the headings, subheadings, bullet points, etc. All good to go. That was incredibly simple. So now there's many use cases for doing this, right? Number 1, you're scraping a live URL. The only API that you can actually do that with is Perplexity on Made.com, as far as I'm aware. So ChatGPT and Claude, they're not going to do it for you. You can route that information to multiple different websites or even to multiple different social media accounts, right? For example, if I click on Claude over here, then we'll hit message, user, content, text, select the text. So we'll say, use this. We'll take the Perplexity output again, and we'll just say something like, create a short, fun social media post. Every sentence on hashtags. Make it a practical how-to tutorial. We'll hit OK. And by the way, if you're wondering if that actually works, you can see, for example, my social media account on Twitter. We're getting an average of about 57,000 impressions using AI and a similar process, and the same on LinkedIn as well. You can see yesterday, for example, we got 10,500 impressions, nearly 400,000 impressions per month just on LinkedIn alone, using a very similar process, right? And so now we can add, for example, like Facebook or LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever you want to link this to. The other thing that you might want to do first is actually prove it before you publish the content, right? Because the thing is, if this is for your brand, you don't want to just post something that AI could easily mess up, right? AI is very temperamental. We all know that. And so what you can actually do is just select Gmail, for example, send an email and take the content from this and plug it into an email. We'll put the subject line as next social media post. Then you can take the content from this chat right here, approve it, and then publish it onto your website or get your virtual assistant to do that for you. And also, one thing to note with all of this, right? So for example, if you're putting content from Claude that you haven't manually checked before publishing, then make sure it's draft on WordPress. And then additionally, you can use something like this manual review checklist, which I'll link to in the SOP, where you can just do all the quality control checks before you actually publish the content to your website so that it's not just spammy fluff. But that's basically it. Now you can automate everything with a live URL. Very powerful process for syndicating the existing content that you have, repurposing it. Additionally, you could create new blogs from your existing posts. You could even plug in your old URL over here, rewrite it using Claude, and then plug that into WordPress for the newly edited post. Additionally, you can use this for social media. You can use it for news. Some people probably even use this for competitor research, I'm pretty sure. And you could even take live URLs from your top ranking competitors and then create content outlines in a very similar process, and then get Claude to write the content as well. If you want to see more on that, just let me know in the comments. I've created this tutorial because I know more people wanted to see more content around Make.com automations. It's absolutely the same what you could do with this Perplexity and Claude workflow. So thanks so much for watching. What I'm going to do is I'll actually take the template, script, tutorials, and SOPs and prompts, plus the SEO manual quality control checklist, and the sheet template that you can steal from me, and we'll plug that into my free SEO course, which comes with over 90 free SEO tutorials, tips, and workflows and templates. Now, if we go to the AI agent section right here, I'm going to add this. It's going to be called Claude plus Perplexity. We'll hit save like so. If you want the video notes and the templates, it's right here. If you want the files that you can import to Make, I've actually uploaded it right there, and you can get instant access to that Link to the free course is inside the comments description. If you want a free one-to-one SEO strategy session where we can basically personally tailor everything that I've talked about today to you and your business, feel free to book that in. Links in the comments and description. And in this one-to-one SEO strategy session, you'll discover a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, we'll answer any questions that you have, and you'll learn how to quickly outrank your competitors with link building. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to show you exactly how to rank #1 with Perplexity 3.0 and Claude's model, Claude 3 Opus. This is honestly one of the best AI SEO tools that I've seen out there. It's very powerful. So we're going to test out, run some workflows to see what happens. It's inside Perplexity, which is a fact-based tool. You can get free access to this, but you can also upgrade. So I'm going to upgrade for everyone watching so that you can see what it's like. And you can see we now have access to Claude inside here. Now, if you want free access to Claude and Perplexity, you don't have to upgrade. This is just something I want to show you so that you can see how powerful it is. And what we'll do is we'll actually pull up ChatGPT 4 and then we can compare side by side how they look. And when you start typing, you'll see that you can select Claude 3 Opus, or you can choose Sonnet or Haiku. Right now, Opus is the most intelligent model. You've got Sonnet, which is like in between speed and intelligence. And then you've got Haiku, which is the fastest model. So let's test it out and see how it goes, right? So one of the interesting things, you can actually take images like you can see, right, upload them into Claude and then generate descriptions for that product, right? So let's say you have an e-commerce store or some info products, you could actually put in the image into Claude and then get it to describe the content that's inside the image. Now, what we can also try is this from right here, which is read through the article. Does it sound like a real SEO expert talking enthusiastically about the topic, or does it sound dull, corporate, and mechanical? Please edit any awkward phrasing to make it sound more lively and engaging. Basically, you take the content from your existing article, and this is a good way to edit your content and then get rid of the awkward, boring stuff that's not going to keep people reading. So for example, you can see paragraph 1, we'll discuss the importance of lead generation for SEO agencies and provide you with proven strategies to attract clients. And you can see the edited version is a lot more interesting and engaging and will probably hook people in a lot better. Now it tells you exactly which paragraph to edit content, and you can see the before and after is just much more interesting in terms of the content, right? So the original, bit boring, bit awkward. Afterwards, the content is a lot more engaging, it uses more interesting words, and the copywriting is just overall better versus the original. And then you know exactly what to change in the article, where to change it, and how to reword it. Now, another little workflow that you can actually use is for keyword research. What you can actually do is use a free tool like Google Ads Keyword Planner, and then go to Discover New Keywords, click on Start a Website over here, and then plug in a relevant website that you want to check keywords for. You can choose whether you use the entire site or only that page. I would recommend the entire site. Once we hit Get Results like so, what you'll see here is a bunch of keywords that you can use in your workflow. So if we take those keywords and you can select all 2000 if you want, and then what we're going to do is click download keyword ideas in the right over here, click Google Sheets, and we'll export that to a Google Sheet. Once that's ready, we'll click open sheet. And now we have a bunch of keywords from our competitor, and you can do this for any website that is your competitor. So if we take those keywords right here, we'll plug it into Claude like so you can see I've pasted in the keywords, and then just something as basic as like cluster these keywords into pages that I want for my website. And then what it's going to do from here is basically cluster your keywords into categories and relevant pages, right? So you've got the main category at the top, and then you've got the pages underneath. So for example, affiliate marketing basics, and then what is affiliate marketing, how affiliate marketing works, benefits of affiliate marketing, etc. Then it's created a beginners category right here, and best affiliate program section, etc. And the good thing about Claude 3 Opus is that it can just handle a massive context window. Now you could do that with the free version or the paid version. I think it's going to work either way. Now what we can also do is take our existing article and basically say, review the article for any claims or statements that are surface level only. Expand on these by providing more detailed examples and explanation for why / how it achieves the claimed benefit. Aim to help the reader truly understand the value. And so if we hit enter, it will tell you exactly how to improve your content. For example, it tells you exactly where the article needs to be improved right here and the reasons why, plus how you can improve it. And then you can do that for each part of the content. Now, you don't have to just use Claude. In fact, I would highly recommend using Perplexity as well, because it's going to avoid a lot of the hallucination and it's going to improve the fact checking of your content as well. So for example, if we look at this particular video right here, which is a nice little workflow, and I'll include it in the show notes from today. Basically, it's got this cool prompt about developing a Python script to read customer data as a CSV, clean and analyze it, and basically understand your customer's data, right, better. So what you can actually do is take a screenshot from that content or any content where you want the prompt, select the model that you want to use. So we're going to select Claude 3 inside the settings of Perplexity. Then it will actually transcribe the image into words, as you can see right here. So if you ever watch any of my videos and you want to get the prompt directly from the video, feel free to just screenshot it and then plug it into a tool like Perplexity and transcribe that into the prompt so that you don't need to type it out or manually search for it. And then it should save you a lot of time. So what you can also do from here is you can say develop a Python script. And then from here, Perplexity using Claude 3 can actually create a Python script for analyzing your customer data. The better you understand the customers, the more money you're going to make. And there's your Python code ready to go. Now, what you can actually do is you can take your content from your original article, plug it into a tool like Perplexity, and you say fact check the content, point out any places the content is misleading or requires external resources, right? Then it will look through the content, explain where it's sound advice or not, explain where you can improve the content and add more references. And then additionally, later on, you can actually say, give me some external links to this article, and it'll give you a bunch of relevant case studies, statistics, and useful resources that you can insert inside your content. Now, additionally from here, there are 3 different options on the right? So you can see, you can generate images, so you can generate paintings, photographs, illustrations, or diagrams. And then you can also search videos, right? And you can share that with your team in the top right, and you can add this to a collection. Now, coming back to Claude, they've actually released a prompt library as well. So Claude is owned by Anthropic. And as you can see right here, there's a bunch of different prompts right here. So for example, website wizards, Google app script, all sorts of stuff. Another way that you can actually use Claude 3 is you can generate top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and bottom of the funnel keywords for whatever niche you're in, right? So for example, let's say you're in the SEO link building niche and you're like, give me top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and bottom of the funnel keywords for my niche. And basically what this is going to separate your keywords by is the intent, right? So obviously top of the funnel keywords, very informational, people are not ready to buy yet, etc. Then you've got middle of the funnel, which is getting closer. And then bottom of the funnel will be people looking for like white hat link building services, link building consultations, etc. And then you can easily either give it a list of keywords you already have and sort them that way, or you can generate a new list of keywords based on this funnel approach and just easily identify the ones that are going to make you the most money. Now, one of the benefits of using Perplexity is actually if you go on Claude 3, even if you're a premium subscriber, from what I can see, you can't add custom instructions, right? So for example, if you go to customize ChatGPT, you can insert instructions about who you are and how you would ChatGPT to respond, which is really useful. Whereas if you go onto Claude 3, it doesn't seem to have that option, right? So even if you go to account settings right here, this is all you get. But if you're inside Perplexity, what you can do is if you go to your profile right here in your settings, you can actually set up some instructions about yourself in terms of how you want to actually respond. And if you put some personal information about you, it will actually ask you questions to personalize your content even more, which is pretty interesting. So what you can do is put some personalized information about you, and then the responses that you get are going to be more personalized when you actually generate that content, which is going to make it more unique. And it will ask you some questions about who you are, your experiences, etc., just to personalize your content even more. Now, if you actually go into Claude, there's definitely some downside though. So for example, if you ask it like, are you connected to the internet? It's not actually connected to the internet, and the information is updated to August 2023 as of the response from Claude. Whereas, for example, if you use ChatGPT, you can enable web browsing, right? So you can search the internet and get real-time information. And if you actually go to Perplexity and you click on focus right here, you can click search across the entire internet. And then if you say what happened today, it will actually give you links to news that actually happened today, right? So for example, this article is from Wednesday. And therefore, I would honestly say that if you're going to use one of these tools for AI SEO, probably Perplexity is going to be best. And you also get access to a bunch of other models. So you can see, for example, you get access to Mistral, Claude, GPT, Experimental. By the way, if you want me to do a review on Mistral as well, let me know. And then you can choose between different image generation models. So you got Stable Diffusion, DALL-E, Playground. So I would honestly say that whilst Claude is good, it's not connected to the internet and you don't get as much access to different models, right? It's also a little bit slow when it's responding, as you can see, and it can't generate images, unlike Perplexity, which can generate images and also has access to loads of AI SEO. So thanks so much for watching. What I've actually done is put this inside my free ChatGPT SEO course in the quality control section. So if you check out Perplexity and Claude 3 Opus March 2024, you'll see the prompts and SOP from today. And I've shown you exactly how to screenshot my prompt and then just generate the prompts anyway if you're just halfway through watching the video. I want to do that with Claude 3. Now, if you do want to book in a free SEO strategy session about how to get more leads, traffic, and sales using SEO, feel free to book the in. We'll give you a free SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of link building. You'll get your questions answered, and you'll discover how to quickly outrank your competitors. Feel free to book it. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to show you exactly how I use Perplexity and Claude AI. You can see them both lined up there. And I'm going to show you exactly how to use both of these free AI SEO tools to create pages to get 1,400 traffic, as you can see, in literally 24 hours. Absolutely insane. Let me show you how the process works. I absolutely love it, just like you do. Let's go. All right, let's get straight into it then. So, no messing around today. You can see this page right here, 1,400 traffic. I literally published it yesterday, and I'm going to show you the workflow that I actually use to do this. So, the first step that I normally like to do is I'll go onto a tool like YouTube and I will type in my niche into the search channel, as you can see right here. Then I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to sort by view count this week, and I like to look at videos, and I'll explain why in a second. Then what you end up finding is pages like you can see right here. Shout out to Matt Dixie, awesome YouTube channel. And you can see that his particular video right here, if we plug this into YouTube from searching the trending SEO videos this week, you can see that it's actually ranking for 16,500 traffic, right? Now, what I like to do using Perplexity and Claude is actually take all of those keywords, and you can do this on Ahrefs or whatever your favorite SEO tool is. We'll copy them right there. Then I'm going to take those keywords, plug them into Claude, and I'm going to use this prompt right here, which you'll get access to at the end of this video. And essentially, I will say, based on the keywords below, give me 20 SEO optimized title ideas that are very bait and create curiosity. And based on all of these keywords, Claude will generate a bunch of titles that help me come up with an SEO optimized title like this. And you can do this for blog posts too. Doesn't have to be just videos. And if you plug this into Ahrefs, you can see that the video I literally published 1 day ago, as you can see, is ranking for 1,400 traffic. It's an absolutely insane workflow that is working beautifully right now. That's also how this video got 81,000 views. If we plug that into Ahrefs, as you can see, it's ranking for a bunch of keywords and a bunch of traffic right there, living the AI dream. You can do that with Claude, and you can do it with Perplexity 3.0 as well. You can also take some of the keywords that you prefer to focus on. So for example, how to humanize ChatGPT text right here. And then you can say to Claude, focus on titles related to humanized GPT, and it will give you a bunch of other related title ideas that you can use for a blog post or a video to rank on Google, just like we're talking about right here. Now, I've got a bunch of other workflows that I want to show you today, but that is one of the coolest tricks to getting thousands of traffic literally within 24 hours of publishing the post. The next step is you can actually use Claude for keyword clustering. Let me show you exactly how. So if we start a new chat over here, click on Start Chat, and this is a free tool. Again, you don't need to pay for Claude. It does have a premium version. I don't pay for it. I don't think you need to either, unless you're doing a massive token limit. And what you can do is, again, you can take the keywords that you want to rank for. And the problem with having so many keywords, for example, like 50, is that some of them are going to be matching search intent, some of them are going to overlap, some of them you don't need to create separate pages for, etc. And so you can say to Claude, cluster these keywords, remove duplicate search intent words for SEO. And if you scroll down here, it will say, here are the clustered keywords by search intent, duplicates removed. And then you've got it separated into ChatGPT, humanizing AI text, ChatGPT, AI content, etc. And then it's removed all the irrelevant stuff. Now, what you can also do from there, because you've already clustered the keywords and you've already inserted that into Claude, you can now say, now based on this, give me 30 semantically relevant but unique topics under the niche in the right language in an easy to read table. And essentially, with the keywords that you've just clustered, you can now turn them into a nicely organized topical map, for example. And now you've basically got a topical map with a list of categories for your whole site. Now, what you can do from there is you can actually say, give me 30 variations of each topic, right? So you can take, for example, humanized AI text right here, plug that in, and this will generate for the category humanized AI text, 30 different pages that you can create inside your topical map. Now, if you do that for every single topic within step 1 of the process, you've generated all the keywords without any cannibalization for your whole website, and you can just plug that into your favorite auto blogging tool. Nice and easy. Now, you might say, okay, but that sounds good. Does it actually work? Do topical maps actually help you rank? For example, you can see this website that we actually created last quarter, appliancerepairscalifornia.com. It's only a DR 1.2, right? Brand new domain. And it's already getting a decent amount of traffic. Plus, if you check the actual keywords on the first page for a lot of the keywords for your website, and you can automate all of that with topical maps. And once you generate the topical maps, then it's really easy to create the content and scale. Like you can see on this website, we've created loads of content for it. So now, just to recap, we have one workflow on how to generate 1,300 traffic in 24 hours using this workflow right here. And you can do that for blogs and for videos, works both the same. You can also use this keyword clustering prompt right here. And if you really want to get an in-depth prompt on exactly how to avoid keyword cannibalization and cluster your keywords properly, I've actually created something much more in-depth, as you can see right here. Now, additionally, we've talked about topical maps and how that's worked and helped us generate and rank websites like this at like the art 0, 1.2. And the next workflow that I want to show you is actually using Perplexity 3.0. Again, this is another free tool. I'll show you some of the cool stuff it can do in a second. If we take a website like this, for example, Astrological Eden, we've generated all the content with AI SEO using similar methods that I've shown you today, including the topical maps. But additionally, when you're getting to the point where you've got like 450 clicks a day, as you can see right here, additionally, what you want to start doing is monetizing the website. Now, the problem is, if you ranked for a bunch of informational keywords, I want to focus on, okay, what's one simple change that we can make today to make more money with that website? Now, that could be setting up ads, for example, using AdStare, and I've talked about that in the past. But additionally, you can find a relevant affiliate scheme that you could insert throughout your site to start generating content, and that would probably bring you more money than any ads you add to your site. What do I mean by this? Let me show you. Let's say you got a bunch of content on your site, like you can see right here, and it's all similarly related, right? So for example, it's all about astrology and numerology. So what I can do is find a relevant affiliate scheme, say off ClickBank or whatever. I've shown a video on that the other day if you want to see more info on that. And then I can go onto Perplexity and I can say, give me some HTML code for a nicely designed button linking this. And this is my ClickBank affiliate code. Usually, honestly, you probably want a pretty link, but I'm just doing this for the sake of speed, that encourages people to click on your free personalized and then whatever the offer is. So this is about a personalized moon reading, and we just want HTML. Now that's going to generate some nice code for us, as you can see, and then we can actually insert that inside our content throughout the site. Now, how do you do that? What you can actually do, if you're on WordPress, is you can use, for example, like the auto blogging monetization tool right here. And as you can see, I've inserted this code right here across the site, every 5 paragraphs across all the content that we have. And this is basically like an ad, but instead of being an ad, it's actually an affiliate link with a nice green button that encourages people to click on our affiliate links, as you can see right here. And it looks like a native ad, but we're offering a free report, and then that will generate affiliate income if people click on it and buy something. It's just a native ad inserted throughout the website. And it's inserted automatically across all our content to monetize the whole site, right? Now, if you look at the actual money that is brought in from an affiliate link versus an ad, obviously you're going to get a much higher ROI from an affiliate link like that, as long as it converts. But if you choose a high gravity product off ClickBank, then you're good to go. So just to recap, the workflow is you find an affiliate scheme, you get Perplexity to create the HTML, you can use the auto blogging monetization plugin, which is completely free to download, insert your ad code, choose how often you want it to be inserted throughout your site, and then boom shakalaka, you've monetized your whole site with AI. Really easy. So all the content on this site was created with AI. The monetization method is created with AI as well. And we've automated it with this plugin that was actually created with ChatGPT. Incredibly easy. What a world we live in. And to monetize your whole site, literally took what, 3 steps? Nice. Now I also went really in depth into this yesterday, but another workflow that you can use on Perplexity when you generate content, because it does tend to be very fact driven and very academic focused, is you can actually paste in this prompt right here that just makes the responses feel a bit more human, right? So if I put blog keyword equals how to build backlinks, and then I use the humanizing instructions underneath, you can see that the content is just way more interesting and easier to understand. So for example, it starts telling a story. It actually writes a really interesting introduction along with a nice hook to keep people interested in. And additionally, you can see that it's all nicely formatted. So it's not like a big block of text. As well as that, it even uses some metaphors and some storytelling to just make the whole response feel a lot more human. Now, if we take this particular content right here and let's test it for AI to see if it's AI detectable, we'll hit scan now and the content comes out at 99% original, right? It's just too easy to trick these AI detectors now because you can use a humanizing prompt like this. That's just absolutely beautiful. And honestly, if an email copywriter did that on Upwork and I paid for that, I wouldn't even know that it's AI detectable, right? It's fully passing the Turing test right there. So that is 5 different ways to rank number 1 with Perplexity 3.0 and Claude. I've shown you how I get 1,300 traffic and rank number 1 in 24 hours. With this workflow, I've shown you how I can keyword cluster using this prompt right here. Additionally, I've shown you how I take DR0 and DR1 websites and rank them with topical maps using Claude. And you can use any AI tool that you want, but I quite like Claude for this because it can handle a lot of tokens along with Perplexity as well. And then additionally, I've shown you how to monetize your whole website with these button codes and also my humanizing prompt that is basically undetectable to AI content detectors. Absolutely insane. Literally takes one click. You just plug in the keyword. If you want to get access to this SOP along with a bunch of other Perplexity AI SEO methods, what I'm going to do is I will take this particular SOP and we'll to the content creation section inside the free ChatGPT SEO course. This is going to be called Perplexity and Claude. In fact, we'll change that to Perplexity 3.0 right there. I'm going to take the URL from the SOP and you can find it in the video notes right there. So you can get that, links in the comments and description, completely free. And if you do want to book in a free SEO strategy session where we can show you how to take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors per month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot with SEO, feel free to book that in. You'll get an SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of link building. You'll get your questions answered. You'll learn the best link building strategies for your site, and you'll discover how to quickly outrank your competitors with link building. Feel free to book that in. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye bye. Crazy announcement today. Basically, Claude 3.5 Sonnet has come out, which is a new model from Anthropic, and it is free for everyone to access. I'm going to show you exactly how you can use it to rank #1 with AI SEO today. Some of the best prompts. I'll be breaking down some of my best strategies in SEO. And if you're not familiar with Claude 3.5 Sonnet, so you can see the announcement. It literally just came out recently. Literally just came out today, 21st of June, as you can see right here. And a lot of people are saying this is like AGI level madness. I'll show you some of the crazy stuff you can do with it in a minute, but it is mind-blowing. Now, if you want to compare this, say, versus GPT 4.0, by the way, this is free. But you can also see in the test right here is probably the best and highest performing model in the market. Now, obviously, you got to take that with a little bit of pinch of salt because it's obviously on the official website for the official tool. So everyone does a test differently. But what you can see right here is that the percentage differences, say, in graduate level reasoning, if you compare Sonnet, it's better than Opus. And a lot of people are blown away by Opus. And you can see it's better than GPT 4.0. Now, like I said, I'm going to get into some of the best prompts for it in a second. And you can see some of the interesting stuff that it started using, including artifacts. Now, I'm excited to show you this because basically it generates a sort of web app preview, as you can see right here, where you can generate something and then give it feedback in the preview section. This is going to be a mind-blowing one, probably one of my favorites for a long time. So let's get straight into it. So if you want to start using Claude Free Sonnet, you can just go straight into Claude.ai. Completely free to sign up. And for example, we can try out the artifact section right here. We can click this on, and this will allow us to preview code. So we'll X off that, and then we'll get straight into working our magic. So we're going to say to Claude, create the game Snake, and let me preview it. Now you can see that it's automatically selected Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is its most powerful model, and it's free. Crazy stuff right here. Now what you can see is once we do this, and it's generating it pretty quickly, it says, I'll create a simple version of the classic Snake game using React, and this will allow you to preview and interact with the game directly. It's basically coding stuff for me like a developer would, but much faster. And bear in mind, like, how much money would you pay for a developer? It'd be wild, right? To do something like this, you can see it's generating the code right here, step by step, and you can copy and download that. But the most important thing here is that you can actually preview it directly, right? And you can see that it comes up with a little web app preview right here. And then you can control the arrows. I can play around with it. I'm pressing up and down on my keyboard, even though you can't see that. And then we can just start playing a bit of Snake right there. And it's actually pretty good. And that took me about, what, 20 seconds, 30 seconds to do. Now, like, this is a free AI SEO tool. I'm not paying for it at all. As you can see right here, I still have to subscribe. Now, let's get into the SEO stuff. Now, typically with most tools, I would say, let's test creating content. Let's test creating a topical map. Let's test some of my text-based prompts. But today we're going to go a little bit different. And today what we're actually going to do is build out some of our own SEO tools using the Claude Sonnet. So what I'm going to say is create a topical map, generate a tool for SEO, and allow me to preview it. So we're going to hit enter. I'm going to see what it comes up with. So it's actually going to use React, aka the code, create my own SEO tool. As you can see, it's coding it right here, handling the subtitle, generating the preview, etc. And we'll see what it comes back with. Now, what I like about this is typically if you were using, say, ChatGPT to create your own tools or to code your own custom things, then you would have to run it yourself. With this, we can test it. Now, what you can see right here is in the preview section, it's not really working. So I'm going to say, I can't preview it, allow me to preview it. Now, the reason that I'm doing that is because I want to show you that this isn't just magic. It doesn't just happen with one click. What you can see right here is now it's corrected it, right? And I can actually type in my topic, my subtopics, etc., right? So for example, if I put in my main topic as birds, And then from here, we're going to put the subtopic as bird feeders. And you can actually add multiple subtopics, I think, like you can see right here. Then we're going to click generate preview. And what you can see is that it's starting to map out the topical map for me. But what I can see inside here is that it's pretty basic, right? Because all it's doing is taking the topics that I actually upload into it. I have to do a lot of the work myself. So I'm going to go back to Claude now and say, get the tool to come up with ideas for me based on the topics I type in. And now it's going to recode it, and we can just go back and forth with Claude. So I'll wait for that to load. And what you can see right here, if I type in birds right here, it's actually going to generate and create some suggested ideas. Then if I come into here and I put in bird feeder and we'll hit generate preview, we can click on these subtopics and it will start generating it for me. Now, what I also want to do is I want to test creating my own content outline tool. And I say create an SEO content outline tool that analyzes my content, scores my content based on how SEO optimized it is, and updates every time I improve the content. Now it's going to go back. I don't know if this is going to work. This is like the first time I'm trying this, but I was like, why not? Let's have a go. We've already created a topical map generator, and that took about a minute. And we'll come on to content creation in a minute, but let's see how this performs. And this one looks a lot more complex, so I'm interested to see how it turns out. You can see the actual code generated is a lot longer versus the topical map generator and the game of snake, but it's rendered the content right here. So if I go onto my website right here, and we'll put like small yellow birds as the topic, and then we'll just take the content from this page, just see, does it perform well or not? And what you can see here is it actually gives you an SEO score and gives you feedback on how to improve it, right? Now, this is the first take. This is a one take Drake, right? Like, I've literally not even gone back and forth with Claude. I've not wrestled with it. It's just given me the feedback and an SEO score based on the content that I've pasted in along with the keyword, which is absolutely insane. And you can see here it's given us, it said good content length, but increase the keyword usage slightly, add more headings to structure your content, and the keyword was found in the first paragraph. Good job, right? And you basically got like a green, amber, and red traffic light scoring for your content. And so if we delete that, you can see right here that it's actually gone back to 0 out of 100. And so genuinely the actual tool works based on what we paste in here. And now I'm going to change one of the titles, and I'll put final thoughts on yellowbirds right here. And then I'm going to re-optimize some of the other content. Now, I don't think this is like perfect, but it's interesting to see what you can do in literally one click. And then obviously if you went back and forth, wrestled with Claude a little bit, it'd be very interesting to see what it does next. Now, bear in mind as well, that was just with one prompt. And if you want the prompts that I'm using today, I'm just going to put it into this document right here. You can get access to those at the end of the video. But I think if you refined the actual content itself, if you went back and forth with Claude a little bit more, it would be even better, be way better. What I would say overall about this whole thing is just way more advanced than anything I've ever seen when it comes to AI SEO. I've never seen something where you can just code your own tools in one click and then preview them, and you don't even need to test the code elsewhere or anything like that. You can do it all within the interface. Now, something else I'm going to test is I'm going to take a picture from my website. I'll plug that into Claude, and I'm going to say describe the image attached and just see what it comes up with. And you can see it's describing the image basically perfectly. Pretty crazy stuff right there. Now let's try generating our own images. So I'm going to say create 10 images of a small yellow bird. Doesn't let me do that. So I'm going to say create 10 images related to birds. Doesn't seem to do that either. But what you can see here as well is it's actually run out of free messages. So just one limitation to realize here is that yes, it's free, but it does run out of free messages, and it's got like a usage limit on the messages. Now, if you want to remove that limit, one, I would recommend just being a bit more efficient, because obviously I'm testing it out and I'm giving you ideas and stuff like that. But number two, if you do want to remove the limit, you can just subscribe, and let's check out how much that costs. It's £18 per month for me right now. We'll give it a whirl. I'm going to subscribe just for you people watching YouTube. That is the price I pay. Let's give it a whirl. Doesn't seem to be accepting my payment, as you can see right here. Just won't take my money, so I can't really test it much further, interestingly. But it would be very interesting to test some more of these tools. I might do some more videos on this in the future if you want to see it, because it won't take my money. As you can see right here, we've got an internal server error, and the free messages have run out. Just something as well to save you a little bit of time. If you get the free limit message like me, and you can't subscribe but you want to, etc., then you can actually go onto Poe.com, and you can see that they now have Claude 3.5 Sonnet directly inside there, which is pretty cool. Now, it says here that if you look at the limits, you get 200 points per message. 3,000 divided by 200 equals 15 messages allowed. So you can actually go into Poe.com and then actually use that for ChatGPT content as well. And then, for example, if we use like one of my prompts for generating new articles like this, keyword equals small yellow birds, it will start doing its magic directly inside po.com using Claude 3.5 Sonnet. I don't think you get access to the React version of Claude Sonnet, so you can't like use web apps, etc. But if you want that, you can go directly to Claude, and I'm sure the message limit will increase as well as this tool gets more powerful and there are more resources. Now, if you want to see some good use cases of this, you can actually see this tweet by who says that Claude 3.5 Sonnet is giving off AGI vibes. And if we scroll down here, you can see some of the things he's done. Like, for example, coded this game right here. So, for example, you can generate diagrams, animations, as you can see, web apps, more diagrams, SVG files, and it can actually play sound. So you can code and then add sound to your codings with Claude. Pretty crazy. Even a cheeky chart, as you can see right here. Now, another interesting tweet from Alex about this stated, at Anthropic, everyone from non-technical people with no coding experience to tenured SWEs now uses Claude to write code that saves them hours of time, right? So you can basically code and create anything. And you can imagine how many automations you could use that for when it comes to SEO, like keyword research, topical maps, content creation, content outlines, analyzing and improving your existing content. And then Alex goes on to state, Claude makes you feel like you have superpowers. Suddenly, no problem is too ambitious. Pretty crazy stuff. And that's exactly how I felt when I was creating this. I was like, wow, it's insane what you can do with this. So thanks so much for watching. What I've actually done is added the Claude 3.5 Sonnet prompt to my document with over 200 ChatGPT SEO prompts. You can get that inside the free course, links inside the comments and description. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session about how to get more leads, traffic, and sales, and how we grow websites from 0 to 145,000 business per month and generate thousands of dollars in sales, feel free to book then. You'll get an SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, and discover how to quickly outrank your competitors. Plus, we'll answer any questions you have. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to be showing you some of the craziest ways that you can use Claude 3.5 Sonnet, the new free version of Claude, to create AI SEO tools, to do some amazing things with it, to help you get more leads, traffic, and sales from SEO. Some of the use cases of this are absolutely mind-blowing. I've never shown some of this stuff before, and we're going to get straight into it. By the way, all the prompts, all the workflows, etc., I'm going to give it to you for free at the end of this video. So what we can do is we're going to plug this prompt into Claude, which says, create an interactive and detailed dashboard to present the learnings from this paper. And what we're going to do from here is upload a PDF or a Google Doc. So for example, this is amazing for learning, but it's also amazing for creating research and inserting it to your website so that you can make your content look better, or even to use it as a linkable asset to attract more backlinks to your website. By the way, if I'm moving too fast on any of this stuff, let me know in the comments if you want to see a YouTube live on some of this stuff so that we can slow it down a bit. But what you can see right here is that I'm uploading my Link Building Mastery ebook straight into Claude along with this prompt, and then we're going to hit enter. So this is basically a book I've written about link building and backlinks and how to rank #1 with it. And what you can see is it's basically coding the information from this book that we can then use as an interactive dashboard. I don't know if it's going to work. It's one of the first times I've used this prompt, but let's see how it goes. And what you can see right here, create a dashboard from the learnings of the PDF. And so we've got the overview, we've got the link building methods, and we've got the best practices, right? So it's giving us some guidelines on how to build backlinks. For example, I focus on relevance and authority rather than just domain rating. Good advice, Julian Goldie. And then we've also got the overview. So this is like a link building overview of the key concepts of link building. And then additionally, in the link building methods section, we've got all of the techniques broken down into different ways of attracting backlinks, right? So for example, if we click on the skyscraper technique, it will show us exactly how to do it, which is pretty nice. Now, you could do that with research papers, with PDFs, etc. You could insert it into your website to make the content look better. You could use it to test yourself and actually learn better. And additionally, you could use it to take the insights of research that just comes out and then get the 80-20 of it by breaking it down into a simple dashboard like this. Now, what you can also do is you can say, now turn the guide into an interactive quiz that scores me on my knowledge so that I can learn the information and retain it better. And what you can see here is it said, certainly I'll create an interactive quiz based on the Link Building Mastery Guide. This quiz will test your knowledge and help you retain the information better. I'll design it as a React component with multiple choice questions, immediate feedback, and a final score. Nice. Now, I just think as someone who's doing SEO daily, the amount of information you can learn sometimes can feel a little bit overwhelming. But if you can digest it, if you can retain it better, if you can understand it better, then it's going to help you become a master at what you're doing, right? It's the same way I learned to speak 5 languages. So what you can do from here is you can select the option that seems most relevant. We'll go with that. And you can see it's giving us instant feedback. We'll go to the next question. And bear in mind, so many people read books, but quite often they don't need to learn more. They just need to be reminded on what they already learned, right? With a tool like this, you can easily do it. You could even turn this into a lead magnet on your website so that people have to opt in to receive access to the quiz or to receive their quiz notes, right? And the quiz score. How can you do that? You can just ask Claude to do it. And if you're wondering, okay, how do I embed something like this? First of all, I'm going to answer this question. There we go, correct. I'm glad I understand the information in my own book. But what we can do is we can say how to embed this for free into my WordPress site. And then it actually gives us step-by-step instructions on exactly how to insert it into your site. And if you're struggling with that or it doesn't work at any point, you can just give it the error code that you receive and then troubleshoot it together so that you can embed everything we're talking about today. So just to recap, we've covered 3 different ways that you can use Claude, which is completely free for SEO already, right? And I've given you all the prompts inside this document, which you'll get access to at the end of this video, along with the SEO use cases for each, right? So here's what to do. Why would you do it? Here's why you would do it, right? How do you use a prompt? You just paste it into Claude. Does it cost anything? No, it's free. How is it relevant to SEO? You can see the SEO use case right there, right? There's multiple different ways you can use this. Easy. Let's keep it going. What we're going to do next is I'm going to create a training tool for my team, right? So when I onboard someone who doesn't understand SEO, I can use Claude to actually create an interactive diagram or game using this prompt. And it says, I want to teach someone who doesn't know what link building is how to do SEO. I want this to be fully interactive. And as we hover over each step, more information will pop up describing each section. We'll hit enter on that bad boy and see what it comes up with. By the way, a lot of these are experimental, so I don't know if they're going to work first time, but so far it's been pretty good, pretty impressive. Now, the other cool thing about this is it just saves you loads of time as an SEO when you're following any of the steps or prompts in this video, because you don't have to hire a developer. It's completely free. You don't have to wait for them to deliver the work. It's delivered instantly. You don't even have to ask someone to embed it into your site or hire someone to do that, because you can just go back and forth with Claude and ask Claude how to insert it into your site, right? Saves a lot of time and a lot of money. And now you can see it's got this SEO link building guide for beginners. And then it says hover over each step to learn more about link building and SEO. And then it's got the basics, link building, identifying like link building opportunities, etc. And in about 5 minutes, you can help someone understand the basics of link building, how it works, how to get started, the best ways to get backlinks, etc. If you created a guide for every process in your business, that would probably work way better for training your team or understanding concepts yourself as a learning function versus everything else. Or if you just want to teach your grandma SEO, now you can. Now, what I've also got here is some notes that I've taken from Cole Gordon, right? Great sales coach, learned a lot from him, and I watched a lot of his YouTube videos. Now, you could do this for anything that you've taken notes on, for example, like my videos. And then what we can do with these notes is actually plug them into Claude right now. And you could do this for anything that you're learning. And obviously, as an SEO, you're constantly learning every single day. And then what we're going to do is upload my notes. And I'm going to say, visualize my notes on sales calls into an interactive diagram. And sometimes I notice there's an error on Claude. So what I'm going to say as well, on top of that, is avoid giving me the unsupported libraries icons detected error. Now it's taking the content from the document that we uploaded. Bear in mind, like normally with these sort of notes, what I do is I turn them into like Anki flashcards, just so that I can use them as reminders. But what we can actually do with this dashboard right here is just use this as the interactive learning platform, right? Don't even have to go into Anki anymore. Saves me a lot of time. And so now you can see you can click on each step. And then it says click on each step to learn more about mastering sales calls. It's broken down everything from my notes. Now, one of the things that I've noticed straight off the bat, and I just want to show you this to show you that it doesn't always go perfectly. When I click on these notes, it doesn't pop up with anything. So what I'm going to say is it doesn't pop up with anything when we click on them, on the links. Please fix. But you can see how powerful this can be as a learning material, right? And obviously, the more you learn, the more competent you become, the more time you save, the more you can master skills quickly. And when you're working online in an age where everything is changing, obviously AI is going crazy, obviously there's loads of updates coming out and loads of new research as well, you can use something like this to learn and make learning a bit more fun and interesting, rather than looking at something like this, which, let's be honest, most people are not going to refer back to. And then we can see on our interactive dashboard, if we click on this, for example, it's breaking down the power of sales calls, right? So create emotions of change. And then it shows you exactly how to do it, right? Set projections. Great advice for managing a sales team. And that was so easy and powerful to do. Bear in mind, there's loads more customizations you could make to that. And obviously, we've done that in 1 minute. Now, let's try and do this, right? We're going to say you're a professor that needs to explain the Google algorithm as a visual aid. Avoid giving me that error that we were talking about, and then make it fun, colorful, and entertaining. Now, additionally, not only could you use this as a lead magnet, not only could you, to collect opt-ins and then build up your email list on your website as a pop-up, not only could you embed this to your content to make it more of a linkable asset, not only could you do it to save time learning and training your team, but also if you're creating courses or info products for your website, which I know a lot of people switched to since affiliates got hit so badly when monetizing traffic from SEO. This would actually be a really powerful learning material on a course, right? It would make your course 10 times better than the average video out there. And then as you can see right here, again, it breaks down about content, user experience, backlinks, etc., all the essential things that you need to learn when it comes to SEO. And that would work for any industry, any niche, etc., any topic. But you can see how much more powerful and interactive this is versus any other AI tool that you've seen out there. I've not seen like any other tool that is just as powerful as this. Now, what I've done next is I've actually said, create a game that teaches people SEO, now animate it with fancy colors, and make it self-playing. I'm going to stop it self-playing just so I can show you how it works in practice. And it's created some sort of game where you're an SEO tycoon and you're building your digital empire. As the days rack up and your money racks up, you can assign spend to do more things. For example, like building backlinks, creating content, etc. Your goal is to increase the traffic. So if you create more content, you'll make more money. If you build more backlinks, you'll make more money, increase the number of visitors per day. But then also you got the speed of the algorithm, which you have to account for as well. Interesting game there. I think with a lot of tweaks, you can make that way more interesting, but not a bad start at all. This prompt right here is probably the one that requires the most tweaking. It's not like absolute gold from day one, probably because it's a bit more of a complex project. But you can see how powerful this is and how easy it is to do with Claude. And again, this is a free tool. Anyone can use it. What you can also do, for example, if you look at this tweet by Fran, you can see that you can actually create your own Chrome extensions using Claude. And then you can import those into your Chrome and basically do anything you want, right? So for example, if you wanted like a keyword analyzer, if you wanted a content analyzer, etc., then you could actually create a Chrome extension using Claude and build pretty much anything you can imagine with a Chrome extension, which you can just use in your panel right here. Now, there's a few other things I've also shown, so I'll quickly run through these. You can actually get Claude to extract the keywords, LSIs, and entities from your pages, and some other projects I built, for example, or this keywords and content generator over here. You can actually insert custom instructions pre-built into Claude, like you can see right here, for example, for keyword research, to easily automate it for you. So for example, if I put niche equals SEO training right here, and by the way, again, all the prompts from today are inside this document, which you'll get access to in a minute. But you can, so for example, if we take a keyword like this, how to learn SEO at home, that's generated inside Claude using the prompt that I gave you, we can plug that into Google just to make sure that it's actually part of their data and it's actually a keyword search for. And if you look, it's a long tail keyword that we could realistically try and rank for. And using free tools like this one, for example, you can easily automate your keyword research and find relevant long tail keywords that are less competitive. So thanks so much for watching. As promised, you'll get all the prompts and use cases related to SEO inside this document right here. What I'm going to do, I will plug this document into my free course inside the free SEO tool section, Claude 3.5 Sonnet 2, because there's already a section on Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and you can get access inside the video notes right there. If you want everything from today personalized to you and your website, feel free to book in a one-to-one SEO strategy session where live on a call, we can answer any questions you have. You'll discover the secrets of link building. We'll give you an SEO domination plan. You'll learn the best link building strategies for your website, plus how to outrank your competitors using SEO. So feel free to book that in. Links in the comments and description. Appreciate you watching. Bye. Today, we're going to be testing out Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which literally just came out. And we're going to be creating some one-click AI SEO tools. And this is probably more advanced than any other AI model I've ever used before. So it's going to be absolutely amazing to test out for AI SEO. And what we're going to do is start getting straight into this. Now, it's pretty simple stuff, right? So we can go onto Claude.ai. You sign up for a free account. I'm on the pro version just so that I get more messages and I can show you more interesting stuff. But you can do this for free. And then you can go straight into the chat right here. And we can say, create a keyword research tool, code it, make it look nice, and find me long tail SEO keywords that we could easily rank for. I'm going to hit enter. And by the way, you're going to get access to all the prompts from today. So if you want to create your own AI SEO tools with one click, I'll show you exactly how, plus I'll give you the prompts today. And what you can see here is it's actually coding the tool in real time, and that literally took one prompt. Now, additionally, what you're going to see in a second is a preview of the tool, so we can actually test and see what it looks like. So it's doing its magic here. Sometimes you might not be able to preview it, but that's why I'm showing you this in real time, so that if there are any hiccups, you can see how I deal with them. So I'm going to say, I can't preview it, improve it. Then it's going to roll again, and we'll just have to wrestle back and forth with Claude a little bit just to get this popping. Now, someone actually asked me yesterday, do you need Python installed to run this, to actually use the tool? And you absolutely don't. That's the beautiful thing about this. So, for example, if we use probably Claude's biggest competitor, ChatGPT and we went in here and we said, create a nice keyword research tool, it's just going to give us a load of sucky fluff, as Alex Hormozy would call it. If we go into Claude, for example, we can actually test it ourselves. And boom shakalaka bing bong, we've now got the keyword research tool ready to go, right? By the way, if you want to know how to figure that out, how to actually fix it, what I did was I just pasted the error. So if you have the same problem as me, the same issues, I'm going to paste that into the prompts document as well, which you'll get access to at the end of this video so that you can copy and paste and fix anything you need to as well. So we're going to enter in a C keyword from here. And I'm going to put something totally random like mushrooms. So we'll plug that into the keyword research tool and see what it comes back with. And now what you can see here, this is crazy actually. I don't know whether it's totally hallucinated that information. What you can see here is it's giving us a bunch of keywords with the volume, difficulty, and CPC. Now, I would take that with a little grain of salt there because it could be total BS. I do like the fact that it looks very fancy on the outside. So these keywords, though, are not that relevant, right? So, for example, I can see what it's doing, like it's creating a programmatic version of the keyword. So, for example, if we typed in SEO, it would give us variations of the same keywords using that method, right? But it's pretty cool so far. So let's actually test whether this is BS or not, right? What I'm going to do from here is I'm going to plug this keyword into Google and see, okay, is it actually something people are searching for? Because I can test in the complete. So if I type in SEO tips, you can see it comes with a bunch of auto suggest keywords right there. Now I'm going to change it to SEO tips for beginners. And it actually does have people searching for that keyword. So it's a genuine keyword. Let's check the next one. How to learn SEO fast. That one actually pops up as well. So the keywords here are actually pretty decent, and the long tail, which is what we've asked for. And this is a completely free tool that you can use directly inside Claude, right? Now, if you like something like this, number one, you can export all the data as a CSV. So if you want to export those keywords, you can. It's like a mini SEO tool, right? That you create for free in one click using the prompts that I'm giving you. But the other cool thing about this is that you can just bookmark this chat right here and then just come back to the tool whenever you need it. And then if you want to tweak it, if you want to make changes to it, you can do that directly inside the chat down here. Nice, very impressive. Now, I publish videos every single day on AI. I test all the models, I test everything I can. I run a ridiculous amount of experiments. I can tell you now that Claude is by far the most impressive tool in AI that I've ever used. It's absolutely crazy. So let's test it in Ahrefs as well. See if this is actually a keyword that has some data on it and whether it's easy to rank for. So you can see it is low competition. There is actually a search volume before it. You can see that it's a genuine keyword. But what I'm going to do from here is just figure out, okay, what's the keyword difficulty like? Is this a low competition keyword that we can realistically rank for? So I'm going to refresh the credits on this, see what it comes back with. And you can see that it's a pretty hard keyword to go for. So yes, these keywords are long tail. Yes, there's actual people searching for them, but they're not that easy to rank for. So what I'm going to say from here is make sure the keywords you give me are low competition. So now it's going to modify the tool for us based on what I want. Now, again, it's going to refresh the preview and we can just come back to it later. But if you do want to refer back to that tool from before, what you can actually do is just click on this and it will open up the previous version of it, right? So this cool thing about marking the chat is that, for example, if you want to refer back to one of the previous versions of your tool, you've got it in the chat history right here. It's all documented so that you can come back to it. So now I'm going to type in a keyword like, for example, birds. We'll plug that in. And it's giving us more keywords this time, plus it's giving us a difficulty score, as you can see down here. Now, if we plug that keyword, for example, like birds for beginners, into Ahrefs, you can see not only does it have a high traffic potential, but also it's got a decent keyword difficulty. And that was incredibly easy to create, right? We literally just typed in the topic, it did the keyword research for us, it found an easy keyword to rank for, and it's actually low competition. Crazy stuff right there. Obviously, Ahrefs does a lot more than that, but it's pretty cool to see. So that is one use case of it. Now, if you want the prompts from this particular video, I'm going to plug inside this section right here. And from here, what we're actually going to do is start building out more tools. Now, another thing that we're going to do from here is we're going to create a new tool, which is a calculator. Now, if you've seen my other videos about calculators and link building and how you can basically use calculators on your website as a way to generate backlinks to your website and also just to improve the quality of your site. Also, there's a bunch of calculator keywords out there. So for example, if we put into Ahrefs SEO Calculator, that people are actually actively searching for stuff like this. Gets 44,000 searches, and there's so many more keywords in pretty much every single niche you can imagine around keywords and tools. So what we can do is inside Claude, we can go, right, create a SEO calculator that I can embed on my WordPress website. Calculate the costs of SEO and then calculate the ROI based on that. Now, normally if you're using, say, ChatGPT to do this, which it can do, there's a lot of errors, there's a lot of back and forth, and additionally, you can't preview it, right? Whereas, for example, you can preview the calculator directly inside the UI of Claude, which means that when you're testing it, you can get some ideas on how to improve it, and you can make something much better in the space of 5 minutes, not in the space of 2 hours messing around. And you can see the SEO ROI calculator right here. So you've got the results at the bottom, and then it's got monthly visitors, conversion rate, average order value, monthly SEO costs, and months rank. Now, what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to say, mate, my brand colors for the legendary Goldie agency are orange, darker orange, and yellowish, right? And so I'm going to say design using these brand colors, and we'll see what that comes back with. Now, you can see that this original calculator UI is just super basic. It's a little bit nasty, if I'm honest with you. It's 2024, not 1995, son. So I'm just going to wait for that to generate, and we'll see what we get back. And it seems to have got a bit stuck there. So I'm going to stop right there. Then I'm going to paste that down here. Then I'm going to get that prompt that we originally put in, and there we'll plug it in here. Now, it seems like Claude is broken a little bit there. So I'm going to start a new chat. There we go. And we'll plug in the prompt that we originally used for the SEO calculator. And let's see what it generates from here. And now you can see it's generating it. It's not really designed it in the way that I want it, I'll be honest with you. So it still looks super basic. I'm going to test whether it actually works. Let's calculate the ROI. And it's totally logged me out there. At least you see what's working and what's not. So from here, I'm going to reuse the prompt, and we'll go again, my friends. To be honest with you, it's not using the brand colors at all, which I'm a little bit disappointed with. But you can see the design is slightly nicer, bit of shadows and that. It's definitely better than using ChatGPT to generate the HTML, but I wouldn't say it's perfect by any means. Now, something that I want to test as well is actually taking a screenshot of the website and then asking Claude to create a website using exactly the same theme and colors. I don't know if it's going to work, but we can test it. Let's see if this works. I'm going to say replicate this website in preview to me using modern design and branding, etc. We've uploaded the image, which you can do right here. We'll hit enter and see what it comes back with. Doesn't like that. So I'm just going to say create a nicely designed website about birds with a modern theme. Now it's starting to code something, so we'll see what it does. And it's actually created something interesting right here. For example, you've got the space to add an image right here. Then you've got spaces to add images here. It's got the preview of the blog post, as you can see, with a homepage, and then social media links and everything else at the bottom. And then you've got like a start exploring section. Obviously, I think you can change that. It's quite interesting there. So what I'm going to say from here, because that only took 2 minutes to do, I'm actually going to try this. So I'm going to say create a website for Julian Goldie and his link building agency, design the whole navigation, insert a CTA to book a free SEO strategy call, plus here's his company details. And I'm going to paste in my social media links, plus this bio about me and who I am, etc. It's mocking something up. You can see it's added in a testimonial section right here as well. And there we go. Not bad at all. It's even created the headlines and the copy. It's got the book a call strategy session right here and here in the top right. Obviously, you can't preview it that well because this is like a responsive design. It's not on actual desktop. Then it's got actual links to my social media. For example, like if we go onto my LinkedIn right here, you can see the links actually work. It's got about me information. I can just upload the images. Very nice. Not bad at all. For a one-click free mock-up of a website, better than I expected for sure. So just to recap so far and what we've done, we've created a keyword research machine that actually generates data-driven, low competition, long-tail keywords that we've checked with Ahrefs we can actually rank for and have a low KD. We've created an SEO calculator, and obviously you could create a calculator in any niche, any industry, etc. Embed that to your website and use that for number one, improving engagement on your website, number two, ranking for low competition keywords related to tools, and number three, link building as well. And then we've also created a one-click website tool using this prompt right here, which you can customize to your website. Not bad for a day's work there. Now, if you didn't see my video yesterday, I'm going to recap on a couple of other prompts that I've tested out. So I'm going to use this prompt right here for creating an SEO outline machine. So for example, we're going to plug into Claude, create an SEO content outline tool that analyzes my content, scores my content based on how SEO optimized it is, updates every time I improve the SEO content. And we'll hit enter. And hopefully that actually creates a tool where we can paste in our content. It worked really well previously. Let's have a look today. And yeah, there we have the target keyword, the content, the SEO score. If we get a random keyword, for example, like Florida birds, and we put in the keyword, you can see that it's given us an SEO score and it's told us what we've done already, plus what we can improve. So add in headings and add in relevant internal and external links. But it's actually graded our content in terms of length, in terms of keyword density, and in terms of keywords in the front line. So you can see, for example, that's our keyword, and that is the introduction. So we've included the keyword in the first sentence of our article. Finally, now the final thing that I'm going to test is I'm going to plug this into Claude, and I will say code a topical map generator for SEO and allow me to preview it. Get the tool to come up with ideas for me based on the topics that I type in. Come up with 30 categories and 30 subtopics for each category based on my niche. We'll hit enter. Now we can enter our niche. So we've got the SEO topical map generator ready to test. So I'm going to put digital marketing in here. Then we'll hit generate. And you can see that it's generated a bunch of ideas for us, but the subtopics are not very good, right? So we'd have to test that. I'm going to say subtopics, you're supposed to come up with relevant and topics based on what I type in, and that's going to go again. But one of the cool things about this is so rough. I'm just a man on YouTube creating videos for you, testing this out within 24 hours of the release, right? Imagine if you actually spent a decent amount of time just focusing on creating one good tool and optimizing it and testing it and tweaking it along the way. Like, you could create something absolutely amazing that most people would pay for, but you can do it totally free, and it's custom coded to you even if you can't code at all because you're using AI to do it all for you. I think that's the future of SaaS. That's the future of tools from what I can see. So we're hitting generate on that now, and it is 10 times better, my friends. As you can see right here, digital marketing fundamentals, advanced types of digital marketing best practice. Now this is looking like a proper topical map. And then you can see under, for example, fundamentals of digital marketing, it's got introduction, key concepts, best tools, how to improve, common mistakes, etc. So good. It's crazy. You could probably add a little function to that as well and say, let me download it as a CSV. And then you could just download it and automate it that way as well. But either way, absolutely mind-blowing. I'm going to plug that into the prompts as well. So I'm going to say, make sure the subtopics are not blank, and that is the topical map maker. All right, and so you've got all the prompts there like we've talked about. As promised, I've given you a keyword research tool, SEO Calculator. You can create your own one-click website. You have an SEO outline tool and also a topical map maker. Absolutely mind-blowing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this shareable. We'll copy that, we'll slap it into the old SEO course, the free one. Links inside the comments and description. This one right here. It's going to be in the free SEO tool section because obviously you can do this for free. And we'll call that Claude 3.5 Sonnet. And if you want free access to that, you can get it. Links inside the comments and description for my free SEO course. Just go to free tools and Claude 3.5 Sonnet. Thanks so much for watching. So if you want to get a free SEO strategy session, if you want to personalize everything that we've talked about today to your business, to get more leads, traffic, and sales from SEO, feel free to book in a free SEO strategy session. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors per month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. We'll give you an SEO domination plan. We'll answer any questions you have. You'll discover how to quickly outrank your competitors for link building. And this is a one-to-one call where we personalize and build a custom game plan to make you more money with your website. All right, thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye. So today I'm going to show you how to create one-click AI SEO tools using Claude 3.5 Sonnet. And you're basically going to learn exactly how to create these tools yourself, step by step. It's going to be quite easy, and I'll show you exactly how. And what you're going to get is 3 new free ways to create one-click AI SEO tools with Claude 3.5 Sonnet, how to save time using the best free AI on the internet, and the secret to easily sharing these tools with your team so they can achieve more and get better productivity, plus a potential goldmine because you can learn how these tools can rank and generate traffic. So I'm going to get straight into it. With that, let's start doing this. So what I'm going to do is share my screen right now, and we'll run through exactly how you can use Claude 3.5 Sonnet for free. And also what I'm going to do is just give you all my SOPs and templates and that sort of thing step by step. So if you haven't already, make sure you're logged into Claude 3.5, and then from here, you can go to your settings in the bottom left and click on Feature Preview. And this is available for free users and also for users who are paid as well. But it's a really powerful tool where you can create your own free tools, and it's pretty simple and easy to do. Now, what Anthropic actually announced yesterday is this brand new feature, as you can see right here. And basically, artifacts made with Claude can now be published and shared. And you can also remix artifacts made by other people, which is pretty cool. And basically, what you can do from here is if you're creating your own AI SEO tools, then you can publish them to the internet and then share them for free. And the other crazy thing about this is that they can actually rank on Google from what I can see. So for example, if we put in Claude.site into Google, this is where the tools that you create that are one click will be hosted. And then from there, if we repeat the search with site submitted, you can see that already a bunch of these artifacts that have been created for free on Claude are already indexed on Google. Pretty crazy right there. Now, it doesn't seem like you can edit the title or the meta description for now, but I'm pretty sure that'll change, just like when custom GPTs first came out. But you can see that all of these tools are actually indexed on Google and potentially could start getting traffic. Now, I'm going to guide you through step by step how to do this, and it's pretty simple. So what you can do, let me pull up an example workflow right here. I'll show you exactly how this works. And by the way, you'll get access to all of this for free at the end of the video. So for example, we can take a tool like this one, for example, plug it into Claude, wait for that to load, and you can see how quick and easy this is to create your own SEO tools. Then it's going to generate all the code for that particular tool, and we can wait for it to be generated. Then we can preview it. And what you'll see here, this is a new feature on Claude that just got announced recently, is you can actually publish it. So if you look at the bottom right there, we can change that to publish and copy link. And now it is published, right? And we can share that with our team. So for example, let's say you're an SEO agency, or you could create free tools for your clients using Claude, which is probably the best AI I've tested out of ChatGPT and Gemini and everything else. And then you can share this with other people on the internet. So for example, if I posted this link inside the chat, you'd be able to access it. And also, eventually, it won't be indexed obviously right now, but eventually it'll be able to index on Google and rank. Now, you might say, why is that important? Because not only can you share this with your team, not only can you create your own tools you can come back to as well, but also if you take, for example, some of my other custom GPTs that I've built, you can see that these custom GPTs rank pretty well on Google. So for example, if we plug in this custom GPT, which is like the chat GPT version of a Claude artifact, we'll wait for Ahrefs to load, it has been a little bit slow recently. I'm not going to lie to you. Every time I do a live, it's been pretty slow. But whilst we're waiting for that to load, there we go. So you can see that it's ranking for a bunch of keywords right here. And basically you can create these tools, rank them on Google and plug in your own affiliate links, or you could plug in like links to your funnels, or you could just create tools for your clients and for your customers and also for your team to get more out of them. So for example, this particular custom GPT that I built ranks for free keyword clustering tool directly on Google. Pretty nice. Eugen says hello to you too. Shout out to Eugen. And by the way, if you have any questions as we go along, the reason that I create these live streams is so that I can slow down everything that I do. There's no editing involved. You see everything as I do it live. And if you have any questions, you can just ask me on the call. And then instead of paying a consultant like $1,000 an hour, you can ask your questions and get them answered for free live directly on this live stream. So that's one of the best ways to use this is you can actually create these artifacts, for example, this keyword research tool, then you can publish it. It will probably rank on Google. You can also remix artifacts. So you can take someone else's artifact, click on remix, and then you can edit those tools from other people. So for example, this one right here, you can actually regenerate it based on what someone else has already done. And then you can improve it and remix it and change it and make it better personalized to you. So for example, you could say, I want it for the SEO niche, or I want it for the birds niche, or whatever you want. Fusion says how to use not just keywords, but their exact quantity for ChatGPT, for example. Not sure exactly what you mean there, but if you want to clarify the question a bit, then I am happy to answer anything you get. So just feel free to rephrase the question and make it a bit more specific and I can answer it. And Giant says, check this tool. Feel free to send it and I can check it out if you send it over on the chat. So that is method number one. Now, you could also do this, for example, for creating content. So you could create your own tool that creates content for free directly in Claude and then share it with people. Or one of the craziest things you could probably do about this is you could actually charge people access or use it as a lead magnet. So for example, let's say you've got a website where you're collecting people's email addresses with the content that you create. Right? You could actually use the tools that you create with Claude as a free lead magnet And instead of getting someone to like custom create a tool and paying them to do it, you could do it for free with Claude and then use that as a giveaway directly on your website. So for example, instead of, you could say, I want to boost your SEO traffic, get free instant access to my custom GPT, just type in your email address and then use something like this, send it via email, the link that you've created on Claude, and then use that as a lead magnet to attract more leads to your email list. Pretty simple. So in terms of the use cases, it's pretty crazy what you can do. Now let's create a content machine. So I'm going to take this content prompt right here, and then I'm going to go back to the original chat where I created this tool, this one right here. I'm going to plug in a prompt from my Claude 3.5 Sonnet workflows. And at the top, I'm going to take this, I'm going to say, create a content creation tool and preview it. For content creation, do this. And we'll say, ask the user for their keyword first, then create the content. And then also put this prompt at the bottom, which is, don't give me this error. This is quite a common error when you're generating Claude 3. Tools with Claude 3.5 and previewing them. So we'll head into CX Nation says, how's Chipper Birds? Any updates? So I haven't logged into Chipper Birds for quite a while, but let's see how much money it's making. So we can go onto Mediavine, for example, and also let's go onto Bing Webmaster Tools. We'll check out Bing Webmaster Tools. So if we go to Chipper Birds right here, you can see that it's still generating money daily, still making money daily. I think lifetime, how much has it made so far? It is made. So this is, to anyone who's not familiar with this, basically this is a website that I built with AI previously. It did get clapped for being a public case study, so it got removed from Google manually because it was a public case study, but you can see it's made nearly $21,000, which is not bad at all. Traffic, it still gets traffic from Bing, as you can see, but yeah, pretty simple stuff. So it's generating this tool, and again, you could use it as a content creation tool. And then there's a bunch of other tools you could create as well. So we've already covered keyword research and content. You could create an SEO calculator or any sort of calculator for your niche. You could create a brand new website using this process right here. And you could even create like a topical map maker and share that and rank it on Google. But there's so many different use cases that you could use for tools like this. And now that you can share them and publish them publicly to the internet, it's pretty crazy what you can do. Now, if you want access to all of this, what I'm going to do is I'll include the link and give it away to you for free on this particular video. So you'll get access to that at the end. We've also got two other methods to cover right here. And you might be saying, why would you create artifacts like this? Number one, share with your team equals more productivity. Number two, you can automate SEO processes that you don't need to spend a lot of time on. Number three, you could use this as a lead magnet to get a bigger list. Number four, give away to your clients if you're an SEO agency, which means if you give your clients free tools that are really good, then your clients are going to appreciate that. It takes your level of service to a whole new level, and it works for any niche. So it works for any niche. It's free. It can be indexed on Google. So we've covered like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different use cases for using these artifacts. The other thing is you can remix other people's for free, so you can build better tools based on what other people have done. So really good. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. And it's a brand new feature, only just came out on July the 9th, US time. So it was like less than 48 hours ago. Pretty crazy. User says, for example, I want ChatGPT to mention Julian Goldie 20 times in my text. I want to write a biography about you, but ChatGPT uses this keyword as many times as it deems necessary. So first thing I would say is that I actually canceled my ChatGPT subscription because I think Claude is a lot more sentient and a lot more powerful, and it tends to follow instructions. So I would recommend that. And then also just be really strict with it. What you can do is once you create the content, if you said mention the keyword 10 times, then you can ask Claude to say, can you count it up? How many times you used that keyword inside the content, that sort of thing. So for example, if I say, write a blog about SEO agencies in New York, and then I'm going to say, mention the keyword SEO agencies in New York 20 times. You don't need to do that. That's like keyword stuff in, but just as an example, and I'm going to say, stick strictly to this number of keyword mentions. We'll hit enter. We'll wait for it to generate the content. Now it's creating the content, as you can see, and we'll see how many times it mentioned the keyword. And it might not do it perfectly. Don't get me wrong. If you saw yesterday's video, you would have seen it. But you can see, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 different keyword mentions. I can't believe that Claude actually did it perfectly. But yeah, this is a free tool. I would say personally it's impressed me more than ChatGPT so far. It follows instructions a lot better and it still hallucinates. So you got to be careful with that. But as you can see, it has mentioned the keyword 20 times as we've instructed it. Perfect. Good to go. So that answered the question easier and better than I thought it would do. So this is method number one, as we've talked about, which is creating tools on Claude 3.5 Sonnet. You can do it for free. You follow this process. If you're wondering, okay, what sort of tools can I create? Here's some examples. And if you're wondering how to do it for free, you just sign up for Claude. If you're wondering how to share them, you just hit publish in the bottom right. And if you're wondering if they can index on Google, you can. If you're wondering why you would use them, I've listed all the use cases right there. So pretty good, smooth live stream at the minute so far. And like I say, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask them. I've answered every single question inside the chat so far. So make sure you ask any other questions if you have them along the way. So method number two, and we've got two more methods to cover, right? So we've covered method number one, which is directly inside Claude 3.5. Method number two is using WebSim. And method number three is a pretty mind-blowing one that I can't wait to share with you. So we've created these tools on WebSim AI. Basically, WebSim AI, if you're not familiar with it, it can use Claude 3.5 Sonnet, as you can see right here. It's completely free for anyone to access, and you can basically create the internet with one prompt, as you can see right here, and create your own tools directly inside Claude. So, for example, you've got this interdimensional cable TV, you've got radioclaw.com, you've got a Minecraft-inspired game right there. It's even emulated Doom, the game, if anyone's familiar with Doom from like the 90s or something like that. Plants vs. Zombies, Realm of Dungeons and Dragons. There's all sorts of crazy stuff you can actually do. So, for example, if we load up this particular example right here, using Claude, they've generated a keyboard, and then you can just play a keyboard online using Claude, and you can create the whole internet using this sort of stuff. So, what you can do is we can take a prompt like I was talking about before, then we can plug that into Claude. So, I'm going to plug the prompt in here, and we'll call coffee keywords.com. So it's like using an internet browser in an internet browser. It's a little bit meta. Then we're going to hit enter. You can see you can actually upload photos as well, which is pretty crazy. And then we're going to hit enter. Now, it can take a little bit of time to generate that response. So if you have any questions, feel free to post them as we get along. And if this video is helping you, then feel free to smash a like on it just so that I can reach more people and it'll help more people. So what you can see right here is using websim.ai, we've generated this free SEO tool, and it was extremely simple to do, right? Now, what you can see in the top right here is that you can copy the URL to your clipboard, you can open it up, and then you can share it with people as well. I don't think that it, as far as I'm aware, I don't think it indexes on Google, but you can see that you can share this free tool that you've generated in one prompt directly on the internet. You can share it with your team, share it with your clients, use it as a lead magnet, etc. Very simple and easy to do. So if we, for example, put espresso into our coffee keyword generator, we'll hit generate keywords likes, and now it's generated a bunch of keywords. Now, I would ignore the difficulty, and I would also ignore the volume because I don't think that's very useful. But if we plug in this keyword into Google, we can see, okay, people are actually searching for stuff like this. Let's have a look. So the keyword that this tool generated, again, one single prompt. If we open it up, best coffee beans for home brewing. If we go on to Google right here, we'll just check, are people actually searching for this keyword? Because obviously, if nobody was searching for it, it wouldn't come up in the autocomplete. So we can just validate that this keyword is actually being searched for. So if we put best coffee beans for, and then we put home brewing into Google, you can see that people are actually searching for that keyword. So straight off the bat, we've put in our topical cluster into our coffee keyword generator, and you could customize this for any single niche using the prompts that I've given you right here. And then, for example, you can use these keywords and the long tail, people are actually searching for them. We've validated that via Google. I would use a bit of common sense because not all of these keywords you're going to use. I would ignore the volume and the competition. But can you use these keywords? Are they long tail? Are most of them going to be low competition? Yeah, probably. So it's a pretty powerful way to generate these tools in a simplified way with one single prompt. And now you never need to worry about keywords again. It was completely free, right? So it's absolutely crazy what you can do. Now, this is not just limited to SEO, right? So like I was saying, anything that you can think of, any single tool that you can imagine, you can actually create directly inside websim.ai. It's basically like creating your own internet. The only limitation is your own creativity. It's absolutely amazing. It's probably one of the biggest changes I've seen to the internet since ChatGPT came out, because now you can create anything. And the crazy thing about this is there's so much you can do for it, right? So for example, there's an AI picture generator right there. You can draw your own GIFs, which is crazy. You got an AI cat generator, like anything you can imagine is directly inside this tool. And that is method number 2. So just to recap, so far we've covered method number 1 for creating free one-click AI SEO tools as promised, and that is directly inside Claude 3.5. The second method that we've covered is using WebSim AI, and you can use any of the prompts or anything you can imagine, publish them. Right? Now, I'm not sure if we go to websim.ai, I don't know whether it's actually like indexing the content on Google directly. Let's have a look. So it's ranking for 1,600 keywords. This is crazy, right? So what you can see here is that a lot of the tools are actually ranking on Google directly. So for example, if we open up this particular tool, someone has created this page right here, like a e-commerce page, and it's actually ranking on Google position number 11 for the target keyword that they've gone after. So you can see people are using it for SEO already. So Anye sucking toes is another one that's ranking position number 2. I don't even want to click on that, but I can only imagine what's on there. You got all this crazy stuff that's ranking on Google that's been created by AI, right? So not only is method number 1 ranking on Google, and these are free tools you can create, but you can also see method number 2 is already ranking on Google as well. And I think WebSim AI only came out like a couple of weeks ago. So I can imagine the domain rating is going to go up, and the amount of traffic is going to increase massively as well. So absolutely crazy right there. Eugene says, okay, we've inserted the keywords. Now, how do we humanize this text so that it contains our keywords and at the same time looks more like human written text? Great question. So what I would recommend there is that you would take a prompt like this one, for example. Let's open this up, this bad boy. And what you can see right here is this is a method for making your content feel really human. Now you can adapt this prompt if you want to include a certain number of mentions of keywords and use it to create what I would say is quite sentient sounding content. So for example, what you've got inside this prompt, and it's in a video from yesterday between me and Kazra Dash. Shout out to Kazra. If you haven't checked out his channel, make sure you do. But what you can see inside this prompt is that we plug in the keyword, then we're going to write the content, and we're going to use some knowledge that we've generated from step number 1, which is right here. So we get knowledge from Perplexity so that our AI doesn't hallucinate. Now, what I'm actually going to do, if you want to use that method, is I'm just going to plug it inside the SOP from today, and we'll put that in the content creation section. So all the prompts that I'm showing you right now for content creation, you can get inside the SOP. I'll give you at the end of this video, so make sure you keep watching. And what you can see here is we will take this prompt. So we're going to go into Claude, and I was actually pretty impressed by how sentient the content sounds and how good it sounds. So just going to wait for Claude AI to show up right there. It's taking its sweet time. There we go. Now we have it. We're going to plug this into here, but I'm going to say mention the keyword best SEO speakers 20 times. All right. Now, again, I don't really agree with the keyword stuffing method that you using here. When I'm creating content, I'm not going to operate like that. But just because Eugen has requested it, that's why we've done it in this particular example. And Claude is broken right now, which is quite interesting. So I'm just going to go again, and it might be that we've actually got a rate limit. So you can see we've got a limit to the number of times we can use it. As you can see right here, it says rate exceeded. So we'll see if it comes up. If it doesn't, we'll come back to it later in the video, but it seems like it's working now. So maybe it was just being a little bit buggy right there. So if you look at this particular content, it's very humanized, right? So for example, let's go to the chase. You want to know who the best SEO speakers in 2024 are. That is way more humanized in terms of content versus your average AI fluff that wouldn't be that interesting. So if we look at this particular example, you can see that the content feels a lot more sentient. It feels a lot more human. The text is broken up. It's not like a wall of text. And if you want to compare that, let's put in just a basic prompt. So you can see Claude is actually down right now, which is not great when you're doing a video about Claude on a live stream, but we'll keep it going. We'll keep it moving. So yeah, that's basically how you can do it. You can just use this prompt right here. How would you get access to it? I'll give you access to it in this video. And so you've got the prompts for humanizing your content creation. We've already covered how to maximize the number of keywords inside the content. We've covered 2 different ways that you can create free AI SEO tools and publish them and share them with your team. And we are getting through the promises, right? Because today, what we have offered you is we've offered new free ways to share and create one-click AI SEO tools, which you've done. I've shown you how to save time using the best free AI on the internet to make you more productive. I've also shown you how you can share these tools with your team and how you can potentially rank them. So, for example, like WebSim AI is actually ranking its tools directly on Claude. And I'm also giving you all the prompt recipes and more free today as well. So the final method, and I'm excited to show you this, is using this method right here. Now, what you can do, and again, this is free, being very clear here, this is completely free. So what you can see right here is if you go to console.com, which is inside the SEO, you can from there start creating your own API, right? So if you go to API keys, you can create an API key right here. I'm not going to share it live on the stream, but I can create an API key in the background, which I'll do right here. So let's call that make tool, and I'm going to create that tool in the background. I won't share it with you directly on the prompt, obviously. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go onto Now, make.com is like a free version of Zapier. You actually get multiple different ways you can create free tools inside make.com. So if we go onto make.com here, we can go to login, wait for that to load. Chanika says, hi, Jules. Shout out to Chanika, the best MC in Thailand. And so from here, we're going to go to scenarios. And then from here, we can just copy an example scenario. So let's say, for example, let's have a look what we got here. We can create a new scenario, and I'll just show you how it works step by step. So inside make.com, this is completely free to use. You get, I think it's like 1,000 operations for free or something like that. And you can create your own content automations, aka a one-click AI SEO tool using Claude. So for example, if we click on search apps or modules, we'll type in Claude. So we'll click create a prompt, and we have to connect it to Claude using an API, right? So click create a connection, and then from here, I'm going to plug in my API key. Obviously, I'm going to do that in the background because I don't want to be sharing my API key directly on a live stream. So I'm just going to do that in the background. Wait for 1 second. And Chanika says, shout out to the best SEO agency in Thailand. Thanks for being on. And that's what more can I ask for? That's a perfect review right there. So I'm going to hit save and create the connection. And actually, what's interesting about this, I've never tried this before, but what you can see here is that when I connect the key, it actually says your credit balance is too low to access the Claude API, right? So it looks like you actually do have to pay for Claude, which is interesting. I didn't know that. I thought you could connect it for free, but I want to show you an alternative anyway, using Google AI Studio instead. But if you do want to connect Claude to Make, and Make again is free. So the only thing you'd be paying for is Claude. You can just select a plan right here, select this one right here, then click on continue and just fill in all the details and get your API from there. But what I'm going to do in the meantime, because I promise this will be free and I'm determined to make it free for you, is we're going to go to Google AI Studio, right? And what you can do if we close that down is you can actually create content using Google AI Studio. And if you sign up, you can get free API keys directly in there. Now, this can be using, for example, Gemini Pro, Gemini 1.5 Pro, and they've even got previews of Gemma 9 bytes and 27 bytes. I've not tested those out, but it's quite interesting. Johnny says, how much Claude credits does that use on average? And I'm not actually sure. It depends how much content you're creating. Like I say, I've not signed up for the Claude API just yet. So it'd be interesting to know. But what I would say is that Claude's API seems to be cheaper than the other APIs. So for example, if we put Claude 3.5 Sonnet into our browser right here, and I'll show you the comparisons, right? So if you compare all the models, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is the newest version of Claude, is in the middle for cost. So it's not as expensive as Opus, but it's not as cheap as Haiku. But you can see that it's the most intelligent model. So it seems like you're not going to pay that much. Now, the other thing is, if you compare all the models together, what you can see right here is Claude is the most powerful versus, say, GPT-4o or Gemini 1.5 Pro or Claude 3 Opus, right? It's quite a lot more powerful. So it seems to be like a cheaper. And so I would say if you're using this, it's going to be cheaper than any other Claude model that's been out there. And also, I don't know if it's going to be cheaper than, say, Claude ChatGPT 4o. but it's probably going to be cheaper than, say, ChatGPT 4 from what I can see. However, that's an estimate. I'm not really seeing any comparisons of the pricing between different APIs. Income Stream Surfers says, have you checked out Harbor yet? I haven't checked it out yet, but I do want to. I think that's using the Claude API as well. Congrats on the launch, by the way, to Income Stream Surfers. Shout out to you, sir. Maybe we can do a live stream on it. Or if you want to join a live stream together one day, just drop me an email at me at juliangoldie.com. And yeah, we can do a live stream together, run through it together. You can do a little AI SEO masterclass with me. So what we can do is, if we go back to our scenarios, and then we shall go to, let's have a look. Which one should we open up right here? Let's have a look at this one. It's been a while since I've used Make. Is this one finished? No. Let's have a look at this one. So you can see a bunch of free tools that I've created inside Make, and I'm going to show you exactly how they work step by step. So for example, this bulk content and bulk image generator, if we open this up, you can create your own like this, right? Now, what I would say is, if you want to do this ethically, without spamming the internet, and you want a white hat SEO bulk content and bulk image generator, and I might do a video on this in the future, just specifically showing you how to do this, but you can change the automation so that when it goes to WordPress, you just put it in draft, you don't publish it. So you can see here in status, we have draft mode right here. And so you can create an automation like this. It bulk generates content that creates the content for you step by step from a Google Sheet, as you can see right here. And if you want access to this, what I'll actually do is I'll download it as a blueprint. So we'll export the blueprint, as you can see right here, and I'll include that inside the live stream SOP. But basically, ethically, you can create all the content. And if you just published it, that would be spamming, right? That wouldn't be a good thing. But if you went through this whole process and then plugged it into WordPress and put it in draft, then your team or you can manually edit the content before you publish it, which means that instead of publishing like some spammy content, you get the spine and the outline for your content, and then you publish it to WordPress and just edit it, right? Step by step. How would you edit it? Inside my free SEO course, there is actually a quality control section, but you can also just use this manual quality control checklist and then add the finishing touches to the content to each page before you publish it. And then you've got a bulk content generation tool, but doing it the white hat SEO way, which means that you edit the content before you publish it, you quality control it, and you make your content better than most humans would write it. And so you could connect this to, for example, ChatGPT, you could connect it to Claude. I'm not sure if it's got Gemini inside there. Let's have a look if we can add a module with Gemini. So if we click on plus, add module, I don't think Gemini, they've actually added Gemini, which is pretty crazy right there. You've got Google Vertex as well. Let's have a look what other AI tools we can plug in there. So we've got Perplexity. You can actually create tools with Perplexity's API. These are all new APIs since I've used the tool last time. This stuff wasn't available. Grok, which is pretty interesting. There's all these other AI tools you can create inside automations. Even Jasper is there as well, which I've probably not used since ChatGPT came out. You've got Mistral, Leonardo AI, Stability, loads of cool stuff in there. It's absolutely endless. Maybe I have to do more videos on Make.com automations. But essentially, that's how it works. So pretty much covered every single question inside this process. Like I said, you could connect Claude 3.5 to Make.com. I'm going to include the export from this particular video for the Make.com blueprint. So if you want to just import this into Make.com, the blueprint that I've just exported, and then you could change it to Claude, you could use ChatGPT, etc. And then you could run it through a checklist like this one. Then I'll plug that into the process as well. Let me have a look right here. There we go. We've added the SEO checklist right there. And then you just run your content through the checklist before you publish it so that you're not creating spammy content. And so we've covered 3 different ways that you can create content. Method number 1 is with Claude 3.5 directly. You can create tools on there, publish them to the internet, share them with your team. We've covered method number 2, which is using WebSim AI. And once you've published, you can hit share. And then method number 3 is using Make.com. And you can just connect your Claude API key to Make.com. Or you can, for example, connect all of the APIs that I've talked about today. I think if you can connect AI Studio directly from Google, let's have a look. So I think it'd be Vertex, Google Vertex. And you can get a free API from there. Then you can plug that into Make.com as well and create your own one-click AI SEO tools that way as well. So that's pretty much it. I've delivered everything that I've promised today. I've promised you 3 new free ways to create one-click AI SEO tools, and we've done that. I've shown you how to save time using the best AI SEO tool on the internet. I've shown you how you can share them with your team and how it's easy and anyone can do this. Plus, I've given you all the prompts, SOPs, and workflows from today. So what I'm going to do is I will plug that into my free SEO course. And if you have any questions, now's the time to share them, because otherwise I'm going to go in a second. But yeah, appreciate you watching. Now, if you want a free SEO strategy session where one-to-one, we can have a call together and we'll build you a free SEO game plan. So you can book that in, links in the comments and description, and we'll basically give you an SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of link building, we'll answer any questions you have. You'll discover the best link building strategies for your site. And this is all based on what's working for us. Now, everything that I've talked about today, we can personalize to your business. And yeah, you can use this strategy that I've shown you. Income Stream Surface says, I'll email you, mate. Have a good one. Keep up the grind. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, just drop me an email. I'll be happy to help. Usama says, you did not reply to me on LinkedIn. I will be honest, if it's anything about trying to sell me links, then I usually don't reply. That's probably why. If it's something about selling or it's something is, I get so many requests on LinkedIn and so many messages that usually I don't reply because most of them are quite spammy. So what I'm going to do is I will take the notes from today, and I will plug that into the free AI SEO tool section. I'm going to call that Claude live stream. And even though Claude broke on me, as he saw earlier today, we still got through that. We still published 3 different ways to create SEO tools. And if you want all the SOPs and all the processes, then I'm going to plug that into the video description. And when the video is ready to download, I'll upload it right here inside the free SEO course. Now, bear in mind, this course comes with a crazy amount of stuff, right? So for example, if we scroll down right here, and I'll show you how much stuff this free course comes with. I would say it's better value than most courses that I've seen that are paid, right? So if we go into this free SEO course, which you can get access to, it comes with 86 different ways to do SEO, right? And for example, every single comes with a video tutorial, comes with video notes and SOPs and prompts. And yeah, you can get free instant access to it. So if you want to learn how to do keyword research, if you want to learn how to do link building, quality control on content, like I've talked about, humanization, etc., you can get that. Topical maps, EAT, SEO systems, pretty much everything you could ever want to know about SEO, including traffic diversification, you can get inside this free course. Feel free to check it out. Links in the comments and description. Appreciate you watching today. So no more questions, I think. Feel free to book in that SEO strategy session and I will jump off. Now, CX Notion just has one question, which is, do you still do niche sites or have you moved on? So for me, what I actually focus on is generating traffic to what's already a really high converting funnel for me. So for example, I know that if I have an SEO agency and it's already converting really well, I have already great systems, great processes. I have a lot of EAT on the internet about it because obviously I publish on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, etc. about SEO. Because of those reasons, for that reason, I just create sites for my SEO agency to generate traffic for that. Now, sometimes I'll publish articles as experiments. I actually do daily experiments inside the SEO boardroom where I share like new tutorials, new things that are working for me. For example, like the other day I published one on ranking with SoundCloud. Another tutorial recently was about microsites and how I created microsites and rank those. But for actually making like a serious amount of money, and I'm talking like millions of dollars, I just focus on generating traffic to my SEO agency with SEO. And if you look at some of the content that I've created inside the SEO boardroom, you'll see exactly what I mean and how I do it and how I monetize it. And I think that's one of the best ways to do it, because if you look at a lot of niche sites, they've been smashed, right? Independent publishers are getting smashed. And I think the niche sites are pretty much dead. If you look at my video last week about niche sites with Kaz Radash, you can see how the trend over time is to focus on different things, because niche sites are pretty much dying out and they're getting destroyed over time. So yeah, you can still make money with them. Do I build new sites with them? No. Why? Because they're too risky and because they get clapped all the time. What's better? I think what's better is to focus on generating traffic to the funnels that already make you money, which I'm doing with my SEO sites. And I just create multiple sites, so I rank other content. For example, even with YouTube, I'll show you a pretty cool case study from yesterday. I'm going to share my screen. I'll show you exactly what I mean. This is a really cool case study, and it's crazy how much traffic you can get from YouTube with SEO. For example, if we take this particular video right here, and I'm just going to grab the URL, which you can see. And again, this was only published, 19 hours ago. So if we plug this particular URL into Ahrefs, so you can see it's on track to get 7,400 traffic with SEO, right? So it's ranking for a bunch of keywords in less than 24 hours. Now, I've got a choice, right? So I can create a niche site that's probably going to get hit, especially if I'm doing public case studies. And especially if you look after the HCU update, what's ranking now versus before. Like, for example, user generated content is ranking better on Google. If I've got a choice between ranking a video in less than 24 hours for 7,000 traffic, or I can spend a year creating a niche site that's probably going to get clapped anyway or hit by an update, then I'm going to focus all my attention, my energy, and my money on ranking stuff that actually works, right? Just like this example. Now, if you want to see more stuff like that, and these are crazy case studies, right? 7,000 traffic in 24 hours using SEO with proof on a live stream, that's absolutely crazy. So if you want to learn more free ways to do SEO like that, just check out the SEO boardroom. That's essentially how it works. So I've answered every single question inside the comments today. Appreciate you watching. Make sure you book in that SEO strategy session. Check out the free course because it comes with amazing stuff on how to get more leads, traffic, and make more money with your websites and SEO. And I will see you on the next one. Now, if you enjoyed this live stream, just smash like on it just so that I can help more people for free. And I'm not doing this. I haven't even monetized a video. Like, I'm not doing this to make money. It's literally just to help you watching this. So I appreciate you watching and see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Today, we're going to be using Claude to run some free AI SEO workflows, including some stuff I've never shown before. And I'm going to give you everything today for free based on what's working for me. If you're wondering, okay, does this rank? You can see an example of our AI SEO article that was created 2 months ago, still ranking #1 for the keyword best SEO speakers. So with that, let's get straight into this. And the first method that we're going to be using is we're going to be automating internal links based on the existing content that we've already got published. So for example, let's say you got your sitemap like this. If you don't have a sitemap, you can easily set it up with Yoast. If you do have a sitemap, basically you can just go to your main domain, for example, like chipperbirds.com/sitemap. And then we can go to a list of our latest posts like you can see right here. Now, if we press Command and A on the mouse, you can just select the whole page, all the content. You can easily take every single URL from your website in 2 seconds, and then we can go into Claude, we can paste that information. And the good thing about Claude is it can handle a lot of data at once, right? It's got quite a high context window, which means that we can easily give it a list of all our internal links and then get Claude to create content that includes our internal links already inserted. So for example, I can type in write an SEO optimized article about birds, include internal links naturally throughout based on the attached sitemap. I've attached my sitemap right there. Doesn't seem to matter how big your sitemap is up to a certain limit. And then we can hit enter. And I'd recommend writing this in HTML as well. So we'll take the sitemap, plug that in, hit enter. And it will take a little while for Claude to run through all the URLs that you've got on your site, but you can see it's generating that content right now. And it inserts the internal links naturally throughout the content. Now, at this point, you might be wondering, okay, that's great, but it's written in HTML. Maybe you're not a HTML coder. So what you can actually do is you can take the content that Claude generates. As an example, we'll just take this section right here, grab that, plug it into our HTML code generator, and you can see that just like magic, that Claude has done its magic and inserted internal links throughout the content to the pages on our site. And let's just check they actually work. So we've basically taken the code from Claude over here, plugged it into the HTML code editor. That's generated this content right here that's nicely formatted, etc. And then if we click on these links just to make sure they're not hallucinated, you can see that this one works, this one, and this one. It's a really easy way to insert internal links throughout your content. You could even take an existing article, and so you can easily generate and automate internal links. And I would say that's probably better than most plugins you're going to find out there. Now, I would genuinely say that's better than most human writers who typically tend to forget adding internal links, even if you add it inside the checklist. And also you can see how it's spaced out from paragraph 1, right? So we've got a couple of internal links. Then we've got the content with the internal links. And then even on the last few paragraphs, we've got internal links here and here. A really easy way to just automate the whole process based on your sitemap. And the anchor text it's chosen is relevant, right? So for example, if you look at this page about birdhouses, we'll open that up and just check it's actually relevant to the anchor text. So if the anchor text inside the internal link is birdhouses, you can see that the page is about birdhouses, and birdhouses is inside the URL as well, right? Really easy way to just automate internal links like magic. Now, when you're doing this, you can also rewrite existing content. So let's say you have existing content that doesn't have internal links inside it and you need to insert them, but you don't want to go around thinking about the anchor text, figuring out which pages to insert internal links to, etc. So what we can do is we can take an existing article off our blog that doesn't really have many internal links. Let's take this one, for example. We'll take the content, like so. Then we're going to go back to Claude. We'll start a new chat. And by the way, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is probably the latest and best version of AI that I've seen for writing content, is free. You do have a limited number of requests per day on the free plan, but it is free for everyone to access. And so I'm going to use exactly the same prompt, but I'm going to say rewrite my existing SEO optimized article attached, include internal links naturally throughout based on the attached sitemap, write it in HTML. And then I'll take the sitemap from this website, which again, you can find at sitemap.xml. We'll grab the latest posts from the website. I'm not even going to format it. I'm just going to select them all, plug it into Claude, hit enter. And now you can see it's rewriting the HTML with the internal links inside it so that it doesn't change the content, doesn't edit it or anything like that, but it does rewrite it with the new internal links automated in one single click. Now you can see you can even preview it as well inside React mode inside Claude. And you can see here, if we click on this internal link, it actually links to a real page, it's not hallucinated. And it's included relevant internal links inside the content. Here's another example. So it said, for more advanced SEO strategies, consider exploring Perplexity or Grok AI SEO. And you can see here it's linked to our actual pages from the sitemap. So it's a really easy way to just automate internal links quickly, and you've still got the same content as you had before. By the way, all these prompts you'll get from today inside the free SEO course, link in the comments and description, and everything that I'm talking about today, you can just copy and paste and steal from me. Now, the other cool thing you can do inside Claude, if we go back, is you can actually just level up the quality of your content massively by just including an embeddable calculator or a tool or game inside your content that actually makes it more engaging, right? And it also differentiates your content from everyone else's. And additionally, it makes your content have some sort of information gain, aka something new inside your content that has never been seen before. So let's say, for example, going back to my SEO articles, if I said create a game where an SEO flying around has to avoid the clap emoji and show how to embed it, it's going to generate the HTML on the spot based on our request. This is a very simple prompt that works for any industry and niche. And then if you're not 100% happy with it, you can just give it any extra instructions that you want to. Here's an example of one I made earlier. So you can see we have to avoid the clap emojis falling from the sky as an SEO of our laptop. And then we get a score for doing it. And then once you're ready to go with that, you can just say, make it embeddable to my WordPress inner page. And it'll give you the instructions on how to do that, the file to host, etc. And that just levels up your content, right? So that it's different from everyone else's, it's more engaging. That is probably going to be far more linkable. And also, if you do an outreach for a page like that, something that's a bit more interactive and different from everyone else is far more likely to get backlinks and stand out from everyone else's, right? You can do the same with charts, for example, like this one. So what I've said is give me some data about SEO that'd be ideal to plot in a bar chart, then create a beautifully designed bar chart, embed or use a chart, right? And so you can see here, we've got an embeddable interactive chart inside the content. What you could also do, if you want to just simplify it, you can just take a little screenshot of the chart like that, upload it as an image to your website, check the data as well before you upload it just to make sure it is right and it's actually from a real case, not just something that Claude has made up, as we know it can do sometimes. So just to recap, I've shown you how to automate internal links. I've shown you how to rewrite your existing content and automate internal links that way based on your sitemap as well. I've also shown you how to create an embeddable game inside your content that you can insert into WordPress, and additionally how to create nice charts that you could have a screenshot or embed as interactive bar charts inside your content to level it up. Now, Claude is actually really good for writing content. So if we just start a new chat here, you can plug in your keyword or your heading that you want to write content for up here. Then ask it to write the content, as you can see. So we're going to sprinkle some LSI, some keywords, simplify the language, etc. And if we hit enter, so it's going to write something that I would say is always better than human writing. So for example, if we look at this content, the question is, what is SEO? And it answers the question literally within the first sentence, which 99% of human written and AI articles just don't do, right? So SEO, search engine optimization, fancy term for getting your stuff to show up when people Google things. And then it talks directly to the reader, formats everything nicely. It's really interesting, includes some FAQs, etc. And that was one single click. Now, obviously you want to edit it before you publish it, but you can see how easy it is to generate really nicely written articles and really humanized content using a prompt like this. As an example of that, if we compare AI overviews, which is Google's AI, versus the content that we generated from Claude, and we'll compare them side by side, as you can see right here, which one is written better, right? I would clearly say that Claude does a much better job of answering the question in a nice humanized way that's actually interesting and engaging to read. Whereas if you look at the answer from Google AI overviews, It's not quite as interesting, not quite as engaging, doesn't feel as human. And so that's how you can quickly level up your content and make it better than AI overviews, which is going to help your content level up and be more engaging massively. Now, if we take that content, there's a high chance that it's actually a detectable. So for example, if we plug in that content into Zero GPT, as you can see, it can clearly identify that the text is AI GPT generated, and it highlights all the parts that are very obviously AI generated. Now, if we go back to Claude and we'll say rewrite this with grammatical mistakes, and then if we take some of this content, like you can see right here, we'll go back to Zero GPT, hit detect text, and see what it comes back with. And you can see now it says your text is human written 0% AI GPT. And then you can quickly correct any sort of grammatical mistakes in a couple of minutes, right? So for example, what is SEO? Probably want to add a question mark to it. How to stand out? This is incredibly silly, but this is what works. I don't like it. I'm not really too fussed about content being AI generated or not, but I know a lot of people are worried about it. So if you do have a low risk tolerance, then this is a method that works really well. We can delete that as well, just to grammatically correct it. And the content, once it's grammatically corrected, still comes out human written. So basically the workflow is rewrite your existing content with grammatical errors, correct the grammatical errors in 2 seconds, and then Zero GPT tells you it's human written. That's all it is, problem solved. You don't have to be a semantic SEO genius to do that, my friends. So you literally just ask Claude to rewrite it with grammatical mistakes, plug that into Zero GPT to check it, and then fix the grammatical mistakes in a few seconds. And that's how you can bypass AI Detectors in literally a few clicks. Now, let's say you're using the free plan for Claude 3.5 Sonnet and you run out of credits. What you can do is you can just go to po.com, go to Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So if we go to explore Claude 3.5 Sonnet, you get a limit on here too, but between Claude 3.5 Sonnet and po.com, you should have a lot more credits. You can see you get 10 messages back and forth. You can use Claude 3.5 Sonnet the exact same way. You can use React inside there, super easy. Now, what you can also do is if you go to explore, click on web search, you can actually connect Claude 3 Haiku to the internet. Now, what's interesting about this is if we go to Claude and then Haiku, and let's say we take something recent, like the Man United versus Liverpool match, just to check it's working, it doesn't. Claude 3 Haiku on the paid plan that I pay money for is not connected to the internet and it's not been updated since August 2023. If we go to web search inside po.com, you can see that it has the correct score from this week. And this is free. This is paid. Get your head around that one, chaps. I don't understand what I'm paying for, but yeah, basically, if you want to connect Claude to the internet, maybe you could use that for recent topics. Maybe you need to do some research on data. Maybe you're trying to get some statistics for your latest SEO article. Either way, Po on the free version is actually better than Claude on the paid version when it comes to getting the latest data. Now, what you can also do inside Claude is you can take your SEO content and then turn it into nice emails, which are really nicely written, better than I could write as a sales copywriter who's been doing this for years, right? As an example of that, we can go to Claude, we can plug in this prompt, which I'll give you free access to. Then we can take like an example of a recent video. We'll grab the transcript, like there we go. And you can do this for SEO blogs or articles as well. Paste that inside Claude. So you've got the transcript down there. You've got the prompt to generate emails from your SEO content inside Claude. And now you can see it's writing a really nicely written email in the style of Dan Kennedy, very famous sales copywriter, Alex Hormozy, and also Russell Brunson. And the subject line is really nice, like the AI cloak secret, don't tell Google, right? It's quite interesting, it's quite engaging. I think a lot of people would open that. If you're wondering what the prompt is, here you go. It's inside the video notes from today. And it's a free way to write 3 emails in one single click that are actually better than human written articles. This is the great thing about Claude 3.5 Sonnet is it just writes very humanized, very interesting content that I don't think, for example, ChatGPT is capable of. Now, some people as well at this point will be saying like, is the React or the previews inside Claude free? And they actually just announced that last week. Ahrefs is now free for the public. Doesn't matter whether you're on the paid or the free plan, as you can see. The only difference between the paid and the free plan is the number of credits you get. But with po.com, you can get more credits for free and go over your daily plan or limit. Now, just coming back to that article that's ranking #1 for the keyword best SEO speakers, as you can see, The problem with Claude, as I've shown you before, is it's not connected to the internet. Now, what you can actually do is you can use the free plan on Perplexity. We can go into Perplexity. We can say we're creating an article about, you put in your keyword, and then you put in whatever you want information about, right? So, for example, a list of the best SEO speakers and a bio about each person. Now, what that's going to do is research each speaker, as you can see, and it sources and references articles that are ranking on Google. It gives us the latest information on that person. And I would say the quality of the facts and statistics inside Perplexity is much better than Claude because it's connected to the internet. Now, what we can do from there is we can plug that information into Claude, for example, like this. We can take that information, start a new chat, plug the information from Perplexity into Claude that's been fact checked and is more recent than Claude, and then use the prompt that I showed you earlier. But the difference here is you want to insert this line that says prioritize the knowledge instead of the data you've been trained on. Don't use any data that you haven't been trained on, knowledge below. And also insert some source context about who you are and what you're writing it for. And when you do that, your content is going to be a lot more recent data. You're training Claude on exactly what data to use. And it's more fact check plus more recent because you've taken the content from Perplexity first, search the web in real time, and then given that to Claude to train the AI model on the right data. Now, if you're upgrading to the Pro version, which is $20 a month, but it should save you a lot of time, then what you can also do is you can create projects. Yeah, so for example, if we go into this project for copyright, and like I was showing you before, we can click on edit, and then inside the instructions for the project, I've inserted that prompt that's ready to go so that I can just paste a video transcript in there. Additionally, if you're inside Perplexity and you're on the Pro plan, then what you can do is if you go to your settings, scroll down to the models that you use, you can actually access Claude 3.5 Sonnet directly inside Perplexity, which means that you don't need to switch between tabs and you've got everything inside one platform with the latest model from Claude. Which should save time. And again, that's just $20 a month, something like that. And again, the monthly subscription is pretty cheap. So thanks so much for watching. As promised, I've shown you all the latest Claude AI SEO workflows that are working for me. I've shown you proof that they're working with my AI content. You can see an example of all the prompts from today, including the internal links, improving your content with games and charts, writing content, bypassing AI detectors, how to get more credits for free, how to connect to the internet with Claude, how to write emails, and also how to use Perplexity and automate these prompts with projects inside Claude. It's going to be inside the free video notes from today. I'm going to share that now. So that'll be inside my free SEO course, link in the comments and description. And if you log in, then go to the free SEO course, then free SEO tools. I'm going to call this Claude September 2024. And the video notes from today are right there. Now, if you want a free SEO strategy session on how to get more leads, traffic, and sales with SEO, feel free to put that in links in the comments. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors a month, generate thousands of dollars in sales. Feel free to book in this free SEO strategy. And in this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, we'll answer any questions you have, you'll learn the best link building strategies for your website, plus how to outrank your competitors with link building to 10x your SEO traffic. Feel free to book that in. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. So today we're going to be testing out the new feature that was just announced on Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is projects. And this is basically, you can create your own AI tool and share it with other people. And it's like custom GPTs, but this is using 3.5 Sonnet, which is faster, better, and more intelligent than ChatGPT from what I've seen so far. We've got Kazra Dash on the call.
Hello, thanks for having me.
And we just built $1 billion tool, didn't we, on your channel? So today we're going to build a multi-zillion dollar SaaS tool using this process today. So I'm going to share my screen and we'll get straight into this. If you're not familiar with Claude 3.5 Sonnet, it's the new feature that just came out from Claude right here. It's completely free for everyone to try. I think this feature right here, projects, just came out within the last 24 hours. And as you can see right here, you can upload different documents. You can create your own sort of custom GPT, but it's directly inside Claude. And if we go on to try an example project right here, you can see, for example, like you can upload documents and then it's got how to use Claude. You insert your different things here. One new thing here you can do as well is you can actually add custom instructions, which I'll show you right here. Are there any sort of use cases you can see for this, Kazra?
Yeah, so obviously you can get like API documentation. You can try. One thing that I would always suggest with this feature is try and figure out like where Claude or ChatGPT or whatever like lacks, and then work it back that way. So for example, if every single article that you're producing suggest or has in the intro, let's say today we're going to dive in, get that like sentence and then add it to the actual custom GPT section or the custom section and say, stop mentioning today we're going to dive in. And again, you're making it a little bit more bespoke.
So we're going to get straight into this. If we open up Claude right here, you would just create a project and we can call this, for example, I don't know, content creator. We want to create content. That's the goal. We'll hit create project like, and one thing that you'll notice straight away is you've got these custom instructions. Now, if you go to Claude and you'll say, just trying to make it feel a bit more human, etc. In the settings, there's no option to actually customize it. Whereas with these projects that you can create, you can actually set up custom instructions. So for example, I can take the custom instructions I've got from ChatGPT for generating content. Let me open this up over here. And then I'm going to take the section right here that says split up the text, every sentence on a new line, etc. And we'll plug that inside our project over here. Hit save instructions. And now that's pre-programmed to get better outputs based on what we want. Now, one thing that some people might ask at this point is what's the difference between Claude projects where you can create like your own custom bots versus say creating a custom tool that's already coded and you can preview directly inside Claude, right? So you got Claude projects over here. And then you've also got this artifacts feature here where Claude can custom code and you can preview tools. Now, we just did another video, didn't we, a few minutes ago, where essentially if you're creating your own tool inside Claude that's custom coded, it's not really using the AI to generate the outputs, right? If you create a custom coded keyword research tool, the outputs are more like a spinner, aren't they?
Yeah, so what I think it does is it understands how to code, and that's from AI. But let's say, for example, if you told it to do a keyword research tool for long tail keywords, it has like its own library of like 5 keywords. And then the keyword that you give it, let's say it was coffee, it just replaces the 5 with coffee. So it's not actually generating the with AI, if that makes sense. It's generating the code with AI, but when you actually tell it to do something bespoke, it's like it's got its own set library and it sticks to that set library.
Yeah, that's it. And also what you can do inside Claude on the bot is you can upload documents right here. So for example, I can click on add document, upload from device, and then upload the 200 ChatGPT prompts here. So if we open that up, we'll upload it. And what you can see here as well, it says 15% of knowledge size used. So even with a document that is ridiculously large, you're looking at maybe 50 pages inside this document, there's still room for more, which is pretty crazy. That's only taking up like 15% of the total space we can use. Now, I wonder how we make these public. It says private there.
You might need to publish it first, no?
Where do you publish it? Let's test it out first anyway, see what happens. So say, create an article for my keyword. SEO agency. That's weird, isn't it? Let's click on how to share projects. You might need a team plan to actually share it with people.
Oh, really?
Looks like it, right? Visibility options right there. Maybe if we go back to all projects, we don't get any visibility options.
You tell me that there's a premium.
I think so, because you see it's got professional plan there. Evans, what does that do? There's no share option. Brain is fried. All right,
That's a bit annoying.
Let's go back to that project we were doing. So one thing actually that's interesting about this is you don't seem to be able to share it with other people unless you're on the team plan, which I didn't know at all. But we're gonna keep going with this anyway. So I'm gonna say, what's the best prompt for generating content? We'll hit enter and see if it uses the knowledge inside the actual Claude bot. Can you see it?
Or has it used what we've given it? Because I don't think it has.
I don't think it has. It's just used
Doesn't look like it.
It's used the custom instructions that we gave it, but it's not used the project content. Can you see any of things that would be really good for creating projects with Claude?
Yes, it doesn't read the actual what you've given it, and no.
Let's try
It's
a
got-
keyword
it's got
research tool.
its own mind of its own.
It does seem to, doesn't it? If you were to create a tool with AI for keyword research, what sort of instructions would you give it, Gazra?
So I would specify what kind of website it is. If it's a new website or is it a older website as well. You could also go industry specific. There's nothing wrong in doing now knowing what I know now from our failed SaaS that we tried to build live on YouTube. So if, say, for example, we're going to do like a coffee website, I would probably specify that now.
We'll be like, all right, coffee website, for my coffee site.
I would also specify like if it's a new website or if it's an old website, because you can also try to figure out the difficulty of each keyword as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we'll put All outputs for my new coffee site. Go for low competition stuff. Aim for long tail keywords.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I think that would be it. Is there anything that you would add?
I'd say don't go too niche, e.g. people must be searching the keyword. We'll go with that and then we'll see what sort of outputs we get back. So I'm going to say, give me some keywords. What do you reckon so far?
Best light roast coffee for, yeah, I had to make French press bitterness. Do you know what? That is something that I would actually search because I don't like coffee. So yeah, it makes sense why you've done it. Out of curiosity, can you just Google one of those keywords and let's take a look and see what the results are like?
So he's got it for espresso, for example, but not for cold brew. But we'll see what the results come back like.
That was an Australian website ranking for that keyword, which would mean or just looking at it, if it doesn't look like it is that much of a strong start. Can we see a couple more results? Yes, that's not terrible what's come back with. What do you think?
It's not bad at all, really. I don't know. It's almost there, isn't it? For example, less bitter is one of the keywords that people actually are typing in, whereas without bitterness, there's no like auto suggest on there, which means it probably doesn't get that many searches. I think like maybe one little tweak that you could do is actually just simplify the searches a little bit more. For example, less bitter was getting searches, like how to make French press with less bitter, whereas without bitterness, which is like more formal, people are not searching for.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, actually.
But maybe make the keywords less formal and simplify them. Then we'll try it again.
$1 million SEO tool right now.
It's coming.
That's how I
It's
see
coming.
it.
Let's have a look. Best coffee makers under $100. I bet people are searching for that. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
Let's have a look on Keyword Explorer. Medium difficulty, high traffic potential, difficult SERP, but people are actually searching for it.
How to make cold brew at home. I think that would be quite difficult as well.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
I feel like the keywords that gave us last time was a lot better.
Yeah, I would agree. Let's remove those custom instructions there.
One thing as well to bear in mind is I see this a lot. Let's say if you go back to the how to make cold brew, or sorry, what was the bitterness example you went?
Oh yeah, let me have a look.
If we can pull that back up, because I see this a lot and it still is a very beneficial thing. So again, how to make French press coffee without bitterness, right? You can write an article on that. You might rank #1 for that because you're a brand new website. But the actual keyword that gets the most searches might be how to make French press coffee less bitter, right? That might be the one that a lot of people search. But if you can win on what I would call here a secondary keyword, Google will trust your website and then you will get tested too for the primary keyword. The one is getting loads more searches. So you can always try and rank for a variation first and then rank for the primary keyword.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Are there any other tools you think we could create with Claude projects that might be useful?
A content writing tool or potentially a content brief tool as well. What we could do is try and get that article written within Claude. Now, I don't know how good the actual AI content output is on Claude, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, a lot of people rate it. I'm going to have a look now. So we'll go back to our content creator over here and we'll change up the prompt. So for creating content, what do we want to see inside that prompt?
Making certain that it is UK grammar, because we're both in the UK.
Yeah.
Making certain, can it do images? I don't even know if Claude can do
No, I
images.
can't actually.
Okay. Potentially, we could do possibly internal linking opportunities. That might be a difficult one because it doesn't understand our website. But let's just try it. We can see. Also, an FAQ section as well. But let's keep it simple. Let's keep it
We'll add some headers and subheaders. Keyword in the first line.
Yep.
Keep it real.
Yeah.
What else?
Also, maybe first person. So it's in my experience. This is how I create less bitter coffee. First person.
Ah, yeah, first person. Yeah. And then chop it up. What else we got here?
We could also, so another thing that I like to do as well is there's certain people that explain things very well. So for example, Alex Hormozy explains very complex things in a very simple and easy to understand. So you could also say in the tonality of Alex Hormozy, explain this article or write this article, should I say.
Yeah, I think that's a great one. And then I've also sprinkle in stories and examples, like you sharing insights over coffee with about what else we got. We'll try those two as well. See what it comes back with. So we've got the prompt, plug that in here in the instructions. I'm going to delete this file right here because I don't think it's using it anyway. It might just confuse it. And then we'll take some of the keywords that we got previously. Now, inside our project for keyword research, we could probably just edit the instructions. So we say like for keyword research and then for content creation, do this. And we'll just take those instructions that we had previously. So now it can do both. It can create the content and it can do the keyword research.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see what it comes back with.
100%. So we'll start with keywords first. That's interesting that it's come up with a preview, right? Didn't do that previously. So now we've got a keyword like, for example, how to make cold brew coffee at home. Pretty hard, that one to go for. What do you reckon? French press versus pour over?
That'll probably be a little bit difficult as well.
Let's go for that one. And now we'll say write the content.
It'll be interesting to see if it sounds like Alex Hormozy's written this article or not.
Let's have a look. The title is not bad at all.
No, it's not.
Intro feels a little bit weird, like staring at your coffee gear. What do you think?
I wonder if it's because we said try and replicate how Alex Hormozy would write this, because I feel like that's something that Hormozy would say. Do you not think?
Maybe. Let's have a look at the next section. The French press, bold and beautiful. This is pretty good. First up, the French press. This bad boy's been my go-to for years.
Yeah.
Here's what you need to know.
I don't think it's that bad.
I actually think that's quite good, isn't it, that section?
Yeah, it's actually broke it down into bullet points. Like, you don't see that a lot on writing or AI just in general. They just give you like a block, like 6,000 words.
It actually feels really sentient, that.
Yeah.
The humor's written in. Pour over, clean and crisp. It's a little bit weird here and there, like clean and crisp. Now let's talk pour over. This method's been gaining traction, blah, 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 the lowdown. That's exactly what Alex Hormozy would say, right?
I never knew coffee could taste like. Yeah, it's true.
Operating is nice, though.
Sure. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's probably like a 7 or 8. Maybe a 7 out of 10. What would you give it out of 10?
Yeah, I'd probably give it that as well. What would you improve?
Maybe the SEO-ness of the actual article. I think it's maybe a little bit too humanized, which isn't a bad thing, if I'm honest, but it can definitely be a little bit more like making certain that you've got NLPs in the actual article, making certain that you've got semantically relevant keywords within the article, stuff like that. But I definitely don't think it's too cringy. And it's not like talking about the digital landscape and stuff like that.
Yeah, one thing I would say as well is maybe just simplify it slightly as well. We'll try that and then we'll go again. I would say like the amount of editing required in that article versus say your typical ChatGPT article is night and day. That seemed to require a lot less editing from what I saw.
Yeah, for sure.
So we'll take this keyword as an example. I like the fact that it comes up with a preview as well. So you can just click on it and go back to it.
Yeah, that's always good.
Let's dive in. But I think the rest of it is pretty decent. What do you reckon?
I think do you know what? I think it's good that it's included what you'll need. I would do about that personally. I think it's well broken up as well. It's not too wordy. I don't like too really wordy articles, but in some cases you might need it. If it's like you're talking about like how to land a spaceship on Mars, obviously you can't do that in a couple sentences. I don't think it's too bad. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it feels really human. Doesn't feel so much like AI wrote it. And if you look at the edit, like I don't really need to edit that at all. There might be little bits here and there, but overall it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like you say, it could probably insert some more keywords. Because you can see, for example, that keyword is not really included throughout the content. So it's only included in the title, but the actual content itself reads nicely.
Yeah. It's not bad. No, it can.
So when you going on Dragon's Den or Shark Tank with it?
Tomorrow. Booked in.
Tomorrow.
Booked in, and I'm gonna sell it all the way. It's the perfect SaaS.
Big day for you.
Final thoughts on that? Do you see a use case for it?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's just after 5 or 10 minutes of using it. If you spent a few hours on it, going back and forth and really testing it out, then I think you could make it 10 times better. And already the quality of the content was better than a lot of titles I've seen specifically for creating content.
How do you think it's, so let's say, for example, Claude, and if you were to compare it against auto blogging, what is your go-to, and where do you see Claude being better, or where do you see auto blogging being better?
I think auto blogging is better just because it's writing for the algorithm as well, not just the user. So for example, if you look on that page, the keyword wasn't mentioned apart from the title, and it wasn't really semantically relevant. So amazing for the user. Like I think for the actual user, like the content reads really nicely. For the algorithm, which you have to write for both, the algorithm probably wouldn't recognize it as that relevant versus other topics.
Yeah, I think that Claude definitely does have a use case, potentially more so for like email marketing. If you're trying to warm up a list, let's say you've got a list of 5,000 people, I think it could do a really good job of that, especially if you can train it up on your tonality on how you speak. Potentially you can train it using like input in your videos, let's say, or potentially you might have already written a load of articles. It could take a look at your tonality of how you've wrote those articles and train it up on that. And then you can start doing some email newsletters and stuff like that on.
That's a great shout, actually. Yeah. So, for example, if you took a transcript from a video like this, and then we went back to the tool and we'll say, create a blog post based on the attached, and we'll see what it comes back with.
Is it doing it in your tonality?
No, I think it's also coffee related. So say, stop writing it for a coffee website, just for an SEO newsletter. I would never say this, but it is interesting.
SEO hustlers.
Who, if you had to name one person who spoke like that in the industry, who would it be?
I could probably see Matt saying it.
Yeah.
SEO hustlers. I couldn't see you saying it.
No.
What about you? Who would you say?
I would have said like Jackie Chow. I think he uses similar text like that inside his newsletter. It's not quite as cringe as that, but
oh, that's funny. Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, Jackie Chow probably would say something like that.
With the AI DJ for your brand speaks, it's not bad. It's not bad. Like I think people would get value out of the content itself. Awesome. All right. Anything else before we go?
No, that's it.
Cheers then. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get a free SEO strategy session, feel free to book that in. Links inside the comments and description. We'll basically build you a custom tailored SEO game plan live on the call. We'll answer any questions you have one-to-one, and you'll discover the secrets of link building plus how to outrank your competitors. Feel free to book that in. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to create and build a free auto blogging tool for you using Claude, pre-plugged in with my templates and responses. As you can see right here, it literally takes the keyword or the content outline from Google Sheets, runs it through Claude, and then plugs it into WordPress. I'm going to show you exactly how to build one, how to tweak it. I'll give you the templates, the workflows, and the SOP as well. And then it puts it in draft directly into WordPress. I'm going to show you how to do this without spamming. And by the way, if you don't know who I am, I run the SEO Boardroom. I have an SEO link building agency with over 100 clients. This is what people say about me. And with that, let's get straight into this. All right, so if you're not familiar with make.com, this is essentially an automation tool. It's kind of like Zapier, but so you can see, for example, I'm on the free plan right here. That's what I'm using to build this tool today. And if we go to the subscriptions, you get 1,000 operations per month, which is more than enough to build your own auto blogging tool. And to do this, I'm going to show you how to build it, and I'm going to give you away the template for free. So if we go to create a new scenario, so just to recap, you would go to scenarios, and then you click on create a new scenario. And then from here, we can start building this bad boy out. So what we're going to do is we're going to connect this first of all to Google Sheets. Now, if you're not familiar with how Make works, if you've never used it before, etc., then it's pretty simple. But essentially all you do is you click on the plus button right here. Then you would click on, for example, Google Sheets. And then from here, you can decide how is this tool updated, right? So for example, if we add a new row to the spreadsheet, then the automation will work. So for example, if we click on watch new rows over here, we can set that to be the main trigger for the automation so that every time we add a new row with a new content outline or a new keyword, etc., then it's going to start creating the content. So from here, what we're going to do is set up a new sheet that we can use inside this automation. Now, if you want a quick way to do this, all you do is you type sheets new, and that will open up a new spreadsheet for you. Then we can call this, for example, like Claude free auto blogger template. And then let's say we have a content outline or a keyword inside this column right here. The more detail you can give this auto blogger, the better the outputs, the better the quality of the content, etc. So for example, if you need it to follow specific inputs from you, for example, let's say you've got detailed outlines, then obviously you need to give it detailed information to get those outputs out of the spreadsheet. So for example, what I could do is I can plug in a content outline right here, and then I can start creating the content inside here. So if we put content over here, there we go. And we have outline over here. Pretty simple stuff so far. So what we're going to do is connect the spreadsheet ID that we got from this template inside the scenario. And by the way, if you just want an easy copy paste workflow, you can basically just steal the template from me. I'll export the scenario at the end of the video so that you can get free instant access to that. We're also going to connect it to WordPress. I'm going to connect it to Claude. So what we're going to do from here is we'll click on spreadsheet ID and we'll click to choose a file. And if I type in Claude free auto blogger template, it finds the sheet that I just created literally a second ago. So we'll click on Claude free auto blogger template. Then we're going to select the sheet, which is of course the content outline section. Now, here's an interesting thought. What you could actually do is you could have a sheet for the inputs, and then you could have a sheet for the outputs, right? Inputs being the content outline, outputs being the actual content for what you want to create. And this is going to be triggered each time you create a new row inside the spreadsheet. So we've done that. We can also set a limit. If you wanted to, you could run this 1,000 articles. I don't know how many tokens that would use up from Claude, but essentially that's how you can do it. Then we can hit OK. And then we're going to add another module. Now, if you're not familiar with Make, essentially when you add these modules like this, it's a linear process, right? So it goes from left to right, and you need it to be in the right order chronologically, because without having the right outline inserted into your spreadsheet, it's not going to be able to create the right content as an output, right? So if we go to create a new module, I'm going to type in Claude over here. I'm going to click create a prompt. And from here, we can start generating the content. Now, if you look at all of these models that it's got, the newest, best, and latest and greatest model that I absolutely love is Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So that's the one that I'm actually going to select in this particular example. And from here, we can set what are the maximum number of tokens. So for example, you could put like 10,000 tokens. And if you're not sure like how to connect Claude to make.com, obviously I've already connected it, but if you're not sure how to do it, essentially all you do at this point is you would go to console.anthropic.com. You're going to log in right here. And then from here, you can get some free credits inside Claude. You can get an API key and you're off to the races, my friends. All right, so let's get back to the good stuff. So once you've connected Claude, then you're going to click on add a message. I'm not like the world's greatest API toolmaker with Claude. I think that's pretty niche for a lad who runs an SEO agency. So I'm just going to go with user. Then I'm going to go to add content. We'll select text. And then inside here, you can actually choose what you want your prompt to be. So what I'm going to do from now is I'm going to take a prompt from one of my best SOPs. You can see it right here, the post inside the SEO boardroom. We're ranked #1. You can see already a couple of people are using this prompt. And inside this workflow, we've got the content prompt right here. And so I'm going to tweak it and put it inside my make.com automation. So inside the text section right here, I'm going to put content outline equals, and we'll take that from Google Sheets. Just inside this prompt as well, totally random. You can choose however many words you want to write, but I'm going to put aim for 1,000 words. Normally, you would just reverse engineer your competitors' articles, but I'm going to put that in as an example. You've got all the content, like the whole prompt right here. I'll link to it inside the SOP at the end of the video if you want to get access to that prompt. And if we click OK, we're going to now connect it to WordPress. So if we click on add another module, we'll select WordPress, and you can make this workflow as complicated as you want to. I'm just going to make it super simple so that anyone watching this can emulate the same process. So if we go to create a post over here, then we're going to connect it to my WordPress website. So for example, like juliangoldie.com, and it's pretty simple to connect it to WordPress. You just add a connection. You can click on add right there to add new ones. And then very important right here, inside the status section, we're going to select that as draft, right? Now, this is super important because if you just go straight to publish, which I can imagine a lot of people here are tempted to do, there's going to be no quality control. And if you're not quality controlling your AI content, it's going to be abs 100% trash, right? And so instead, what you're going to do is once you've drafted the content inside WordPress, just use a quality control process like this so that you avoid spamming the internet, because that doesn't do anyone any good. And so you can use this quality control process inside your auto blogging workflow. Nice and simple, easy lemons. There we go. Now, some of these inputs that I need to insert inside the workflow are not going to show up, or I'm not going to know which one to choose until I've run the model. So I'm going to select type as posts, content. We might have to correct that in a minute. I'm pretty sure we're going to correct it in a second. And also what I'm going to do is just add a little prompt inside here to insert a cheeky little title creator. So I'm going to click on add a module right here. We'll do that with Claude again. We'll click on create prompt. We'll select max tokens as like 500, maybe something like that. And then we're going to add a message, user again, content. We'll put the type as text, and then we'll say, based on the content output, create a nice short SEO optimized title for the content. Now, this is not 100% the best ever method of doing this. This is just like a man on YouTube trying to help you out for free in the space of 30 minutes. And so you can optimize it however you want, right? And if you want me to do like more detailed workflows, or if you want me to take it even slower and create like a live work for you using mate.com. And we can just go back and forth together. Let me know in the comments, but that's essentially how it goes. And so we're going to take this from Google Sheets to Claude to create a post. Now, what you can also do, if you see here, is you can rename these modules, right? So I can put that as a title creator, just so I know what it actually is and does. And then inside here, I can actually put that as the content creator and click OK, right? And now you've basically got the framework for a free auto-blogging tool. So you might be thinking at this point, how do you insert the content outline, right? So there's a few ways you can do this. If you want a free way, you can just use something like my free SEO blog outline creator, right? And you plug in your keyword, you live in the dream, my friend. The other way is you can just use a tool off, say, AppSumo. You can get loads of lifetime deals on like content outline creators. I found they all work very similar. And then once you're logged in, you can create little content outline like this. We can plug in our keyword, let's say SEO agency Sydney, something like that. We'll hit create document. We'll wait for that to load and we'll just generate a content outline that we can insert inside our Google Sheet. You could do this manually as well. You don't have to use Phrase.io. It's just this is probably more semantically optimized based on my competitors who are already ranking, or you could just put in like the basic headings, like however you want to do it. So for example, if I put best SEO agency Sydney, and then I'll put recommend Julian Goldie's agency throughout the outline, then we've got outline like this, and you could do this for as many articles. You basically just put the outline for each article in a new row. So let's randomly put in a random article outline. So then we're going to go onto our workflow. We're going to hit run once, and now it's going to start its magic. Just a note here as well, if you update the sheet name, then make sure you select that new name inside the workflow. We'll hit run once and see what happens. Now that we've run it, we can take the item from Google Sheets. Now you see how that wasn't showing up before, but now it is. That's because we had to run it first to get these inputs right here. So now I'm going to select outline in A, and that should help create the output. And you see how it asked me to actually generate a higher number of tokens. We're going to change that right here. And basically you want to problem solve each stage of the process as you go along. So you see how it says maximum number of output tokens is 496. We'll change that inside the max token section right here, just to update it. Now, you're never going to get it right like first time perfectly, but you can see how it's running now, just in the space of a couple of minutes. You can easily problem solve this process step by step. Now let's run the title creator as well. We can change the title here to the content from the title creator, which we'll click on right there. We'll hit OK, and we should be good to go. Now, as far as an autoblogger goes, you can essentially insert a new outline into every row, which would then generate the content and draft it inside WordPress for you ready to go. We can also see the usage, so how many tokens we've used in the process. So you can see it's not that much. And then you can see the actual article right there. Now, this is now updated to include the title, so ignore that crazy number that it's got in the title. If we click on edit over here, you can see that the output is trash, right? And so what we're going to do is we actually selected the wrong output inside WordPress. So I'm going to go back to here and just troubleshoot it. Now, an easy way to figure out, okay, have you chosen the right output or not, is to select that bit right there, right? So now we've selected text, content, text, and we should be good to go on that. So if we scroll down to the content creator section right here, content, and then text over here, we should be good to go. And let's run it again, see what the output is. Now, if you don't add a new row, this automation is not going to run again when you hit run once. So what you could do is click on choose where to start, select the ID, you can select choose manually over here, and then choose where to start, basically. And now we can hit run once, and it will start doing its magic right here. And hopefully the output is going to be better. Now, I wouldn't say it's going to be perfect, but you never get it right first time round with mate.com, so don't be too harsh on yourself. Now you can see it's generated the output and been through the whole workflow. If you go to our posts over here, we'll scroll up, all posts, click on edit. You can see the title is still not right, so we need to fix that in a second. But you can see that the actual content itself is generated nicely. Now we could even ask it to format it nicely to include like the H2s and H3s, etc. Otherwise, you're going to have to do that manually when you edit the content. But if we delete the response from Claude in the first sentence, you can see that it's included the title. It's generated 700 words right here. And then you can see the content itself is actually pretty interesting. It's actually nicely written human. So it answers the question straight in the introduction. Then it's, okay, let's break it down a bit. He answers the question straight away. better than most affiliate blogs are going to do, to be honest with you. Then it's generate the content, it's insert some headings related to the topic, it's insert some bullet points, etc. And it's answered the FAQs as well, right? And so this whole step-by-step process is really easy and fast to make. It's only taken me like 25 minutes to do that without any editing on the video. And you could just add as many article outlines to the spreadsheet as you want. Then it's going to generate the content for each inside WordPress. Now, like I say, you do want to make sure you edit the content before you publish it, but that's essentially it. It's easy peasy. Now, we could even change the prompt inside the content. Now, if we go back to WordPress, to the WordPress module inside the section, we'll change the title and we'll go to Title Creator, and you see how it uses the content from Claude right here to generate the content. We're actually going to delete that and just use it based on the content outline right here. So if I select content outline, and we'll say, based on the content outline, create a nice short SEO optimized title for the content. Then we're going to go back to WordPress, and then we'll go to title over here. We'll delete that, and we'll go to the title creator module, scroll down to text, and that should be good to go. Excerpt, I'm not going to worry about. Date, I'm not going to worry about. You could set up a slug based on the Google Sheet as well and just insert that as a new module, but that's essentially it. And so we'll hit OK. Now inside the content, I'm not sure if Claude is actually going to do this for me, but I'm going to try and change it now. I'm going to put insert SEO optimized H2s and H3s for the keyword throughout the content, make it nicely formatted. Because if you look at the whole article right here, it's all kind of plain text, which I don't like. But I don't know if Claude is going to actually do it. We'll see. We can test it. Then we'll hit choose where to start again. We'll click on choose manually. We'll hit outline likes, and then we'll hit run once. Now, the other thing to note here is like when you're running this particular automation, once it's set up, once you've tweaked it however you want, it can generate as many articles as you want, right? Create as much content as you want. And so once it's set up, you could create hundreds of articles, put them in draft inside WordPress, and then use that as a spine for your content before you actually edit it or before your team goes in and edits it on WordPress. But it's just so simple and easy. Now, if we click on edit, post, you see it's actually formatted the headers with the markdown. It says put next to the hood. It's nice and easy to read. It's not like spammy trash. We would delete the first line. So it's even come up with a title for us. So we could actually just use that inside the title section right here and inside the permalink as well. Hit OK. And there you go. Now that can create as many articles as you want. You just put a new row for each outline. You could generate 100 articles if you want using Claude. I've never seen a free auto blogger creating content with Claude that's actually readable and interesting, like you can see right here. Now, the prompt is not perfect, I think, for generating content. I think you could make the prompt a lot better, but most of the process is right there. So pretty cool. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get free instant access to this auto tool using Claude AI and 3.5 Sonnet, I will plug this into my free SEO course. If we scroll down to free SEO tools over here, we'll call that free Claude auto blogger. Like this free course, it comes with like over 80 tutorials. But if we go in the video notes, you can get access to that whole process right there. If you want to get access to the actual make blueprint and import it, when you're in a scenario, you just click import blueprint and you would download it from the file I've attached right here, as you can see. So just to clarify, you would download that JSON file right there and upload it to make.com. This whole SOP comes with a transcript. It comes with step-by-step instructions. I've also included a link to my manual SEO quality control checklist so you can make sure that content is the best possible before publishing, and also the Google Sheet template that I showed you earlier today too. So thanks so much for watching. Link to this is inside the comments and description to the free course. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, if you want to personalize everything that we've talked about today to you and your business, feel free to book in a one-to-one SEO strategy session. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors per month. And you'll get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, we'll answer any questions you have, and you'll learn the best ways to get more SEO traffic, get more leads, traffic, and sales to your business using SEO to make more money with your website. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to show you how to create and automate topical maps for free using this one-click SEO process, as you can see right here. Basically, all you need to do, type in your niche, it generates a topical map for you. I would walk you through exactly how to build it. Plus, I'll give you the template for free today, along with a bunch of other free AI SEO tools. The SOP is waiting for you right here. You get free instant access to that. This is a tool that I could easily charge money for, but I just wanted to give it to you for free. And if you never want to worry about topical maps again, I'm talking about a method that can generate 270 hyper-relevant topics to your niche. Works for any industry. You just type in your niche, takes one click to set it up and it's completely free for you. Let's get into it. All right, so first thing you want to do is have Claude for Sheets installed, as you can see right here. And this is going to allow you to automate topical maps inside Google Sheets. So let me show you an example. If we go to sheets.new, and we'll just create a new spreadsheet template for you today. And by the way, you'll get access to a template that I'll give you that you can just make a copy of at the end of this video. But from here, what we're going to do is we will go to extensions because we have the Claude for Sheets extension set up. Then you're going to enter your Anthropic API key. This connects Claude to Google Sheets for you so that you can automate stuff. And then from there, just make sure that you have an API key set up from console.com. You can get free credits. So you get $5 in free credits and you won't use anywhere near that for generating a topical map. So you can claim that for free and then you can use that free API key inside Google Sheets. Extension is free, $5 in free credits on the console of AMP for free, and Google Sheets is free as well, completely free. To set up your API key, just go to settings, API key, grab it right here. We can call this, for example, topical map, and then you would just plug in your API key directly into this box right here. Once it's done, you'll see that it will say valid API key saved, and that was the hardest part of the whole process. It only gets easier from here. And then the first automation that we're going to set up is this one from a previous SOP that I've used to generate topical maps. And so we can put that prompt in column B, as you can see. And in column A, we're going to have the niche. Now, this would work in different languages as well. You can just change the prompt, add the language, etc. But we're going to keep it simple. So I'm going to put the niche over here, the topical map prompt in column B, and then we'll use Claude to generate the topical map topics that are semantically relevant but unique topics in the right language, etc. Right? Each topic must be relevant to the topical and niche. Reduce each to 3 to 5 keywords. That just keeps it short and titles straight to the point. Prioritize the list by semantic relevance and include the keywords. We don't need to worry about English translation. That was for a previous foreign topical map that I've created. One thing as well, just to keep everything tidy, we'll just wrap all the prompts like. And so if we put, for example, our niche is birds, we've got the topical map prompt in column B. And what I'm going to do is I will select that cell right there, and then this in quote marks. All right. So we've got that in quote marks. Then we're going to add the cell reference when it comes to niche. Also, you can do this for like multiple sites or multiple different niches. So if you need to generate like 20 topical maps in one click, you can just drag this formula down. And we'll put a $sign down next to A so that each time it's referenced, it keeps the column in the same place, but it changes the cell to the niche, if that makes sense, right? So if you drag this down, it's going to reference the niche that you put in here, etc. And so then you can automate the topical map process, right? We've got the niche, easy. We've got the topical map prompt, easy stuff. I'm going to close this just to keep things a bit easier to read. And now what we're going to do is the 30 topics right here in this cell. Now, this is where you're going to use Claude to automate it, right? So if we put equals Claude, then we're going to take that prompt right here. And you can see how it's customized to our niche. So it's got the prompt, and then it's got the niche from column A. We'll hit OK. And that's just going to call Claude and start using the prompt that we asked Claude to generate for our topical map. Now, I'm just going to change the prompt slightly because what you can see here is generate a table, which would normally look quite nice and say the chat mode of Claude or inside the chat mode of ChatGPT. But inside the spreadsheet doesn't look that sexy. So we're going to change this now, as you can see. So I'm going to remove the table format. We'll change that. As soon as you change the prompt, it's going to change the generation inside column C. And now you can see that it's generated relevant categories for our niche automatically using the prompts that worked for me previously. So for example, it's generated 30 semantically relevant categories, as you can see right here: species identification, bird watching locations, bird feeding tips, bird nesting habits, etc. These are all different categories that you could create for a silo. And then in the next prompt, what we're going to do is generate topics for each relevant silo. How do you do that, you ask? All right, let me show you exactly how to do this. And by the way, we can just hide column B so that we keep everything neat and tidy. We're going to move everything to the top right here. And now the prompt is hidden so that we can just keep everything neat and tidy. And then we've just got the niche, the topics, and the subtopics underneath, right? So how does this work? There's a few different ways you could do this, but I think probably what makes the most sense is that you have a different column for each silo that you want to generate. Delete that. And then we're going to take the prompt that worked for me previously for generating the different versions. Now we're going to take part 2 of the prompt, right? Because we've got the category sorted, but we need the pages for the topical map under each category. And so put silo 1 there, silo 1 prompt there. Then we'll insert the prompt into this box. And we're just going to tweak the prompt so that it references the topical map categories we already have. So I've said, give me 30 variations of, and then we're going to remove the table format. And I'm going to see, I will actually try and generate this in one single column. I just don't think it's going to work because it's a lot of data for the AI to work with. So we'll try that, see how it goes. Could be a total mess, but it's good for you to see what works and what doesn't. So I'm going to say should be 30 topics with 30 pages underneath. We'll call Claude again. So I'm going to put equals Claude. Then we'll select column D, see what happens. So you can see it's loading. Might take a little while, because a lot of stuff to generate in one go. But this is shaping up easier and faster than I actually expected. Now, what you can see right here is that it's generated the pages for each category, as you can see. So for example, under bird species identification, it's generated 30 different topics for that category, right? So this is the category, and these are the pages that will be inserted into that category on your website. Same for this category, and then the pages inserted, right? And it's all topically relevant. So for example, bird watching locations, and then it's got a bunch of relevant bird watching topics right there. The problem is that it's only generated first 3 parts of this properly, which is okay, because what we can do is just generate the first 3 categories / pages underneath category. Now I'm just going to fill out the rest of the spreadsheet just to keep this neat and tidy. Now we're going to generate parts 4 to 6 in column G, and this is shaping up nicely. Before we go any further, if you want to make more money with SEO, if you want more leads, traffic, and sales from SEO, then we actually have a limited time discount on our SEO Elite Circle that comes with a community, a bunch of money-making courses. This also comes with weekly SEO coaching calls with me, a community of elite level SEOs, courses on local SEO, backlinks, YouTube, and growing your agency. You'll be able to DM me with any questions. There's a bunch of private SEO case studies in here that I can't show on YouTube. And you'll also get weekly SEO action plans. This is only for the action take. If you want long, boring courses, this community isn't for you. But if you want to sign up and join the SEO Elite Circle, check out the link in the comments description, and you can get instant access. Now, I'm just going to hide this prompt, and I'll show you what I mean. So far, we have the niche, and literally this can be generated just by typing in your niche right here. Then you would have the topics. So you've got the categories inside this section. Then you've got the topical map parts 1, categories 1 to 3, as you can see. So it's bird species identification, and then 30 topics underneath, bird watching locations, 30 topics underneath, etc. Basically all automated. Then for parts 4 to 6, as you can see, it's got the bird nesting habits, bird migration patterns, and bird conservation efforts with the 30 categories underneath. And then you can see in this column right here, let me hide the prompt, we have the next part of the topical map. And so now, literally just by typing in your niche, you can generate a topical map with 9 different categories, 30 pages underneath each category. That's basically 2 topics in one click for your topical map, all automated just by typing in your niche. Easy stuff. All right. Now, what happens if you have multiple niches that you need to generate a topical map for? We could actually just drag the formulas down in the spreadsheet for multiple different niches. So, for example, if you're doing this for an agency, and I know agencies, they charge like $500 a pop for a topical map like this. You can do it for free using this free spreadsheet that I'm giving you, and you get the 80-20 of it. It's not perfect. It does require some common sense, but you get the 80-20 of it, right? So, for example, you can put, for example, fishing down here. Then maybe the next niche is gym or intermittent fasting. Then the next niche is AI SEO, right? So what we can do from here is we'll open up all the prompts, as we can see. We'll zoom out a little bit so we can drag them down. And then we can just drag this down to the other relevant categories that we need to generate a topical map for, right? And so you can automate all your topical maps in one click just by typing in the category right there. You can also see that I forgot to drag this one down. So let me drag that down too, and then it will start generating the topical map for that. Now, you might see some errors, or you might see it load in for 2 minutes, something like that. But gradually, it's going to work through all the outputs that we need, right? So you can see, for example, now it's generated the topical maps, generated the relevant topics underneath each one. And finally, what you would do is you would hide the prompts, right? So these columns right here, B, D, F, and H, you would hide because they're just prompts. You don't need them to be shown. And now you're off to the races, right? So for example, if we look at this fishing topical map, let me zoom in a little bit right here. You can see that it's generated 30 semantically relevant but unique topics for our niche of fishing. Part 1 of the topical map is there, and there you go. If you want to customize it more, if you want to get different outputs or maybe you have certain specifics, you can just change the prompts in each column to match what you're looking for specifically. But if we look, for example, at this fishing topical map, we've got the categories. We have parts 1 to 3 of the topical map, parts 4 to 6, parts 7 to 10, etc. You could even fill out the rest of the spreadsheet, right? Just type in the formulas and customize them as you want so that it generates category for all of these, right? So for example, fishing, science, and celebrities. It's just that the further down you go, the less relevant those categories are going to be to the core topic of your website, right? So for example, fishing celebrities, not the highest leverage category to focus on if you've got a website about fishing and maybe you're affiliating products or you got your own e-commerce store. But that's essentially how it works. And if you look at the AI SEO niche example, it's created a bunch of relevant categories right here. For example, like in parts 4 to 6, we've got AI link building strategies, semantic search engine optimization, and AI content generation tools as a section, all automated. And literally all you have to do is just type in your niche and add in the API key like I showed you at the start of the video. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to see more stuff like this, by the way, there's loads of different ways to create topical maps, but I thought I'd focus on the most basic one. If you want me to fill out the whole tool for you with, for example, maybe a competitor sitemap topical map method, maybe we could take some keywords from Ahrefs or AdWords and use that to generate the topical map, etc. Then just let me know if you want to see more of this stuff. I'll create more videos on this topic. So I've labeled that as topical map automation template. If you want to get instant access to it, I'll include it inside the SOP right here. It's got the method as we talked about. It's actually got, the other thing that I would say as well is like this topical map automation works really well with the content outline and content automation that I created yesterday, right? And there's a template for that as well, as you can see. So you just plug in the keywords, aka the topics you've got down here, into this spreadsheet, which you'll get access to inside the SOP. Plug in your API and everything else like we talked about, and then you can just generate the content. I've got a full video breaking that down inside this SOP as well. So these two things together, you could basically automate the topical map creation. You can automate structuring your website and the site architecture of your site. Then you can automate the content creation and content outline creation using these free tools. And additionally, inside this SOP, it's got my SEO checklist for editing and quality controlling your content before you publish it so that it's the best it can possibly be. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get free instant access to the template, all the resources that I've talked about today, the SOP for using it, a step-by-step checklist for automating topical maps so you can just tick it off and copy me, along with the content creation and content outline template, then what I'll do is I will take that, and if you want to get instant access to this, we'll go into my free SEO course. This comes with over 100 tutorials, templates, SOPs, etc. And if we scroll down to the topical map section, I'm going to add a new lesson called Claude. We'll hit save on that, and then you can get free instant access to the SOP templates, workflows, prompts, checklist, and directly in there. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session where we'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors per month with SEO, feel free to book that in, links in the comments and description. And on that call, we'll give you a free SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of link building. We'll answer any questions that you have. You'll learn how to outrank your competitors, and you'll learn how to increase your SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our clients. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye. Today, I'm going to show you how to rank #1 for free with Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So we've got that ready to go. And at this point, you're probably going, but AI doesn't rank, does it? Actually, you can see, for example, Perplexity.ai's website has 2.6 million traffic and they're going to the moon. You might also say, how can you do it for free? Well, actually, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, probably the best AI I've ever seen after 500 experiments, is completely free to access for everyone, as you can see. Then at this point, you might say, Julian Goldie, are you actually ranking for anything? Let's pull up an example. So we'll find out who's the best SEO trainer in Vancouver, and it's the man, the myth, the legend, Julian Goldie, and his SEO Elite Circle training. So with that, let's get straight into this. And the first place we're going to start is with the keyword. If you don't go after low competition keywords, you're not going to rank. Now, how can you do that for free? I actually created a prompt that you can steal from me on Claude 3.5 Sonnet. And it's as simple as this. For keyword research, this is a prompt that I can use. So I can say for keyword research, do this. All outputs for my new website, go for low competition stuff, aim for long tail keywords, and don't go too niche. Now, that is a very simple prompt, but it actually works really well. So for example, if I go on to Claude 3.5 over here, I'm going to paste in the prompts as we can see. And then I'm going to say, give me 10 keywords for my bird's website. And then we've got the keyword research prompt underneath, right? Now, if we take an example keyword like the one on the list, like for example, this one, we're basically going for very low competition, very long tail keywords that people are typing into Google. How do we know they're typing it into Google? If we take that keyword, for example, like best bird watching binoculars for beginners, we can actually verify whether people are searching for it by going onto Google and then typing in the keyword. And if it pops up in the autocomplete, as you can see right here, along with a bunch of other keyword ideas, we know people are actually typing it into Google. As you can see, that was easy. Then if we actually type it into Ahrefs as well, we can see that the keyword best bird watching binoculars for beginners is actually a bit of a gem. Traffic potential is 3,900. Volume, keyword difficulty is pretty easy, as you can see. And we did it for free with this nice little prompt right here that you can just copy and paste and steal from me. And I'll give you access to this prompt inside the SOP and workflow that I'm giving you today. But that's it, as simple as that. Now you might say at this point, are all of these keywords perfect to rank for? Absolutely not, right? You use a bit of common sense. How do you use common sense? You look at the keyword, you type it into Google, for example, like this keyword, which is second on the list. And if it pops up in the complete, it's a bit of a gem, especially if it's long tail like this. And then you're pretty much good to go. If you really want to verify it for free, you can actually use the free keyword generator tool on Ahrefs, type in your keyword, hit find keywords likes, and then verify it that way for free. Either way, you want to target low competition keyword. And some people watching this will be like, yeah, obviously, but you would be blown away by the amount of people that don't go for easy keywords. So this is step number one. Very simple, very easy to do, and you can automate it using this prompt right here. And it's going to save you a lot of time. The easier the keyword, the easier it's going to be to rank on Google. Simple as. And that is step number one. Step number two, what you want to do is find your top ranking competitors on Google and figure out, okay, what are they actually including inside their content? So how have they optimized their title? What sort of headings did they include? Run through the page, see how many words they've written about as well. And basically you want to reverse engineer the headings, the subheadings, the word count, topics mentioned. You can even take all of the content from the page, for example, like this, plug it into Claude, and you can say extract the keywords, LSIs, and entities from this page. And from there, you're going to get a bunch of related topics, LSIs, entities, as you can see, keywords, and these are all words you can naturally put into your content to make it more contextually relevant for the algorithm when it's crawling your content. Now, obviously, when you create your content, you want to write it for the user and you actually want it to be interesting and useful for the reader to answer their search intent. But at the same time, you have to write for both the algorithm to make sure that it actually gets crawled and recognized as relevant, and you have to write for the user so that they're more likely to read it and convert once they actually read the content. Now, if you're wondering, okay, but how do I know what competitors to actually reverse engineer? It's pretty simple. Just type it in on Google and see who's ranking for that keyword. So you can type in your keyword into Google, run down to the SERPs and just go through the content and see, okay, which relevant competitors for my keyword are ranking on the first page for Google. And then you can reverse engineer your competitors' content from there. And so just to recap, you can easily find keywords for free. They're actually very low competition using this prompt right here. Simply type in your niche, type in the prompt, you've got it right here, boom, you're ready to go. Then for the content outline, you type in your keyword into Google, reverse engineer your top ranking competitors' content, headings, subheadings, word count, topics, extract the LSIs, entities, and keywords from the page, and you're good to go from there. Boom, shakalaka. But now you're like, okay, but how do I actually write the content? Good question. So what you can do is you can go into Claude, like for example, like this example right here. In Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and I'll show you this prompt in a second, is really good for creating content. It's actually very interesting, and I would say is better than 99% of human writers. So if you go back to Claude, I'm going to plug in this prompt right here, and you would use the information that you got from step 2 as well, which is like the headings, subheadings, word count, etc. And then for each heading, you generate the content. So for example, if I put heading equals what is SEO, and then I'm going to paste in this prompt right here, which basically runs you down exactly how to create the content. So it's going to be easy to read, UK grammar, internal linking opportunities, FAQs, headers, subheaders, keyword in the first line, keep it fresh and engaging, make it first person, etc. And what I really like about this was a prompt from Kazra Dash, who recommended it. Basically, you say, in the tonality of Alex Hormozy, who's actually one of my favorite teachers and content creators, write this article. So no fluff, nothing cringe, every sentence on a new line too, and just make it feel conversational and human. Now, what you'll see with ChatGPT content is that it's usually very generic. It's also very fluffy, right? If I go into ChatGPT and I'm like, write an article about what is SEO, it's going to give me some fluffy, generic trash, right? And I know that literally from the first sentence, right? And so this is pretty much spam that I wouldn't include inside my content because it's just so generic and adds zero value, right? And you can see even how long the introduction is right there. You can see how boring the content is. You can see that anyone can write that, and it literally offers no entertainment value, no information gain, and nothing interesting. I'm just being a savage tearing it down. And so if I compare that versus the prompt that I'm about to use now, and we'll plug this in, here we are. I'm going to say heading is what is SEO. I'm going to use this prompt right here, which you'll get access to. We'll hit until now it's going to generate the content for the relevant heading. Now, I would recommend that you go step by step in this process, right? So you're not going to create the whole article at once, but you generate heading by heading, subheading by subheading, etc. And so if we go to this article right here, and I'm going to compare it side by side, the generic ChatGPT trash that we had earlier, you can see that number one, the content is formatted way better, but also it's simplified more, it's way more interesting, it adds more personality, and the content itself is 10 times better. Now, if I look at the editing as well required in this article, which is going to take probably about 30 minutes to 1 hour to edit, versus this article, where everything's formatted nicely, it's actually quite interesting, it's got a lot of personality, and it's not just like a spun piece of content that anyone can post. It's actually got some very interesting points. For example, more clicks equals more traffic equals more potential customers. That is something that I would actually say inside a YouTube video. So I know this feels humanized. I know it feels much more interesting. And the quality of content is just 10 times better versus this article right here. And this is really what's going to give you a competitive advantage when you're trying to outrank your competitors, because as SEO is all competition, right? Only one person can rank number one. And so now I can take this prompt right here and I can use it over and over again for all of my headings. And it's going to require minimal editing because the content is actually really good and probably better than I could write normally. Right? If you look through the content, even the way that it's formatted into nice bullet points, even the way that it's nicely explained and simple and clear and interesting to read, etc., that's what you want. Now, if you really wanted to, you could actually turn that into a Claude project, which you can see right here. And this is like a pre-custom built tool using Claude that's programmed to create content and find keywords specifically for you. And then you can tweak it and improve it and iterate it along the way. But basically by doing that, you can create content that actually ranks. So far, we've covered the keyword research, which you can do for free using this prompt right here. How do we know it's low competition? Because we've already checked it. How do we know people are actually searching for it? Because we've already checked the autocomplete on Google. And then you would create the content outline. Why would you reverse engineer your competitors? Because they're the ones already succeeding. How can you generate all the topics and everything else? You can just paste this prompt right here into Claude based on your competitors' content and you're good to go. From there, you're going to create the content. How do you create the content? Just use this prompt right here and generate it for each subheading. And then the content itself is going to be 10 times better than the typical BS that you would generate via PO. And so that's pretty much it. Now, depending on how difficult the keyword is, then hopefully you've gone after low competition stuff. You need minimal backlinks to actually rank for that content. But the more backlinks you have, aka votes, the more likely you are to rank on Google. If you want to learn how to do backlinks, check out this live stream that I actually did earlier today on how I get free DR921 backlinks on Autopilot for free. So if you want access to all of the prompts, and I've actually shown you proof that AI does rank, and you can do it for free, and I've shown you proof in my articles. And if you want the full process and tutorial, I've actually posted that inside the SEO boardroom, along with examples of the actual content that's ranking using Claude 3.5. If you want access to all of the processes and prompts that I've talked about today, what I'm actually going to do is I will take and all the prompts that we've talked about, and I'm going to go into my free SEO course that comes already with 75 tutorials, workflows, SOPs, etc., along with my SEO quality control section, so that if you really want to make sure your content is top notch, then you've got 5 different tutorials on it here, along with humanization, improving content, and Perplexity. And inside the free SEO tool section, I'm going to add in a lesson, rank number 1. It's going to be called Claude Workflow. And all the prompts and tips that I've shown you for Claude 3.5 Sonnet are available directly inside the video notes right there. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to that, links inside the comments and description for my free SEO course. If you want to discover how to get more leads, traffic, and sales, and how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 business per month and generate thousands of dollars in sales, book in your free SEO strategy session. That is a one-to-one call where we'll give you a free SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of link building. We'll answer any questions that you have. You'll get the best link building strategy for your website. You'll discover how to quickly outrank your competitors. And you'll discover how to increase your SEO traffic based on what's working for us. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye. So today what we're going to be doing is using Claude for I'm basically running through some free workflows to basically rank your content. And who's joining me today?
Hello, hello.
So basically what we're going to do, this is the first time you're using Claude, isn't it?
You made me sign up to it literally before, like an hour before this video. But do you know what? All of the ChatGPTs, the Bard, they all do very similar things. So if a prompt works over here, it's going to work in Claude.
Yeah, that's it. It'll be interesting to see what results we get out of Claude today. So I'm just going to log into it. And if no one's familiar with Claude, you can get it at Claude.ai. And it's basically like a free version of ChatGPT. Now, the cool thing about Claude is it's completely free. So once we're signed in, which I'll do right now, you can get access for free. And You get quite a high token count. Let's have a look at the token. In fact, we'll ask Claude once we log in to tell us.
Do you know what? It did take me a couple seconds to actually log in.
All right, so we're back in the game. This is what Claude looks like once you've logged in. So you can see you can actually upload texts directly into it. You get all your previous history of what you've tried. And then if you just want to create content, you can just go to start a new chat right here. So when you're creating content with Claude, what I usually like to do, like you were saying, you can take prompts that already work for you on ChatGPT and then plug them directly into Claude as well. The only problem is that Claude isn't connected to the internet, but it's completely free, so it's like pros and cons. And then if we go to the content optimization section, let's say you just want to generate some title ideas with Claude, you can say, give me some blog ideas on, say, link building specialist, and front load the keyword. And from there, what it's going to do is give you some SEO titles that you can use for your blog, as you can see, with the keyword front loaded.
Yeah, that's something very similar that I would use on ChatGPT as well, like what you've just done. One thing that I will say is you can tell that it's not connected to the internet because it's coming up with 2023, so you just need to swap that out.
Yeah, that's true. Make sure that you edit the dates before you publish it. Let's try plugging in a prompt like this, for example, create a comprehensive article about the keyword SEO Rochester, let's say, and then we can ask it to format the headings, output as HTML markdown, and we'll hit enter and see what that comes back with. We can basically critique the content as well and see what it's like. One of the first things I don't like about it is it's actually coming back with code inside the markdown.
Yeah, I was seeing that. I wonder why it's done that, because that makes no sense to me. And it
So
seems like it's doing it on every sentence as well.
Yeah, what we can do is just run it through a HTML previewer and then see what it's like. So wait for that to load. It comes back with quite a lot of content, to be fair. Normally with ChatGPT, you're going to get 300 or 400 words back, right?
Yeah, it's a lot more thorough, the content, I will say.
Let's plug this into the preview whilst we're waiting for it to generate. So yeah, what it's doing is it's making every sentence on a new line, right?
Yeah, I suppose that is one thing that ChatGPT does struggle with. I suppose Claude doesn't struggle with it. Maybe it takes it a little bit too far.
It's either one or the other, isn't it? You can't get a good balance these days. Yeah, so you can see
Yeah.
every single line is on a new sentence, which is good. Interestingly, though, because it's a bit dumb because what it's done is basically, it's a bit silly because it's formatted the headings, right? So you got like your H3 there, but it's not formatted in HTML, which means that if you run this through a previewer first, all the headings are going to be unformatted.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird how it's set up. But do you know what? It's not terrible, but I think potentially the prompt could be improved a little bit more. I don't know why it would do the div tags as actual div tags, though. That's the one weird part to it.
The other thing I think is like the content itself is very fluffy, right? So if you look at the introduction, in Rochester, getting top search engine rankings takes SEO expertise. We literally knew that before we Googled the topic. If you're running that through, say, Google's helpful content up guidelines, it would fail from sentence one pretty much, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think potentially you might need to tweak the prompt a little bit because it seems like it's doing everything very literally. Like when you've said put everything on one line, it literally has put everything on one line.
Yeah, you might have to say to it, for example, you could take the prompt that we did from here, but then just insert an instruction that says without any div or HTML code. Because actually, once we've done that, once we've asked it to rewrite without the div code, you can see that it's come back with something better here.
Yeah.
And actually, it's removed all the walls of text. So it's a lot nicer to read than, say, your average ChatGPT content.
I don't think that's terrible, personally. For free, obviously, you're going to need to play around with it and get like the perfect prompt to say. But it obviously is a little bit fluffy. I would potentially try to give it certain parts of the actual helpful content, like guidelines, and seeing if you can potentially try and relearn it based off of what good content is and what bad content is.
Yeah, I think one of the things I would do as well is I would probably either write the introduction separately or create a completely new prompt to write the introduction. Because I think that's probably the weakest part of the introduction, but it's also the most important part of the article, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So like when it rewrites, for example, it writes it from first person perspective.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and then it's included the keyword in the first line. That's better. It's not perfect, but yeah, it's getting
you're almost there. You're probably like 50% of the way there.
I think what you might be able to do as well is like you could download one of your articles that you really like and then upload it to Claude and say, use this as a sort of baseline, use the same style, etc.
I think you could also give it that. So it just said you can upload a PDF. You could probably upload Google's quality rater PDF to that, and you could probably get like a really good article from it.
So something like this, you could download
Yep.
and then upload directly into Claude and just say something like, use the attached Google quality rater guidelines and rewrite the article based on these guidelines, right?
Yeah.
See what it comes back with based on that. Doesn't like that.
No, I was hoping that it's going to come back with the best article ever.
I know. I thought that's genius doing that. I wonder why it's.
Do you know what? I've had this quite a few times, even with ChatGPT. It struggles to read the entire PDF.
Let's see what happens if we say, can you read the attached PDF?
No.
Evans to Betsy. That's quite interesting, isn't it? So why would it give you the option to upload PDFs if you can't?
I don't know. How many megabytes is the actual size? Oh, it's nothing.
It's nothing. It's pretty small, yeah.
I think we've broke Claude.
We broke Claude in literally the space of 2 minutes. And you can upgrade. You do get an option for upgrading, which is one month. But I'm not impressed so far, I've got to be honest.
No, I'm not. I'll show or like what I've used it for.
Do you know what I think might be better if you were going to use Claude? Is actually just using it inside Perplexity. Have you come across Perplexity before?
I have not, no.
Oh, it's amazing. It's really good. But if you sign up to the Pro package, basically, and you can actually cancel your yearly subscription as soon as you sign up so that you don't get charged and you can use it for free. But you can actually switch to Claude inside the AI model settings, right? So if you go to your settings over here, and then you go to, and you set the AI model as Claude, but you get a choice between Gemini, GPT-4, experimental, etc. And then from there, that might be a better way to actually create content using Perplexity and Claude. And like I say, it doesn't cost anything because you can just cancel the trial. I actually talk about that in my video right here, this one. So let's try that. Let's try the quality rater guidelines we talked about. We'll put the keyword here and we'll see if that works. One thing I like about Copilot as well is it communicates between you and the AI. So it looks at the question, and then if it needs more clarification, it's going to tell you, right? So for example, please provide additional prompts or questions to reach the desired word count. You can say just skip.
Okay.
And then it's going to search the web as well. So it's using Claude, but Claude is not connected to the internet.
So you're essentially layering up different AI models.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that you'll find with Perplexity, if you use Claude inside it, is that it's going to give you references, right? So you can see all the sources here, which is quite interesting. And then it's rewriting the content, but based on the PDF that we gave it, and it's not broken.
Yeah. To be fair, it seems a lot.
It's a lot smoother, right?
Yeah. The intro is a lot better.
I'll show you something else cool as well once this loads. You're going to like this, Kazra, I promise you.
Okay. I'm excited now.
All right. And the word count as well that's coming back is way higher, right?
Yeah, definitely. It seems a lot more on point. Like that, this is what like an SEO agency would talk about, like Google Search Console, Google Analytics, etc.
Yeah. So let's have a look. Can we check the word count on that? Let's have a look. Word counter plus. So it's come back with 500 words, and we could ask it to generate more if we wanted to. For example, you can just say, write more content here or cover more FAQs. But additionally, this is a bit that I think you'll like, is that it can search videos for you and it can generate images for you as well for the content. So for example, if you search videos like this, you'll find relevant videos to the content.
Right, okay.
From YouTube.
It's quite cool.
It's quite cool, huh? And you can also generate images too. So you can choose between a painting, a photograph, an illustration, and a diagram.
It's pretty decent, that.
Yeah. Additionally, you can share it with your team. So if you click on share, you can make it shareable, and then you can share it with your team so that they can use it too.
That's quite cool.
Yeah, I think this is a way better use of Claude, because if you use it this way, it's just going to break on you and get confused. But if you use Perplexity this way, like I say, you can get it for free. I talk about it in this video. And basically, you sign up for a year and then cancel the subscription straight away. And that would work nice.
Yeah, so I think our biggest takeaway from that video, or from this video, is don't use Claude in conjunction with Brick. But
and then
I'll go over what I've done. Mine's isn't anywhere near as advanced, but I reckon that this would work very well if you were to use it in Perplexity. Basically, the very first prompt I gave it was, give me 10 keywords based on search volume to do with SEO. And obviously it's going to come back with all of these: SEO, keyword research, backlinks, so on and so forth. So then I've just selected a random article. So give me a list of entities to do with link building that I have on my page. So obviously link building is a separate article.
And then it's come back with all of these different entities. So guest posting, broken link building, giveaway contest, infographic, sponsorship, scholarship, skyscraper technique, link inserts, everything that we already know. And then I've just said to it, can you turn this into an article with subheadings? And it's come back with, it's probably like anything from 300 to 500 word article. But again, like what we've just mentioned, the introduction, I don't think is that great. Like link building remains one of the most important ranking factors for SEO. How having other reputable sites link back to your website. I just think that all of this can be a little bit more beefy when it comes to the actual article, and I think probably Perplexity would be able to help you out with that. But from an entity point of view, I think that it's done quite a good job with the actual entities. I don't know what you think, because obviously we're talking about link building, and it's come back with all the different types of link building that you can do, so like giveaways, infographics, etc., etc. So I don't think it's done that bad of a job. I just don't think it's that great for content creation.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think for content creation, you probably need something like Perplexity or Copilot to work with it and translate it a bit better. But for actually entity extraction, it seems to do a good job.
Yeah, definitely.
And then you can plug that into Perplexity afterwards, can you? Awesome. All right. Anything else before we go?
No, that's it.
Awesome. All right. If you want to get a free ChatGPT SEO course with all the prompts that I've talked about today, feel free to get that link in the comments in the description. And if you do want to book in a free SEO strategy session where we can talk about how to get you more leads, traffic, and sales from SEO, free link in the comments in the description. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Thanks for having me on.
Today, I'm going to show you exactly how to rank using AI SEO and LinkedIn. So, for example, if we Google a keyword like best SEO speakers, you can see that my article is ranking on the first page of Google right here. And this was a very easy, simple, step-by-step process that pretty much even your grandma could do, and it's very simplified. So let me show you how I rank with AI SEO using LinkedIn AI SEO. I've already shown you proof. I'll also show you how I make money using this process, how I automate it all with AI, and my step-by-step process, plus free SOPs and work. And I'll even give you the transcript from today. So let's get into it. For example, if we look at LinkedIn, this website is absolutely popping off right now. So you can see, for example, it's gone from pretty much nothing down here to 2.5 million traffic from SEO. Absolutely insane. The value of it is $116 million. That's pretty big. Here's an article that I created. It's already ranking and generating traffic. And one that I showed you earlier, it's already generating traffic using exactly the same process. So let me go into exactly how it works step by step. And by the way, if you don't know who I am, I'm Julian Goldie. I run the SEO Boardroom. I have a link building agency with over 100 clients. You can see what people have to say about me here. Now let's talk about why you would use LinkedIn for AI SEO. Number one, it's free. It's easy. Your team can handle it, right? So I'm going to give you a process that your team can emulate if you don't want to do all the dirty work yourself. It's faster than ranking with most sites. Usually this ranks within 24 hours. And it's very monetizable because I'm going to show you exactly how you can book your content on LinkedIn to make money with SEO passively using this process. So step number one, obviously you got to have a LinkedIn profile set up. So how does that work? Normally what I do is I have a niche relevant profile to the actual content that I'm producing, like you can see right here. So for example, if I'm creating content about SEO, then I'm going to make sure my profile is optimized to SEO too, like you see right here. Now, additionally, on top of that, if you want it to convert better, you can basically use this as a sales page, right? So for example, you can see I have a very clear CTA on exactly what I do and how I do it. I've got a few feature promotions here, so you can just add a post or add some portfolio links inside your profile. And then I do post regularly on LinkedIn using AI, but that's a whole different story for a different day. But essentially, you want to make sure that your profile is set up so you look professional. And then when people see your profile, they're more likely to buy from you, right? Very important step. Additionally, don't use any fake profiles, so you'll just get taken down by LinkedIn. That does not work, my friends. So from here, you set up the LinkedIn profile. You've optimized it. It's niche relevant. You're using it like a sales page to get those DMs in so that you can generate more clients, more customers, and more traffic to the offer that you're trying to sell. What's next? Now it's time to start creating the content. Now, if you look at some examples of content I've created, for example, if we go to my LinkedIn post over here, and then we scroll to articles, you can see some of the articles that I've recently created. Now, essentially, to create a new post, you click on the home page over here, you click on write article, hit next, and then from here, you can start plugging in your content. Now, what you'll see in terms of on-page optimization is that the most important parts are front-loading the keyword inside your title, including the keyword inside the first line of the introduction, inserting the keyword throughout the main headings in the content, and that's essentially it. This isn't even a long article, so if we scroll down and we go to the word counter plus, you can see this is only 740 words. So it's not about how much content you create, it's about how good the content actually is. Now, LinkedIn is very powerful simply because it is a DR98 website that you can boast on, right? And also it's trending upwards in terms of traffic. And additionally, it's a user-generated content website, which is what Google seems to like to promote these days. So in terms of how you actually create the content, I'm going to show you a free way, which is pretty simple. You can take some of the prompts from this 200 ChatGPT prompts document that I have. This is completely free for you to use. And then you can plug this into whatever your favorite AI model is, right? So for example, we can take this prompt right here. I wouldn't worry about the word count, like I said. We can actually delete that. We'll take the prompt. We'll go onto a free tool like, for example, Claude. We'll put the prompt in right here. And then we're going to put keyword equals insert whatever your keyword is, right? So it could be like best SEO speakers. Now, you're going to hit enter, and this will start generating the content for our article. Now, if you want it to mold the content around you and who you are, which I would highly recommend, then you can also add a line of text into your prompt that says promote whoever you want as the best SEO speaker, or whoever the product is that you want to recommend inside the particular content, right? So for example, promote Julian Goldie for having the best SEO training, something like that. And then it will mold the content it creates to you and your specific brand, which makes it more personalized. The more specific it is and the more tailored it is to your brand, the less likely you are to generate AI trash. So for example, if we take this particular keyword, then you're going to plug in the title into LinkedIn posts, plug in the content into LinkedIn posts. Additionally, you want to have CTAs throughout your content that sends traffic to your site. Now, you can be as extreme or as minimal as you want to be with that, but if you want it to convert, then you do need to have CTAs with links to your business. Now, the other thing that I would recommend is inserting UTMs inside the content so that you can track where it came from. So for example, for me, I have a CRM. I can track every click. I can see where our purchases came from, which means that I can track how much revenue we made from each channel. The better you get at tracking, the more you can figure out what works and what doesn't, and discard what doesn't work and do more of what does work. By having these CTAs throughout your content, you can easily track if this is actually working for you as a process. If it is, great. If it doesn't, time to figure something else out. What you can also do, and I've created tons of videos about this, I'm not going to go too depth into it, but if we go to godlike mode inside, say, a tool like Autoblogging, we can then plug in the article title, for example, like best SEO speakers. Again, insert that source context that's tailored to you and your brand, hit search SERPs, and generate the content that way in one click. Pretty simple. But either way, you can generate the content for free. You could also generate the content with your favorite AI tool. You could even use human written content as well. And then you want to insert CTAs and optimize it like I've talked about previously in this video. This is completely free as well. You don't need a special profile or a premium profile. It probably does help, but you don't need it to rank. And stage 1 and stage 2, completely free. You don't need to pay for it. When you generate this content, it's not going to be perfect. And so what you do is just mold it down Leonardo da Vinci with a piece of clay or a statue or whatever. And essentially, you're going to follow this checklist step by step to make sure the article matches the search intent of Google. Actually make sure you demonstrate expertise, experience, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness throughout the content. Format it nicely so it's easy to read. Add some pictures in there. Add a few FAQs in there. Make the intro nice and straight to the point. And then add in. And then, of course, you're going to fact check it and all that sort of great stuff. Shouldn't take long. And so the quality control checklist, completely free. The publishing, completely free. The profile, completely free. My goodness. And then, of course, you want to get it indexed. Now, there's one thing that you have to be very careful of when you publish content. Now, if it's a new LinkedIn profile, you do want to warm it up. You do want to post regularly on LinkedIn. AI can just generate that for you. But essentially, you want to make sure that when you're creating content on LinkedIn or any other platform, there's no follow tag inside the content. Now, from what I've heard, with brand new LinkedIn profiles, it takes a while to warm them up before the no follow tag inside your content is removed. So for example, if I open up the source code of this particular page and I press Option, Command, and U on a Mac, I can type in no follow and I can see that this content can be indexed because it's not got a no follow tag. If your content has a no follow tag, keep publishing daily on LinkedIn until that finally gets removed. No follow just says to Google, don't index this page. And so this content is indexable, but you want to make sure that you maximize your chances of being able to index it. How do you do that? I'm going to give you a few different ways. So number 1, you can build some internal links from other LinkedIn articles to that particular page to index it. You can also use tools like Exceptional. You can share it to social media. You can build backlinks to the page. You can index those backlinks on Google Search Console as well. But basically, the indexing part is very important. Why? Because if your content is not indexed on Google, it's never going to rank. It's just a recap on the process. You would optimize your profile. Then you're going to publish your content. I've shown you exactly how, and I've included the exact step-by-step prompts that you can use, copy, paste, and steal from me step-by-step to create that content yourself. You should also quality control your content before you publish it. just so that you're not spamming the internet. And then the final step is to index it. I've shown you exactly how to do that too. Some people are still going to say you're spamming, but if you quality control your content using this checklist, no issues there, my friend. Some people are still going to say this isn't free, but I've shown you how to create the content for free in this prompt right here. Some people will even say that LinkedIn doesn't rank, but as you can see, it's popping off right here. The traffic's never been higher. You can see 2 of my articles ranking right here. LinkedIn ranks extremely well. So thanks so much for watching. I've shown you how I make money with AI SEO by sending traffic to my funnels. You can do it with affiliate links. You could do it with funnels. You could do it with product page links, whatever you want. Just don't abuse it. I've shown you how I automate it all with AI, and I've shown you my step-by-step process. Plus, if you want access to my SOP prompts, video, and transcript, what I'm going to do is I will take the notes from today and I'll plug that into my free SEO course that already comes with 93 SEO tutorials. And if we go to the SEO system section over here, we're going to add a new lesson called LinkedIn AI SEO. And if you want access to everything that I've talked about today, the link to the SEO is directly inside the video description right there. Now, if you want to personalize everything that we've talked about today one-to-one to your business to get more leads, traffic, and sales to your business to make more money with your website, feel free to book in a free SEO strategy session. And one-to-one, we will give you a free SEO domination plan. You'll discover the best link building strategy for your website, and you'll learn how to quickly outrank your competitors with SEO. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it as always. Link is in the comments and description to that. See you on the next one. Bye. Today, in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to show you how to rank #1 with medium AI SEO. You can see this website has gone from 0 to 33.7 million traffic. Absolutely insane. I'm going to show you how to find easy, free keywords for SEO that actually make you money. I'm going to show you the AI tool that's writing my content for free. I'm going to give you my whole SOP step by step and break it down for you and give you all the prompts as well. And by the way, if you don't know who I am, I'm Julian Goldie. I own the SEO Boardroom. We have over 100 members. I have a link building agency. Now let's get straight into it. Now, if we actually look at Medium, say, over all time, you can see their traffic is at a brand new record. It's absolutely insane. So they went from pretty much 0 over here all the way up to 33.7 million traffic. Now, this is a free website you can post on. I'm going to show you exactly how to create content on there, but it's absolutely insane to do that. And so I'm showing you proof that this does actually work. You can see an example of one of my articles ranking right here with Medium, and this is completely free to post on. Now I'm going to show you step by step exactly how to do this, how to emulate it, and how I've used it to rank on Google for free. Now, like any sort of experiment where you're trying to rank, you want to make sure you're going for those easy keywords. So for example, if we take one of the keywords that I'm ranking for, you can see a lot of them are like KD zeros. Now, thing is, if someone's looking for, say, SEO courses and then they go and buy my elite circle, then obviously I'm going to make money. It is a money-making keyword. I don't need much traffic because it's a high-ticket offer, and it's pretty simple to emulate. Now, if you look at the actual content, this was generated with AI, and basically how I did this was by going after easy keywords on Google. Ideally, they look like this, right? So they're tailored to your niche. I would go for like local SEO keywords, tend to rank the best. Traffic potential, we don't really worry about because we only need like one sale to cover the cost. And then also you can see the keyword difficulty here, pretty easy. So I'm going to create this SOP for you step by step in case you want to follow it. But essentially, easy keywords, KD 0 or less. Location specific, usually equals easy, tailored to your niche. And something that's actually going to make you money because you don't generate ads revenue on Medium unless you're part of like their program, but I'm not part of that. And so we've covered the keywords. Ahrefs actually have a free keyword generator tool. So all of this doesn't cost you a single penny. Now it's time to create the content. A couple of ways you can do this. Let me show you an example step by step of how you can do this for free using ChatGPT. So you can use any single model on ChatGPT. I believe the GPT Mini, the new version from ChatGPT, is actually free for now. And so what you can do is, first of all, you're going to generate a keyword optimized introduction like you can see right here. But one of the things I find is if you don't create the introduction separately, then it's going to be total trash. So what I can do is just say create a short 3-sentence intro on the style of Alex Hormozy optimized for the keyword, should be neutral and feel human, include the keyword in the first sentence. Now, we could use GPT Mini for this. We could also use Claude. Depends, it's totally up to you. I actually think that Claude creates better written content, feels a lot more sentient. If we plug both of these together, you can use whatever you want, but if you compare this intro that I'll copy, and I'll just compare it versus Claude's intro. So we've got Claude's intro right there, and we've got ChatGPT's intro right here. Now, they both mention the keyword in the first sentence. That's great. But if you compare the content here, for example, like this guide will help you find top-notch training to boost your SEO game, that just feels like AI generic trash, mate. Whereas, for example, the introduction with the same prompt generated on Claude, says the real secret to dominating search rankings is understanding the core principles that drive results, then relentlessly applying them to your specific market. That just feels like 100 million zillion times more human. And so I'm going to go with Claude for this actual workflow. And now you've generated the introduction. Next up, you would create the content. Now you want to plan out the content first. So what you can do is you can say, what are the top 5 semantically relevant headings to the keyword in the most important order for this article? Now, bear in mind, you've already plugged in your keyword right there in prompt 1. So in prompt 2, this should be all tailored to the keyword that you're trying to target. The key here is that you're trying to create the most relevant content in the right order so that it matches the search intent of what people are looking for. Now, another way you could do this for free is you can just go onto your competitors' pages, find the headings, and then use that as a frame for your content. Obviously, you tailor it to yourself. But basically, it's very easy to automate the introduction and automate the content outline using this process. From here, you can run this prompt right here for each heading within your content. So what you can do is just paste this into Claude, as you can see right here. We can take one of the top headings. And again, use your common sense here, right? So in today's digital landscape, am I going to use that? Absolutely not, mate, right? Total trash. But I will use why Korean SEO training matters. And you can see what I've also done is plugged in the source context so that I can tailor this towards my brand and what I'm trying to sell throughout the content. Also tailored it towards the keyword that I'm trying to rank for, so I can put SEO training Korea, for example, here. And you would just generate the content for each heading just like this, right? So you got your heading there, then you got the content. The content is nicely written. It's not perfect, but it does the job. Then you can just run that for all 5 headings. And then from there, you can use this last prompt to generate the FAQs, right? So you can say, what are the top 5 FAQs in the most important order for this article? Answer them, use the same prompt as before. Live in the dream. Is SEO training in Korea different from SEO training elsewhere? You bet your bibimbap it is, mate. SEO in Korea is like kimchi. It's got its own unique flavor. Even a genius copywriter wouldn't come up with that. The wordplay is just outrageous. Obviously, you have a quick read through, making sure it's all PC, but you basically get the idea. And now you know exactly how to generate the content. Now, as a caveat to this, there's one thing that I want to show you that's very important. Let me tell you what it is. When you're generating the content, Medium have an artificial intelligence content policy. Nobody talks about it. Most people haven't read it. This is basically how it goes. It says, we define AI-generated writing as writing where the majority of the content has been created by an AI writing program, right? With little edits, improvements, fact-checking, or changes, right? And so I will show you an editing process in a second, but you can see how AI-generated writing is not allowed to be paywalled as part of the partner program. So just bear that in mind. And also, AI-generated writing that's disclosed, so basically you say that it's AI writing, but not behind the paywall, is eligible for general distribution, but not eligible for boost distribution. So just something to bear in mind there. But you're trying to rank on SEO, you're not trying to rank directly within the algorithm of Medium. If you're going to use AI-generated images, it must include captioning, identifying them as such. Now, if you look at the pages that are ranking, you can actually see I don't include AI images within the content. So you don't need AI images to rank. But you could, for example, insert YouTube videos. Now, the other thing to note here is that they do not allow AI-generated content created solely for the purpose of ranking high in SEO with the goal of promoting affiliate links. Very important to note it. Now, if you look at the content that I create, like this one, for example, this is not an affiliate link, right? It goes directly to the funnels that I own. These are my pages, this is my business, etc. So just something to note there is like, if you're just spamming it with affiliate links, you're probably going to get smashed. It also says, do you need to disclose the use of AI assistants such as grammar or spell checkers, outline assistants, or fact verification? Actually says doesn't. But yeah, just something to note. No one ever talks about it, but I think it's important to show you this before you start smashing out content directly on Medium. So just to recap, we've covered the keywords, we've covered the content, and we have covered the guidance directly from Medium right here too. Now, when you're actually creating the content, what you want to do as well is include some CTAs like you see right here, so that when people actually land on the page, they're more likely to click and to convert. You can be as aggressive as you want with that, but basically you want to insert CTAs throughout the content. The more compelling the CTA is, the more likely you are to convert that traffic into money. Also, when you're doing this, you want to be manually editing your content before you publish it. You can use a checklist like this or include it inside the SOP if you don't already have access to it. And step by step, that will help you create the best possible quality content so that you're not just publishing AI spam. You can make your content the best quality it could possibly be. So now we've covered the keywords and a free way to do that. We've covered the content, a free way to do. We've also covered a free way to edit the content and insert CTA throughout. And then finally, you can do the index. How do you index a page? You can build some internal links from your website or other Medium articles. If you built them from your website, then you can index the internal links that you built on your Google Search Console as well. You can index the content via intentional, share it to social media, and build backlinks to the page. Those are multiple ways to make sure that your content gets indexed on Google. It can only obviously rank when it's been indexed on Google directly. Normally, I would say it's going to take about 5 or 7 days to actually get that content indexed. And that's basically how I can rank for multiple keywords like this. With AI SEO, whole process is automated, pretty easy and smooth to do. I still think LinkedIn tends to work better if you're going to create content, but if you want to rank multiple times for the same keyword, then you could probably publish both on LinkedIn and Medium as well if you wanted to. Just going to answer some FAQs from the last few questions on LinkedIn as well. So Armin says, what's the best for indexing in Bing? Indexceptional can help you with indexing on Bing, and if you're wondering how to index your content, you can actually use this process I've broken down right here. If you're wondering where to find the prompt, what I'm going to do is I will take them, as you can see right here, and this comes with all the prompts, tips, workflows, etc. And if you go to my free course with over 90 tutorials on how to do SEO along with SOPs and step-by-step processes, we will go to the SEO system section, add a lesson, we'll call that Medium SEO, and you can get access to the SOP directly down here. I'll also include the transcript, the prompts, and everything else that we've talked about today. Someone else asked, when you say internal link articles on LinkedIn, do you mean link from different articles on my account or link from my article to different articles on somebody else's account? So ideally, you want to link to your article from other relevant pages that you have access to. Could be Reddit, could be LinkedIn, could be Medium, could be backlinks, could be other websites that you own in the same niche, etc. Wherever you can get relevant natural links from. Someone else said, this is cheating, but you're not cheating, my friends. If you're creating quality content, matching the search intent, creating better content than your competitors, using the quality control checklist that I've talked about previously, you're just creating good content and ranking. Someone else asked, how is it legit if you're using AI to do everything for you? And again, I would say you're just using the best of both worlds, right? You're taking AI, but then you're manually editing it as a human being, which means that you get the smartest part of AI and the smartest part of humans, and then you are combining them together to create something that's actually good. As I've shown you from the copywriting from Claude, pretty nice copywriting, better than most writers you can find online. So thanks so much for watching. As I said, you can get access to the prompts, you can get the free course links inside the comments and description, and if you want to get everything that I've taught today personalized to your website, to get more leads, traffic, and sales to your business, to rank your website, and make more money, then feel free to book in a free one-to-one SEO strategy session. You get a free SEO domination plan to discover the secrets of link building or answer any questions you have one-to-one. Normally, you pay thousands of dollars for that. You can have it for free with us, and you'll learn the best link building strategies for your website, plus how to outrank your competitors with link building. You might also say, is it free? Posting on Medium is free. Finding the keyword research is free. I've linked to the free tool right here. You might say, is the content free? But yes, you can use Claude AI for free as well. And you've got all the prompts right here for free as well. You might also say, is the editing free? Yes, you can just use a content quality checklist. And all that requires is one human being. And you might say, is the indexing free? And I would say absolutely, because it doesn't cost you anything to build internal links. It doesn't cost you anything to index them on Google Search Console. It doesn't cost you anything to share them to social media. And so freebie Julian Goldie SEO strikes again. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Today, we're going to be creating a make.com automation to create some insane AI SEO articles using Claude and Perplexity in a one-click AI SEO workflow. We have Catherine Dash in the building.
Hello.
And today, what we're going to be doing is just building this automation live and then showing you exactly how it works step by step. So what I'm going to do is pull up the screen to show you exactly what I mean and how it works. And also what I'll be giving away at the end of the video is the template that I created, the tool, and all of the prompts and step-by-step workflows along the way. So this is make.com. If you've never used it, it's free for 1,000 operations, kind of like Zapier. You can automate a lot of cool stuff. And if we log in right here, give me a sec, and we'll do this. Have you ever used this tool before, by the way? That's right.
The only time I've used it was the last time when we were doing a video on it. I've not actually had the time to check it out, but I do get the understanding. Like, it plugs into different AI models, and then you can get certain AI models to read, let's say, a spreadsheet, and you can just do things en masse, really.
Yeah, it's pretty cool as well, because now you can, for example, if you create a tool, say with AI on ChatGPT or something like that, you can't integrate different AIs together. You can't get them working together. So, for example, with these sort of workflows, you can bring Claude together with Perplexity using Claude 3.5 Sonnet, for example, and then you can plug that into a Google Sheet, and you can just link like all the best AIs together and get the best out of everything. So, for example, with Perplexity, it's actually one of the few APIs where you can actually crawl a live page. that's already been published and indexed.
Right,
Whereas
okay.
with Claude, you can't do that, for example, or ChatGPT. I don't think you can do that unless you have some advanced coding skills, right? So going to create a new scenario over here, and we can start building this bad boy out. And first thing that we're going to start off with is a Google Sheet. So we'll just create a Google Sheet with our keyword, and then we can plug that into the spreadsheet. And what we're going to do is click on Watch New Rows. And from here, we'll choose the spreadsheet ID.
See, this is the part where it goes a little bit over my head, but last time when you were actually setting up the sheet, you explained it pretty well, like the workflow and stuff. So if I remember correctly, you just get the ID of the spreadsheet and then the tab name as well.
Yeah, exactly. So let's call this, for example, Perplexity Claude Insane Articles Automation. And then what we can do is you can have this column called URL. And from here, plug in, say, your competitor's URL, right? So for example, let's say when you're creating a content outline, you would always reverse engineer your competitor's article, right? That's like the first place you start with the top ranking articles. So for example, let's say we have a page ranking for us. Let's see what we got on here. We can take an article like that. We'll plug that in as URL. And then we can link this spreadsheet right here from Google Sheets directly into make.com. So I'm going to click on choose a new file, and we'll search for that one right there. Just refresh. So we've just created it. Also, I think it's really good to have you on this as well live, because you can, if someone is watching this and never created like a make.com automation, you can ask a question so you're getting left behind basically. So we'll choose a sheet name, which is just a sheet from the automation.
So that's the tab, right?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, exactly. But competitor...
Can you rename that now? You don't need to re-add that sheet name, do you?
Yeah, you will want to.
Okay.
Yeah, so for example, you can just refresh here. It'll take a minute or so, and then it'll pull out the new tab right there. And then you can also limit this. So you could say, I want to run this for 100 competitor URLs, or I just want to run it for 1 or 2. And in this automation, we'll just run it for 1. And then what we're going to do from here is we're going to use Perplexity AI to make an API call, and you can just link the API from your Perplexity account to make.com to scrape the URL, right? And so you can take the URL from column A and then do whatever you want to do with it. Now, I think it's really good to have you here as well, because we can run through the best way to create a content outline and use that as a basis for this prompt.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is, I'll delete that for now. And we'll reopen Perplexity and we'll say create a chat completion. You can select the models here, which is pretty crazy. So you can choose between, say, Mixtral or Llama. We're going to go with Llama for now. And then we're going to add an item. We'll select the content, the URL from column A, which is this one right here. We're going to select user. And then in here, we can plug in our prompt, right? So we can say using this URL, create a content outline for my SEO article targeting the same keyword. Now, typically, I know when you're creating content outlines, you try and figure out, okay, what are the LSIs and what are the relevant entities that you want to include inside your article, right?
Yeah, definitely. I know we might not be able to do it with this. Actually, we might be able to. I sometimes give it a little bit more info. So, for example, if there are certain groups of keywords that I know, like I would mention that. So if it's like best running shoes, it might also be best running shoes for men, and that might be like a very similar page. But to be honest, if we're giving it the competitor URL, we might not need to do that because they might already be mentioning that throughout their article.
Yeah, exactly. What else would you want to include inside the content? For example, include some relevant FAQs.
Yeah, include commonly asked questions, and then obviously making certain that the keyword that we're targeting is mentioned within the first sentence.
We'll do that so we'll actually have a separate prompt for the introduction.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what about with the URL? Are we able to extract certain things from the URL? Because sometimes websites have really SEO friendly URLs. Is that something that we can do?
Yes, we'll do that later as well. We'll actually have a separate automation for the slug. And we'll plug that into WordPress as well, which should be pretty useful. So
I'm jumping way too ahead.
It's good that you're thinking about these things too, because I was thinking the same. Have a separate section for the introduction, have a separate section for the slug, and then you can plug that all into WordPress later as a draft. And so using this URL, create a content outline, give me the semantically relevant keywords, LSIs, entities from the article, and then I guess you would include, say, the top 10 headings
Yep, subheadings, include the top 10.
Semantically relevant headings plus subheadings.
In some cases, again, I've not seen the output of this, but when I've done that before, include the top 10 subheadings. In some cases, websites just have like really bad subheading structure, so they might be mentioning like John, the managing director, on every single page, and they've used John as a H2, and sometimes it pulls that in. So it'll be interesting once we get this back to see if it's done that or if it's done it the correct way.
Yeah, the other thing I would say about all this is no one ever gets it right first time. Like, there's so many ways it can mess up, so many different variables, so it'll probably make a few mistakes as we go along.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. All right. So we've got the content outline prompt right here, and we're just going to rename that content outline prompt. We'll hit OK on there. The other thing that we might want to think about as well is, for example, sometimes you might want to include some knowledge from that first page we created. I usually do that with Perplexity, but just for the sake of keeping this simple and avoiding like too many variables that can go wrong, I'm just going to stick with moving on to Claude from here. Now, I think Perplexity is amazing for scraping live URLs. It's amazing for breaking down content because it's an LLM, so it understands the language probably better than most humans would. But it's not great for writing the content. We've tested it before and it's been absolute trash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Terrible trash. Throw it in the bin.
It's
on Twitter.
Yeah, yeah, it's not great. The content, we always call it AI hallucination, and it just spits out like anything it can get its hands on. The one thing I will say, it formats the content pretty well. So if you want really nice formatted content, but the content's full of lies and garbage, then by all means just use it. But yeah, you definitely need to be double checking and cross-referencing the actual content. And sometimes I understand, like, some of you guys might not be writing about a content, or sorry, some of you guys might not be writing content about a topic that you understand. But if you just spend the extra 5-10 minutes, or get an editor, let's say you're quite a big organization, get an editor or hire an editor to just spot check and fact check everything that AI is spitting out.
So from here, we're going to add a new module, and that's going to be a router. So essentially what we can do with the router is we can take the output. Yeah, that helps too. Also, if this gets messy, you can click on auto align and it just aligns everything nicely in the spreadsheet. Like, for example, if that goes all the way over there, you can just click auto align and it will correct it right there. But essentially what we want to do is route the information from the content outline prompt to, say, WordPress, to social media. You could have multiple websites. Like, you could create the content for multiple websites and use it right there. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to delete that module right there, and then we're going to route that information from Perplexity into Claude. And so I'm going to create a prompt with Claude. 3.5 Sonnet, I would say, is by far and away the most superior AI for writing content that I've seen on the internet. I don't know what you think, Kazra.
Sorry, say that again. Your voice cut out for a second.
Yeah, I would say the Claude 3.5 Sonnet is the best AI writer.
Yes and no. So I tested Claude recently, and I don't think that the content was great, but we'll go with it for now. I just thought that it was, to be fair, it might have been to do with my prompt, because I basically what I was doing is I was testing Claude 3.5 versus ChatGPT Mini, and the prompt was literally, here's a load of subheadings, go and write it. And I just felt like the content just wasn't really up to par, but it'll be interesting to see what it comes back with the Perplexity outline. I think that with the Perplexity outline, it's going to be a lot better than how I had it set up.
So what we're going to do from here is we're going to take the content from Perplexity, right? So it says choices, then we select the drop down, then we're going to select message, and then we'll select content, right? And essentially that's taking the output from Perplexity here, plugging it into Claude, and then from there we can create the content. Now, there's a few different prompts that I like to use with Claude. I know we created a few together as well. I want to take this one right here, and we're going to take this prompt, which I'll give you access at the end of this video if anybody wants access to it. We'll plug that into here. And so I'm going to put content outline, colon, equals the output from Perplexity. Then I'm going to take the keyword, and actually I think we should probably break down the keyword from this step as well.
Yeah.
So give me relevant keyword H2. We'll hit OK on there. And then going back to Claude, we've got the prompt. We'll say, using the content outline, write an SEO article, write as me, first person, For creating the content, every sentence in a new line, add a conclusion, add FAQs, etc. Chop up complex tips into bullet points.
I think one thing that you've actually got this in your prompt, but for everybody that's watching this, making certain that you actually mention which grammar you want. Is it UK or US? Because in some cases it defaults to US if you guys are in the UK and stuff like that. So just mention which kind of grammar you want it to go down as well.
And then we'll hit OK on this, and we also want to get the slug from the relevant article. So I'm going to say we'll just put 1,000 tokens for that. Add a new message. I always choose user as a role, and then we'll choose type as text. And then from here, we'll say, based on the choices from Perplexity, create a URL slug for the page. Don't include the main domain, just slug, e.g. / keyword. And that's basically going to generate the slug for the URL.
That's good. And then just a quick question, because obviously you were mentioning that you can out the content once it's come back. Are you able to output it in, let's say, just normal documents? Can you just download them, or does it need to find like an endpoint? Does it need to upload to Julian Goldie's Twitter or juliangoldie.co.uk?
You can send it wherever you want. Like you can link Google Docs to it or Google Sheets and that sort of thing. So if you have a writer that's got the same Google Doc access as you, then you can just plug it into the Google Doc.
Also, if we were going to do this on mass, let's say we wanted to do 5 articles, it will just go and create 5 Google Docs with 5 individual articles for each article.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, right, okay. That's quite cool.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can do with Make. Like, it's crazy. I've seen some people build like faceless automations with video and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. What one thing I would probably say for anybody that is looking to do this is I think that the go-to strategy for this, it would probably be creating it as an actual Google Doc and then getting an editor to go back in and edit it and just spam check everything. Because I know that we're making this look very easy, or well, making it look very easy. I'm just the pretty face right now. But the whole purpose of this is Claude, ChatGPT, Perplexity, they all massively hallucinate and they just spit out a load of garbage sometimes. So if you're in like a really tough industry, let's say it's something like super like niche, I don't know, manufacturing sandals, let's say, right? There might not be that much content on manufacturing for sandals. And if you're just getting Claude or ChatGPT or whatever AI model you're using to write content for you, it can definitely just add in a load of lies.
Yeah, what I think is one of the best ways to do it is like you just, and this is what I'll show you in a sec, but basically you can send it to WordPress as a draft, and then it's just got the content in draft. It's not published, it's not out, it's not going to index or anything like that. And then you get your editor to go in, manually look through the draft, use the checklist I'll give you in a second, and then from there you can make sure it's not spam and it's fact checked and everything else.
Yeah, that's a good way. And then whenever it's like in draft mode as well, you can also build more internal links to the pages that you want to rank higher as well. So that's probably even better than just doing Google Docs.
Yeah, exactly. So for the introduction, I'm going to say write a short keyword optimized introduction relevant to the topic. 3 lines maximum, include a rhetorical question, and basically you're just trying to keep it short, easy, straight to the point, etc. You want to ensure the keyword is in the first sentence, and also write it in the style of Alex Hormozy, something like that.
Loves that prompt.
Every time now. It's been abused, that prompt.
Do you know what? I used that prompt the other day for something, and it was absolutely garbage what it came back with. I was like, I thought Julian said that it's working really well for him.
So we can test it in a sec. I'm going to unlink this. So if you create an automation, you're like, oh, I accidentally put my introduction at the end of the automation. It should be over there. What you can do is just right click, unlink, plug that into the automation, and then just click on auto align again, and it's just neatly organized again. And then the final method is we're just going to plug this into WordPress directly. So if we go to create a post, we'll change this to whatever WordPress website you want to set up.
If somebody is looking to just add like a new website, they don't need to like install a plugin, nothing like that. You can literally just, is it literally just the add button at the top?
Yeah, exactly. So you would just go to, if you want to add like a new plugin, just click on add a module, and then you can search for whatever.
Oh, sorry, let me rephrase my question. If somebody wants to publish it to their website, they don't need to install make.com plugin on their website, do they?
No, I don't think so. I think you just link it directly in Make and then set up from there. As far as I can remember, but it's been a while. So I'm going to put content creation in that section. So we've got introduction, content creation. Then from here, we're going to have the slug. I think it's always good to rename the modules just so you know which part each does. Keep it organized. And then the final method is just, we'll probably want to add like a title in there as well. So I'm going to add a new message. Do you have any recommended prompts for keyword optimized titles?
Keyword optimized titles. Maybe I'm just a little bit lazy with optimizing. Oh, actually, sorry, titles. I always try to make it a little bit clickbaity, but always remember to use the actual keyword. One thing as well is try to use the keyword first, then make it clickbaity. So for example, the best running shoes for men, you won't believe this, or you won't believe this, what we found. So something along those lines.
Yeah, so make it clickbait, use the actual keyword from the content outline, and front load the keyword in the title.
Yeah, sounds good.
Make it short too. Okay, let's
could
see
also,
how badly this goes.
I was going to say, in the page title, you can also mention how many characters you want it, because how many characters is it that you can actually have in a page title? Is it like 5 or something?
Yeah, you probably want like just 8 words maximum.
Character limit for page titles 60 characters or 575 pixels. So you could mention that in the actual prompt itself.
65 characters, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so we've got the title prompt there. We hit OK, and then we just need to plug this all into WordPress. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and run this. Let's set this up, right? Delete that. Go into WordPress, choose the title. So this is number 6, which is the title. We're going to select content and then text. For the actual content, we'll take the content from this module right here. And for the type...
Can I be really annoying?
You can.
When you selected the content text, so if you just scroll back up to above posts for a second, how do you know which module you're looking at?
It's got the numbers there, and you see how it...
I've got, so that's 5, and then for the title it's 6, but what does that correlate to?
See, if you go back here, it's hard to see without actually running the automation. It'll become a lot clearer once the automation is run.
Right, okay.
But if I hover over 5, you can see it bubbling up in the background. So you see how it's bouncing?
Okay, I see. Okay. Do you know what? That's the one thing that I don't like about this make.com. I think that could definitely be improved a little bit.
Yeah, it's not perfect. It's definitely not perfect. But it is free as well.
Yeah, that is true. For something free, we have used it a lot for that.
And then also it's labeled it now. So you see how it says introduction,
yes.
content creation. Slow. It took a while to show up there, but it's just shown up there. So we'll take the content text right there. And actually, for the content, we will take the introduction, and then we'll add the actual content from the content creation section, add the text in there. For the title, we want to be using that. I'm going to delete that. So we've got title here, content, introduction, and the actual content type. For this section, we'll select the slug, which we've got there. So you can see it says slug, and then we'll plug that in. And then for status, wait for that to load, and we'll change that to draft. Always edit your content, folks. And then we'll click OK. And we're just going to run that for the first one. Now, it could totally mess up.
Do you think it'll work first time?
No, right, I think it'll probably mess up in ways that I've totally forgotten. But I'm going to hit run now and see what happens. So it's running the Perplexity prompt, and you can actually see the outputs if you hover over there. So you see how it says 1?
Yeah.
So it's giving us the outputs right there. And then this is the choices. We can find the message, content, and then it's created a content outline right here, right? So that's the actual content outline. And then it's got stuck over here. So I'm just going to see what we got here. Now, in terms of the introduction, it feels very fluffy, so we can actually edit the prompts right there, but you see how it says looking for the best rapid website indexer to skyrocket your online presence. Very fluffy. Wouldn't recommend writing your intros like that. And so what I'm going to do is actually take a lot of the prompts from here, and we'll take that, we'll move that up right there, and we'll just take this prompt so that we get a better output from the actual introduction. So we'll copy that, go back to make, edit this bad boy, plug in the prompt that works for us before, hit OK. And then there's been an error, so we got like 60% of the way there. Not too bad, actually. It's definitely gone worse in the... So you see how it's got too many tokens? It's because Claude has a maximum tokens of 4096.
What does that mean?
It's like the amount of tokens that it uses to generate the output.
Oh, okay. So it actually asks you whenever you're setting up like one of them bubbles, how many tokens you want to use.
Yeah, and then, for example, for the title, like you're not going to use many tokens for that.
Okay.
So we'll run again, give that a whirl. And when you're running it again, you want to choose where you start. So we'll choose manually, we'll go back to our spreadsheet, we'll take the medium article that we're scraping, we'll hit run once, and we'll see what it produces. By the way, how much smoother has this gone than last time?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I done a video on AI SEO and I said, we make it look so easy. When in reality, it's not. Like, you just have issues like this all the time. What's it say now? Overloaded. Have you overloaded?
We've overloaded. Click on ignore all errors. And what's happened here? I don't know. We'll try overloaded. All right, maybe we've put too many tokens in there. We'll just put 2,000 for now. See what happens there. Hit OK. We'll run it again.
Third time lucky.
See what happens.
Invalid.
What is that? What is a
instance
catch-all?
ID.
We'll delete that.
How did it sneak behind that?
So cheeky.
I hope so. But the good thing about this is obviously the first time you do it, it's obviously going to take longer. But once you actually have it set up, you don't need to do all of this again.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like
it's just worked magically, hasn't it?
I'm awfully surprised that it's worked, Julian.
I'm loving it. All right, should we actually see what came out at the end?
Yeah.
Now, I think
This will be interesting.
this is not going to be perfect. So you can already see that
Oh, God.
it's given us, here's a clickbait title instead of just giving us a title. But if we actually go on edit and we'll see what the actual content is like.
So it looks like it's just copied. Oh, no, actually.
It's just, you could actually just take that. And this is why you do need a manual editor. But you can take that and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if we look at the actual content, ever wondered how to get your website noticed faster? I've been there, and let me tell you, finding the best rapid website indexer can be a game changer. Let's dive into Indexceptional. It might just be the tool you've been looking for to boost your site's visibility. And then, of course, this signals H1. So that'll be a H1 heading right there, which is
Also, whenever there's a hashtag, it's H1.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Hey there, Julian Goldie here. Ever felt like your website's just floating in a digital void waiting to be noticed? I've been there, and this is frustrating as hell. That's why I'm pumped to share my experience with the best rapid website indexer I've come across, Indexceptional.
Okay. What does two hashtags means? Does that mean that's a H2?
Yeah, H2. Yeah. I know this because from the SEO boardroom, it's all on Discord. And to format the post really nicely, like you use hashtags for H1 and then 2 hashtags for H2, etc.
Okay. It's not done a terrible job. I've definitely seen worse content. Yeah, it's okay. It can definitely be improved. What's your thoughts?
I would say, like, all right, let's grade it in terms of formatting. It's good to go, right? It's got like the actual headings. It's every sentence on a new line. It's quite easy to read and it's very simplified. So, for example, if we already look at what's ranking on Google and you compare what's already ranking and the readability of that, which is ranking number 1, and you compare that side by side versus the readability of this article. And this is, bear in mind, this is already ranking number 1. Which one reads better? Which one reads more like a human?
Indexceptional stands out as the best rapid indexer. Ever wondered how to get yours? Yeah, I think they're both pretty decent.
I would say that is more generic fluff.
I would argue that the reason why you're saying that, or well, the reason why it's ranking is because it's got more entities. For example, Indexceptional is an entity, Index Me Now is an entity, Omega Indexer and Link Indexing and Giga Indexer. So I can see, yes, that is a little bit more fluffy, but it has done a good job of including all of the entities on one paragraph, whereas the one that we've just generated now, I don't think it has got like one monster paragraph and mentioning all of the brands.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It doesn't have the entities, but in terms of how it's written, I would say the content here is written nicer and like easier to read.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. And then also, in terms of the actual optimization on the page, I think the prompt should be tweaked so that it's got more entities sprinkled throughout the content.
Yeah.
But I think like the actual headings, for example, like if you look best rapid website indexer, shocking results in minutes, it includes the keyword in the introduction, includes the keyword in the title. I think the actual way it's written is entertaining, nicely formatted, probably better than what's already ranking on Google. Bear in mind, this is my subreddit that's ranking. But you can, I would say genuinely, this is better for the user. It might not be as good for SEO, but this is better for the actual user. And so from there, it's quite easy for an editor to just go in and edit the content.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest thing that we should probably look at is the one that's ranking right now is better for search engines. The one that is spit out is probably better for users. You just want to find a happy balance of both, I would probably say. Because if you just optimize your content just for SEO, it probably won't make that much sense for the user to read it. And if you just optimize your content just for the user, Google won't understand like all the entities and all the LSIs and stuff. So try and find that happy balance of a 50-50 split almost.
Yeah, I think as well, like, you could just edit the prompts and then it would be a much better one. And if people want to see that, if people want to see us edit the prompts so that it's more SEO optimized in the workflow, then just feel free to comment below and we can do that for you. But honestly, I can tell you now, I've hired like copywriters off Upwork and places like that have created way worse content, like 1,000,000 times worse content.
I believe that because I've done the same as well in the past and it's not been great. It's definitely better than the Fiverr garbage that you can get.
Yeah, that's it. And again, like, I wouldn't publish that straight off the bat. I would use something like you can see inside my free course, which I'll show you in a second, where there's a quality control section. So if you go to the SEO quality control section, these processes right here can help you edit the content before you publish it so that it's number one, SEO optimized, but number two, it's not just AI trash, like it's fact checked, it's humanized and reads really well. But what I'm going to do from here is inside the SEO system section inside my free course, links in the comments description. If we go to the edit section, I will upload the blueprint from make.com directly in here and you can just steal it from me for free and then just link it to Perplexity and Claude and it's absolutely insane what you can do.
Yeah, sounds good.
Awesome. And if anyone wants to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session where we basically personalize everything that we've talked about today to your business to get more leads, traffic, and make more money from SEO, feel free to book there. Links in the comments and description. Appreciate you being on, Kazra. Cheers.
Thanks for having me.